Yesterday was insane. Today will probably be even more of the case. So yes, I'm fucking ready, guys. I woke up just a little bit ago. I went to bed last night thinking about it. Guys, I am ready to fucking go. We're ready to go to fucking work, dude. The witnesses, yeah, I'll show you guys some of the stuff they've got going on, and we'll look at all of that, because obviously it's going to start in just a few minutes, and we're going to go from there. Yes, 1 hour versus 7 hours. The teams have to save time for the last statement, so yeah, Amber's team is screwed. Yep, that's right. They just get to sit there and get the clock ran out on themselves. I think it'll be fucking hilarious, man. All right, let's go. Guys, I want to say, too, we had a lot of memes and stuff like this. I'm going to be real. I thought this shit was the funniest fucking thing, man. Like, I was so excited about it. Closing statement doesn't count towards overall time. Okay, well then never mind in that case. Yeah, this was the funniest fucking thing. Yeah, the Uno reverse card. It's just like, say a thing. Sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. And today I think we'll have a little bit of excitement. I think that's a pretty good way to look at it. I'm already following it on Twitter. Yeah, that guy was so fucking good. What caused such a difference in time? Well, we have the trial that starts at 8 now, right? And so this is a very unfortunate reality. I don't know who thought this was a good idea to have people go live at 8 a.m. I think that's a little bit weird. Maybe that's not how it should work. Maybe we should start at, a little bit after noon or so, go for a few hours, and then take a break. Like, that sounds good to me. But that's not how they do things, apparently, in the professional world. Soren, thank you much for the 5. Get the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Guess he got his 15 minutes of fame. I find that to be actually the funniest and most ironic thing about it. Is this guy wasn't even gonna get his 15 minutes of fame. He was gonna get 15 seconds. People would go up and be like, haha, Draco Malfoy, this is great. And then after that, he leaves and sits down. But the most ironic thing about it was the fact that she was the one that effectively made it happen for him. Like, it was her that gave him his 15 minutes of fame. That was the funniest fucking thing. Let me make sure that I've got everything sorted out here. Is this, let me see here. Is it happening now or what? Yeah, I just want to double check and make sure. Yeah, it's happening? Okay, alright. Yeah, they're waiting on the jury? Okay, alright, that's fine. We'll wait for the jury too. That's fine. At least I know whenever they're gonna show up. That's probably obviously gonna be whenever they've got everybody standing up and shit, Missed your little intro? Can you pet the chicken? Yeah. That's not a chicken, it's a chocobo. Okay, like, let's be honest, but that's good enough. We gotta watch this one again, man.
You wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
I wish, like, there's a part of me that wishes that he would say, like, no, I have no idea. Well, I thought they were just doing this for the court proceedings. I thought this is a requirement that we all had to have. Like, yeah, this is what it was. Yeah, I had no idea.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization.
All right, this is literally 30 seconds.
I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly.
That guy in the back, bro. He's like, what? Bro, it's always, yeah, that's a fucking spell reflect, exactly. That was the funniest fucking thing to me. Oh, what do you mean it's starting? They're just up there fighting. And dude, this guy right here, like, I'm sorry to say, but, like, this guy probably had the worst day. I could look at him and I could say one positive thing, right? Is that it's pretty much impossible for it to get worse. So, like, every day in his career, there's pretty much no way possible that he can ever have a day that's worse. That's not him. Wait, really? That's not him. Oh, bro, I thought it was. Never mind. I haven't spent a lot of time looking at the back of his head. I just kind of assumed so. Okay, yeah, that's Johnny's young guy. Oh shit. Okay, how the fuck? Yeah, I didn't even know that at all. Oh my god. Okay, wrong guy. No, I got the wrong guy. Yeah, it's the guy with the Bible. I thought it was so fucking funny, that guy. He just asked his question. This is nuts, man. It really is. Say sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put... I would not want to put him in the same shoes as that individual. You know what I mean? Like, as that person. Like, there's no shot, man. All right. Let's see how this works. Rotten wrong. That's funny. Okay, let's see this. It's after 10 heads. Grew up so bad, your career can only get better. Exactly. It's like, that's one way to say it. Is like, I tell people that all the time. Like, whenever people tell me, they're like, hey, Asmon, I quit my job to start streaming, and I've been watching your videos for 3 years, and I thought that, you know, I took out a loan on the house. You know, wife doesn't really understand this, but we've got a young kid, and so I really think that I want to take things to the next level, start streaming. And I always tell the person the same thing every time. Think of it as a good thing. Oh, wait a second. You've already made the worst decision of your life. It can only get better from there. Here we go. Okay. Alright, let's go. All rise. Bruh, like, I'm tired. Like, I did rise already today. I'm awake, and I think that's more than enough. That's way more than enough.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
That's too much more than enough.
All right, your next witness.
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert, Your Honor.
Dr. Gilbert.
Mr. Gilbert. All right, let's see him.
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Okay, here we go. It's a doctor, actually. Yeah, I know.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm sure they'll have some irrelevant credibility that they'll try to discredit him on, though.
Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
Dick Gilbert.
I am an orthopedic surgeon, and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
I think it's probably going to have to do with Johnny's
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
Okay.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery, and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
Okay.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage
Long
of your
time.
practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay.
It's a lot of work.
And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
In terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself.
Okay.
And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Okay. Makes sense.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed
Holy shit.
in New York?
I have been licensed in New York since 1994.
I've done 10,000
So that would be
dailies.
28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
So he got elected.
In what
That's
professional
interesting.
organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the
Okay.
American Association of Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
Oh my God.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Yeah, he was doing surgery, you know?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
All right, there it is. What a surprise.
So, Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And
That's what I thought he was there for.
to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger.
That's a lot.
And he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who
Alternative
believed
explanations.
that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Cut his own finger
Based
off.
on
That's
your
crazy.
review of the medical records and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning there was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces.
Okay.
So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger.
That's the nasty part we saw.
And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Uh-huh. Maybe something clean created by a knife.
Take a look at
Or,
Plaintiff's
sorry, not
Exhibit
knife.
60
Glass, excuse me. All right, here we go.
and pull up to go to page 3.
I got it ready, boys.
And Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
I got to get it ready in
And what
case
is it?
there's some nasty
these are
shit that shows up on here.
Radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection? No objection. All right, we'll identify it as 60, page 3, and publish to the jury.
Okay, let's
And
see
Dr.
it.
Gilbert, sorry to cut you off
that's
there. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here.
It's fine. I'm just afraid.
Two
That's all.
X-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury.
We saw that.
And towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture. Again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
Okay.
In your opinion, could this
Makes
injury
sense. It's fine.
have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
Let's
So a
find out.
vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated
Check
the
the
finger,
NBC
resulting
channel?
in the
Okay.
soft tissue loss
Sure.
that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause
pull it
of the
up so you
injury
guys can see
offered by Ms. Heard?
I think that's highly unlikely.
What?
And why is that?
Because in general, when an injury is caused by punching against
I don't see it anywhere.
wall or a hard object,
I don't see it.
it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding
I'll
something
check
and
to this one.
hitting against something, it is very unlikely
Yeah, I'll
that
check on this one.
the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that a blunt force, solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
So
what other injuries,
he's saying the
if
exact
any, would you
opposite.
expect to see
basically.
on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Heard described?
So if you
They won't show
would
it either?
have,
Maybe not.
if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed, so this is the dorsal in the back of the hand, as opposed to the palmar
she
side.
lied?
So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed, and those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare, so you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
Of course.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
In your view, is the injury? Can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well
had to write
led to
something
the
down.
soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
That was the
And he
previous hand
testified
doctor.
about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Said the shit was fake.
Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes, but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that you, well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays. saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
So he looked at the picture, he said the finger was fucked up.
What did you disagree with?
All right.
Well, he disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar.
Right.
Because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury.
Okay.
And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Okay. Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Yeah.
Well, he also described that this was he thought that this was a pinching or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
I think that makes a lot of sense what he's saying.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss, and just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell very quickly what you're referring to there?
Yeah, but the finger's gone.
So there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
There's an echo? No, there's not. There's no echo.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Guys,
Correct.
I know there's an echo.
Why
it's
do you
just
believe
the
it's
audio.
more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Okay.
Dr. Moore also testified
power
that
of his voice
he
as a
thought
wizard.
a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
That's so weird.
What's your response to that?
It's huge.
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Remind me of Microsoft Paint. I'm gonna talk about this.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Yeah, I would agree too. Absolutely. If he's smashing his finger.
Do you have any opinion regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
I think that's a good point.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
It's a good question.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries, and I would say probably the majority you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if say a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see.
I broke a car window before.
You certainly can, but
I'll talk
it's
about
not
this
surprising
later.
that you don't.
And he's right. He's actually
Can you
right.
definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, nobody can be certain. There's no way they can be 100% sure, but I think what he's saying is that the other
Thank you, Your
person
Honor.
can't rule out
Good morning, Dr.
what Johnny
Good
Depp
morning.
said.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Where'd it go?
So when you were just talking about Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how
was
she
just
lost his
here.
finger. Correct?
No.
Yes. You're aware that Miss Heard testified, and this was from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Ask him to answer, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies that depositions
He's not
that
going
I
to correct his own
reviewed,
lawyer.
it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
That was the counter story
And on
that was presented.
The last point there, I think we agree. Miss Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone.
And the
You
implication.
agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
It's like, what do you think you're doing?
Thank you.
I think she did. Like, what is the implication? Like, her story, who else thought her story was that he cut his finger from the phone? Who else thought that? Yeah, who else thought that? I did.
Dr. Gilbert, you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please.
Okay.
See, there are four pages per
Here we go.
page of paper. It's on page 16 of the document.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, in line 9, you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone.
Definitively.
That she doesn't know, correct?
Qualifying
Correct.
statement.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that,
Intellectually
Correct.
dishonest.
right? And the nail bed was uninjured,
Correct.
correct? But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my
Correct.
question.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from.
Correct.
How could he?
But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't. There's no allegation, you've never read anything, that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
I can explain
Correct.
why he's
You
wrong
also
with
haven't
that.
read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand.
Yeah, I
correct?
can explain
Correct.
that.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail. Correct?
Correct.
And
He's
your
completely
explanation
confident.
of that
He's like, yes,
is that
that's
you
right.
believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
He said he
No,
wasn't definitive.
you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I
Yeah.
was not there, and I don't have videotape of the injury, so
Who wouldn't have
I can't
moved?
determine that definitively.
Of course.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please.
Oh my God.
Page
Let's
7.
read something else out of context. Thank you. Let's do that. Yeah, how could he possibly know?
Sorry,
Page 25 and 26. So it's page 7 of the document.
Okay.
Do you have a time
Sorry if I was
machine,
unclear
sir?
on that.
No problem.
Did you see it with your time machine? No? Okay. Guys, come on.
I'm there.
Okay.
Who is this guy?
Line 18, question. And to be clear, by, quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmar side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred, and as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here, but question, and why do you believe that? Have you read anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to.
Wants
about how
you
the
to
injury occurred,
testify
isn't it?
to.
No, that's incorrect.
Oh,
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
choose wisely.
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified.
In
That's not
fact,
what.
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation.
You've only
for
got an
how
hour.
Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail
59
one
minutes.
bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
Well, I love how Ben was just sitting there thinking to himself, he's
Dr.
wasting
Gilbert,
his
just
last
very
minutes on
briefly.
this.
The absence
Okay.
of other cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can
Type
see an
of glass.
isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanism of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example. If you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Heard's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning
That's actually a
punching
good point,
against the
yeah.
wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
And your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury,
Alternative
was that based
cause.
on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
Alternative
No.
facts.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you.
It's like the truth is that like
Oh,
both
you can
of
just leave it there. That's fine. Thank you, sir.
both of the stories should have some degree of collateral
Your
damage.
next witness.
Like you would expect to see it from both stories. You see what I'm
Plaintiff
saying?
rests, Your Honor.
But
All
you
right,
don't.
Plaintiff rests their rebuttal case. All right. Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case. Sure.
Okay, all right. So I've got some stuff I want to say, right? So number one, based off of the way that glass breaks. So you have two different types of glass. You have like just basic, blown normal glass, and then you have the kind of glass that's on a car window. Right? And so a car window has tempered glass that the way it works is basically whenever you hit it, it is designed to shatter so that it doesn't turn into large shards and injure the people in a tremendous way. So there was one time that there was it was a baby puppy. It was actually 5 baby puppies that were inside of a car in the middle of at a certain point in time in the day. And I needed to get these puppies out of the car, and so I had to break a window on the side of a car in order to get these horribly mistreated puppies out of the car. And so what I did is I put my hoodie around my hand and I smashed the window. And whenever I did that, in order to get the puppies out, I got a bunch of cuts all over my hand. Like, I'm talking about, like, shards fucking everywhere, man. Yeah, and Albert Einstein was there, and as soon as I got them out, he clapped. And basically, there were shards everywhere. But there were other times whenever I've broken normal glass that's not designed to shatter. So there is glass that is designed, I want to go back and say again, there is glass that is designed to just shatter. So the moment you ever see like a windshield, like you never really see windshields with like one hole in them, right? You'll see like a windshield, as soon as it receives enough structural damage, the entire windshield just kind of explodes. That's what tempered glass does. And it makes it less dangerous overall, although it can create more damage, on like a smaller scale. Basically a lot of little cuts versus like 1 or 2 very large cuts. Yes, large. So that's basically how it works. Now, whenever you look at an actual glass bottle or something like that, the glass on that, the way that works is that the glass bottle is just, it's not made to shatter. So whenever it breaks, it's not going to break into 1,000 little pieces. It's going to break into maybe like 6. Like that's generally what happens, right? So it's much more likely that you would not get cut. You wouldn't have a bunch of other like secondary and tertiary cuts from a glass bottle versus like breaking a tempered glass window. And so that's what I've seen, like 6, yeah, or something like that, right? I'm not sure. It caused big cuts and lacerations. Yes, it will cause probably 1 or 2 big cuts and lacerations, as well as maybe a few other cuts. But the thing is also, is that another big reason why the glass bottles are different is because they break in a way that is unpredictable. For example, whenever a windshield breaks, a windshield is going to break the same way every single time because of the way that it's designed. A glass bottle will not, because a glass bottle is not designed in a way to shatter in an equivalent way to disperse the force of the glass everywhere, right? So it's going to break in a way that's completely fucking different. So whenever he's saying that it cut him in a certain way, I don't think that they can disprove that, because you're dealing with a flying glass bottle that's not it's not tempered glass. Do you see kind of what I'm saying here? Yeah, you guys, you see what I'm saying? Like, back for everyone speculate. Objection, I'm losing. That's right. Objection, can we approach? I'm telling you guys, it makes perfect fucking sense. Yeah, that's what it is. Let me go back over here. Let's see if I can figure this out here. I'll read a few comments here, but that's what my opinion. A bottle shattering would be unpredictable depending on where it was broken. And also the damage from the bottle is very different because it's like you learn this in physics, right? So if you apply like a certain amount of weight to something and it's this big, the force of that is going to be dispersed a lot more across the surface area. But if the bottle hits them on like the corner or on like the side or the top, that force is going to be much higher.
Evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's a pressure.
Mr. Murphy?
We call Mr. Julian Acker.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Ackard?
Remember, this is their 1 hour left, so this has got to be their ace in the hole. They're going to bring up old Julian here and solve the problem. YouTube video, someone shows the bottle and shatters just to check and see it. Yeah. I can show that if you want. Should be poop day. All right, let's see what he says. This like they've got less than an hour left probably by now.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name?
Julian Ackert.
And can you please describe your educational background following high school?
Okay.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Virginia.
What is your profession?
Okay.
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Okay.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
Wouldn't it be iDiscover Solutions?
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
Oh, no.
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
Oh, no.
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner, extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence. An iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, a laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
He's right there.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Okay.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
Okay.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
So it's defensive
I
driving.
do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Ackert?
Ackert, A-C-K-E-R-T.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
Okay.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
Sure, yeah, it makes
What
sense.
type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So, for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
Okay, sure.
And
Yeah.
does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
Okay.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
Okay.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
Right.
And what, if any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance. For example, if I had a Word document that I printed and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed the Word document, the metadata of that Word document indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
That's an incomplete
Can you give any
answer.
examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone, you choose to use a small, medium, or large, or different size of the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
Most emails don't compress files that way.
What, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony
Do they?
regarding photos?
Mine doesn't.
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
Okay.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard, is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Okay, let's see.
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition,
That's why I
how
use
Apple
Android.
works, synchronize your information from device to device. So, for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices. So the photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design of Apple, and that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671? Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
Okay.
What is it? Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Okay, it's
Your
not
Honor,
being
permission
shown.
to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
All right, let's see
Any
it.
objection?
I want
No
to see
objection,
this.
Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, doesn't mean anything.
As a demonstrative.
Mr. Eckert, can you please describe in more
It's
detail
complicated.
what the information in this chart? Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second.
Okay,
A little further up.
there we go. All right, so there's a bunch of numbers.
Great.
Thank you. This chart represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Hurd's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
Okay.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
What does the information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So, for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured, or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
Can you scroll to the next page, please, Michelle? Please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the,
Okay.
all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified from Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
Okay, let's see it.
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of this same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version in the metadata.
And what do the little A's followed by numbers back up, what does that mean?
Those are evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
Okay.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please? Defendant 1675.
The original guy said that he was only given screen grabs, though, and he explicitly stated that.
Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Ackert?
Yes, I do.
Remember he
Without
said
yet getting
that.
into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to publish Defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1675 will be published as demonstrative.
Can you please describe in more detail what the 3 columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are 3 different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column?
Yes, I do.
And the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671?
Oh, this is going to help the jury. Yeah, now they'll understand it.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ackert, can you please describe the relationship between these 2 demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671,
now it makes
on
sense.
The left, you can see in the 4th column the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30 taken on December 16th, 2015. And he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the software version of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
So what about the different
Mr.
pictures?
Ackert, you can take this down.
The same picture with different colors.
Testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification.
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification. And
That's true.
It's a hypothetical in my opinion.
That's absolutely
Mr. Ackert,
true.
did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Ackert, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
God.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Cross-examination, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Uh-oh. Here it comes.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before?
Give or take, yes.
Oh, wow.
For more than a dozen years?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay.
As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
No, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Neumeister didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
All right. You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
Yes.
Oh.
And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
No.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Okay, so what you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay. Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Oh, no.
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
He's going to show this side by side.
There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he did. The guy did
Gibson,
yesterday.
Will you pull up Defendants Exhibit 712 and Defendants 713 next to one another? Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask
Here we go.
to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
Here we go. Is it going to be the two that I think it is?
Can you see those?
Ah! There it is.
Yes, I can.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right. We can take that down.
Oh, no. Both originals. Oh, man. Yeah, they're different. Both originals, huh? Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
Mr. Gibson, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1308?
Okay, here we go. Let's see it again.
This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a
The video is coming?
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Is it really the video?
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
Oh,
I would
God.
object it's cumulative, Your Honor.
No.
Actually, no. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in evidence. Mr. Gibson, can you blow up the time, date, and file name?
Uh-huh. It's the exact same
Sir,
for both of
you
them.
just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
See?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos that were created at the exact same hour, the exact same minute, the exact same second
Oh, my God.
as each other, correct?
Yep.
And that's what the daytime metadata shows, yes.
And the metadata shows something else, too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right.
That's not the only thing that
How
matters.
do you have this jury decide which one is real?
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular
Which
field,
one is real?
but I
The
think that's what
implication.
even Mr. Neumeister said that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken.
That's right.
This picture we're taking.
I see that.
No further questions.
All right, and just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yep.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded.
The anti-wizard, man.
Embedded metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you were responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah. Based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
Are you kidding?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
No.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
How is this allowed?
Could you
I don't
approach
know.
just for a moment?
That's unreal. Here's the thing, is like they asked him, they go and they ask the guy, they say, oh man, what, I don't even know, like, yeah, it's such a rigid question. Like, it was so obvious that the guy, because you knew what the anti-wizard was going to do. You knew what it was going to be. He was going to show those two photos and try to get him to say that they were authentic. But you saw what he said. Which one is authentic? How would you tell which one it is? The implication with that is that one of them is not authentic. And it's so obvious. Like, who do you think you're fooling with this thing? I mean, it's just crazy. And also, like, of course he can't prove that every single photo was, was fabricated. But this is what I would say. This is what my opinion would be, is that whenever you see one photo that has been altered, I would assume that this is a pattern of behavior, especially with other lies that have been found out before then. This is a pattern of behavior that's happened, and it's crazy. But the metadata, the metadata is not the whole story. The problem was Amber submitting it. Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy. I need to take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry. It's just so annoying.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we would like to call Dr. Dawn Hughes to the stand
All right,
again.
Dr. Hughes. Thank you, Doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. And I evaluated Amber Heard over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
Okay. And why are you here today?
But she's not a client.
To offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
She really hates
Now,
Dr. Curry.
Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis-driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are three sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well-validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face-valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
The most extreme. She didn't say that.
Overruled.
She didn't say that.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98th percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things, so let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
Non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Uh-oh.
Could you tell the
Ticking
jury
down the
about
time.
the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes.
addressed?
Yes.
Is he there? He's ready.
So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward to minimize faults on this PAI.
Of course.
That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I'm so, like, I am just so ready to see that guy absolutely fucking like destroy her, because I am so sick of seeing that bitch. I am. For her to go up there and fucking categorize all violence with genders. I hate this bitch. I want her off the screen. And she is just and I'm not sorry. Like, I don't call people that all the time, but with her, absolutely. Fucking absolutely. She is an absolute piece of shit. And there's no way. She's just going up there. The only reason she's going up there is because she is trying to save her credibility, because she got made to look like a fucking clown. That's what it is. That's why she's up there. She's not even up there for Amber. She's up there for herself, because everybody that's out there, everybody in the whole world saw how much of an obvious fucking fraud she is. And that's why she's not even talking about Amber. She's talking about how she administered her tests. She shouldn't even be here.
So, Dr. Curry, let's move to the TSI-2. Dr. Curry testified about your findings on that. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No, again.
Please describe why. Explain why.
What Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. Mm-hmm. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to interpret it. That score, the one that's elevated, which she's talking about, that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the jury.
So the MFAS, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently measure malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAS is not for
1 hour, by the way.
PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAS, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
It's got nothing to do with Amber.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger
literally nothing to do with
and
her.
Suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Okay, of course not.
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria.
Okay.
On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or an exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5.
So that means she doesn't have PTSD?
Do you agree
Like,
with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
Wait, what?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of ability scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, you know, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. Right. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
But
Thank you.
They
now,
said that
Dr.
she...
Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I said that before.
Okay.
You know, my stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it.
That's real cute.
Is, I believe wrong, and I think most.
Objection, Your Honor. All right. That's the issue we just addressed.
All right. I don't.
If you want to approach.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So yeah, anyway, well then what about the fact that, like, so whenever she tested her for PTSD, what Dr. Curry said is that she didn't test and control for the PTSD, excuse me, being an outcome or a factor of her experiences with Johnny Depp or her experiences as a kid. So what Dr. Curry said is she should have done 2 tests. So the PTSD assessment could still be accurate, but not
Dr.
according
Hughes,
to what happened
Curry
with
also
Johnny.
Testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Nobody said that.
Objection mistakes the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who were struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders, and I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as they're sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma's going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not
everything she's
totally
saying could be
debilitated.
accurate right now.
If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80
completely
on the
irrelevant.
CAPS. Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
I'll explain why.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for the sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse,
Clock
and
is ticking.
the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right. Next
It's
question.
not a narrative. This is a book.
Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists. Using all that data, that is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
Professional expert opinion.
And just to remind,
Relying on
to make sure
authority.
we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in no, I just lost it. And
It's
in violence,
contagious.
correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
Yeah, if you want to ask the question again.
Yeah, it's contagious.
Yeah, I probably should do that. You were qualified. I got to find my note. You were qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Sure.
Oh, boy. So it's just like... the entire thing is fundamentally flawed because all of the entire thing was like pretty much hinged on the diagnosis of PTSD, right? But the diagnosis of PTSD was done without a control for the PTSD being an outcome of her childhood experiences. So everything else that's built off of that foundation is fundamentally flawed. PTSD. Well, listen, I got verbal dyslexia. You're gonna have to get used to it. That's all there is to it. So yeah, it's just it makes no fucking sense. Yeah, and on top of that, her being an expert in domestic violence does not necessarily mean that she is an expert at determining if domestic violence occurred. She is only an expert in the context of treating people who say they have experienced it, not determining its authenticity. Like, it's intentionally misleading. All right, here we go. Tribal extension for 5 stops. Here we go.
Good morning, Dr. Hughes.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Wow.
And
that's how good she is.
Diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021, and at that point I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh. It's going to be how...
Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
It's about how she didn't fill everything out. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, remember that? How she didn't fill out anything? It's in the manual. Yep, let's go. I think that this woman...
Objection to
I don't know
1311?
what it is, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to
May
lay
we
it.
approach?
I think that the reason why this woman hates Dr. Curry, I actually don't think that it has anything to do with the fact that, like, Dr. Curry said her testimony was wrong or anything like that. I think the only reason why she's so upset about this and so pressed about it is because the judge accidentally called her Dr. Curry twice. I think this is just a complete fucking ego thing. Remember that? Yeah, do you remember that? That's why she's there. And, yeah, that's what it is. It's got nothing to do with this fucking case. Nothing about not the judge, the lawyer. Elaine did it too. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I thought that... Oh, so it was the judge once and then her afterwards. Okay. Oh, my God. I thought the judge said it once, then Elaine said it once. Here we go.
I don't see this in my document either.
They're getting the right
Elaine
one.
said it twice.
gotta-
Oh, excuse me.
Let's use 1312.
1312, okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for...
Get out the book.
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish
Uh-oh.
the PTSD checklist for DSM-5,
That's correct.
that what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And do you, are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
All right. What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL5.
All right. Yep. That's what it seems like.
I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right?
That's the left. Yeah.
The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g., the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct?
Okay.
That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So
after
the answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says you
still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Well, let me finish my question.
Uh-huh.
The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
Oh, wow.
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Yep.
Tom, can you pull up 1309?
Okay, all right.
Demonstrative?
That's my favorite thing, is where they ask a question that's obviously leading like that. They say, okay, and then they ask to pull up an evidence. That is my favorite part of this whole thing. Holy shit. All right, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Boy.
Thank you.
Let's go at this point. Yeah, he's going to make her probably read it. Okay.
Any objection of
Here we go.
1309 as a demonstrative?
May we approach?
Okay.
I bet, yeah. The okayed every witness? Yeah, exactly. Anti-wizard undefeated. Well, it's just that, like, I mean, especially with her, I mean, she's the easiest one to to discredit. I feel like she's obviously just like a complete fucking clown, man. Like, she's on there explaining this stuff, and like she didn't even fill out most of the forms and stuff like this that she had said. And then also, like, I find this to be very odd that the interpretations can be so wildly different. You know what I mean?
Doctor, do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I did.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Hurd to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale 2.
Okay.
And you'll agree with me that this...
Wait, I thought she wasn't a client.
...specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I oriented
And
the
you
individual
know,
to not limit herself to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Intentionally do it wrong.
All right. I'll move to strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you.
Just move to strike. Okay.
Next question.
Yeah. And you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Hurd, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course.
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
Of course.
All right. Let's look at another one of these. You talked about the danger. I'm sorry.
It's so obvious, man.
You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
That's smart. Who knows? It's like, for some people, she might think she's winning now.
What number is this?
You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe she thinks she's winning.
Plaintiff's 1310.
I mean, it could be. That could be it. So I can't believe I'm winning so hard.
1310 as a demonstrative. Okay. You published to the jury.
Mm-hmm. Danger assessment.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Hurd, correct?
Uh-huh.
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we blow up the second full paragraph? It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
No.
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I orient her to the time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that that you were supposed to look over the past year, and that's not
one.
the language?
No, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the previous year.
Nope, asking you about the instructions.
But I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in forensic practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions.
Yeah.
And the instructions say, look over the past year.
On this, yes, it says that.
She thought she could beat the Wizard Destroyer.
Test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
She thought she could beat him.
All right, let's look at more instructions. Can we look at
The audacity.
which is already in evidence?
I actually thought you could beat the wizard, or the wizard destroyer. Oh my god. Holy shit, man.
Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right, this is the, what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go to the first page? Let's blow up the instructions.
Okay. Let's see it.
Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Can we go to the next page?
Our career's literally over. Yeah,
Okay.
isn't it great?
That's good. This is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
No.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I asked
Where
you
it's
whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page.
She actually
Let's keep
thought
going.
she was going to get away.
All right.
She thought she was going to
We'll
get
stay
away.
This page for a second. This
Oh,
is the
no.
very first box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
Yeah.
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this
Yes.
case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
All right, but you chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box, that said what happened.
Yeah.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
Because
a,
this
if
is
it's
not a
not a,
standardized test?
well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay, let's go another page or so.
Okay, yep. So there we go. All right.
All right. Let's go another one. All right, let's look at item 4B4. And I asked you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times.
Uh-huh.
You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay. Yep, there it is. Yeah, I had the correct answer. It just was on a different question, guys. That's all.
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change.
She's
maybe,
not happy.
If you smoke cigarettes,
Yep.
you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change.
She's
You can
moving her
look
hands
forward if
around.
someone's smoking, you can
Oh,
look
yeah.
fast if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year or 5 years ago.
And when you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
Okay.
And therefore, you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you have to understand what happened to the person, and that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual, so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
All right, let's see it.
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
TikTok, let's go.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Look how mad she is, bro. Like, oh my God. And this guy, I feel like he's one of those people that the more annoyed and angry the people are around him, the happier he is. It's like the more pissed off the person is, he's like, yeah, let's go on up there again. Why don't we just go ahead and explain things? I don't know what's going on. Yep.
What is the difference between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
When compound.
Sustained.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
Overruled. Good.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. Let's take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Okay, I'm ready now. We got some stuff to talk about. It's gonna be a long day, be a bad time for her. Yeah, she's masked up. Of course she is. Absolutely. I wish she would have kept it on for the testimony. Would have done everybody a favor.
We just come back at 11:05 then?
She should be embarrassed. The person like this is never going to be embarrassed because they're just a fraud. And that's all they are. And I think everybody kind of realizes that by now. And that's why, see, here's what my opinion is. I think that she is intentionally trying to go and prove herself like not wrong and try to like put herself out there as, oh, well, this isn't really what I meant. And like, oh, it was Dr. Curry that was wrong, not me. I didn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, like here, let's use a little bit of logic, right? So whenever you ask this person to orient themselves for a certain time frame, does that necessarily mean that they will? Does that mean that that will happen? Well, no, not necessarily. And also, she only did one test. And this is what they said before, is she only did one test. And if she wanted her to orient herself, so what is the logic behind orient yourself? So the logic behind orient yourself is to contextualize the trauma in which the time that it occurred, right? Because that's obviously the idea, that I want you to orient yourself in this time period so we can contextualize what happened to you in this context, right? So how can you possibly reorient somebody whenever there are two causal factors? You would have to have two different orientation points in order to separate these causal factors and determine which causal factor is the reason why the PTSD exists at the certain time that it does. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is obviously, so she's only doing one test, and then after that test, like, I'll be honest, like, I've heard the stories that Amber Heard and her sister have said, and then also people have said about their home life. Seems like it fucking sucked. It really did. And like, I can guarantee you that she probably has some PTSD from that. I mean, abso-fucking-lutely. So it just makes sense. I can only answer questions. And then also on top of that, that she is an expert in domestic violence, or she is an expert in the treating domestic violence. Being an expert in treating domestic violence does not mean that you are an expert in determining who committed that domestic violence or the manner in which it occurred. And the reason why I say that is that you can compare this to any other example. If you are a doctor, that doesn't mean that you are being a doctor does not give you definitive proof that something happened in the way that your patient tells you that it happened. And this is also in the context of, as far as I know, Johnny Depp never even talked to her. So talk away for the 5 community subs. I appreciate that. Like, is that right? Like, he literally never even talked to her. Yeah, so he never talked to her. So there's no context behind the domestic violence. And then also on top of that, there were, what I find to be very weird about this, and I think this is probably the most illuminating thing out of all of these, I don't know, quote, expert witnesses. Why would he? Well, there's no reason for him to, and he made a good decision not doing it, right? Because she's obviously a fraud, who's a sexist, who's just looking to help Amber for a paycheck. Also, let's talk about a little fucking thing here called being a client. Now, am I the only fucking person that saw this whenever she said, what did she fucking say? Let me go back over here. It's the one right before this. Let's go ahead and just scroll back over. Is this it? No, where the hell is it? Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it here. Client ID. So let's go ahead. Wait a second. What was her name? Dawn Hughes, not a client. Let's see if I can get the quote of her saying that. Damn, there's no way I can really see it here. Yeah, I don't know where it is in this video, but I think that we can all just kind of agree, right? That she said very plainly that Amber Heard was not a client. She said this, guarantees. Everybody remembers this multiple times, explicitly stated it, especially at the beginning of her testimony, whenever she was trying to present herself as an unbiased witness and not disclosing her previous relationship with Amber Heard. But before that, she said multiple times Amber Heard was not a client, which I'm sure in some technical distinction might be true. However, what about this one right here? How it literally says client ID AH. I wonder what that stands for. I don't know. Like, yeah, it could stand for anything. And so, yeah, you could check someone in chat, be able to find it. It's a standard form. Yeah, this is a standard form, right? And let's see. I'm going to read the rest of this stuff. Everything, you were saying earlier how everything she's saying could be accurate. Well, what I'm saying is that she could have tested Amber Heard for PTSD, and it would have been an accurate diagnosis that Amber Heard had PTSD. There's not a debate as to whether Amber Heard has or does not have PTSD. The debate is whether the PTSD that she does or does not have is an outcome directly from Johnny Depp. And that's what the difference thing. Yeah, it's Amber's hearsay. That's probably, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, stands for Adolf Hitler. Okay. Probably not that far. But do you see kind of what I'm saying? So it had nothing to do initially with whether she had PTSD or not. So her proving that Amber Heard had PTSD actually doesn't prove anything at all, because you're trying to prove the causal link between Johnny Depp and the PTSD that Amber Heard might or might not have. So both of these things are not accurate. And so let's go back over here. I'll read the rest of this. Curry said she's too high functioning to have PTSD. Well, obviously it exists on a spectrum, but based off of the stories that she's told, it does not make sense that Amber Heard would be able to audition and go to movie premieres and stuff like this if she has so much PTSD. She's like worried about all this like crazy stuff, and like Johnny Depp's like beating the shit out of her and stuff like that. It seems very unlikely. You see what I'm saying? And just got here. Should Depp's lawyer have ended with the questioning? Dr. Hughes, what, if anything, does RTFM? I don't even know what RTFM is. I have no idea. You can't just skip the test and write down got abused. Well, what I don't like about this the most, this is what I particularly don't like, is the fact that she is basically omitting any sort of, like traditional testing or traditional methodology in favor of basically winging it. And I can understand that, right? I mean, you've been doing it for a long time. You think you're so confident of what you're doing. And of course, you're just going to say pretty much whatever you want to say because that's what you think is true. Like, yeah, of course, that's what they do. And what's this here? Yeah, I don't know what RT. Oh, read the fucking manual. Oh, I forgot. It's been a long time since people have used that. And MMA in clinical psychology, witness might have been very well sexist, but what she did, so about swimming a test and tested in court is correct. She didn't skip the test. Even in the context of her skipping the test, I think that she should have used 2 tests to test for Johnny Depp being the outcome of the PTSD. On top of that, I also think that she should have talked to Johnny Depp before rendering a conclusion. It's because, I mean, anybody would say, including her, is that domestic violence cases are extremely complicated. It's not like this is a one side, this person is right, this person is wrong. In many cases, it's a two-way street. So for her to just completely ignore this or not even approach that at all, I think that's very interesting. Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? And she did that because she would disagree? Yeah, of course she would, because it would make her look bad. That's all there is to it. So I find it to be very annoying that she's being presented as a domestic violence expert, as if being an expert on the subject of domestic violence makes you an expert on the perpetrators of domestic violence in specific circumstances in which you do not have the full evidence of, and you have never even interviewed the second party. Like, these are 2 completely different fucking things. And they're trying to put them together in order to make her look like an authority, but she's clearly not. And so, yeah, I have to talk to family and other people, etc. Watches her testimony, knows what she's about, no point in trying to convince the willfully ignorant. Exactly. Yes, I think so. For forensic, you need to ensure that you remove complacency and perform it by the book. I think that's a very good point, is that, yes, she did not perform this by the book, and this is not just an everyday, I'm going to give this person a diagnosis and kind of talk to them about their problems. This is a court case that needs to be addressed in a real way. And as far as I know, I think that she did all of this in the context of knowing that was the case. So I think that's a big factor too. And she gave me PTSD listening to her. I mean, I don't fucking blame you. I don't like her at all. Yeah, I don't like her at all. I think that one thing that this has really shown a lot, though, is that the expert testimony is not really always expert testimony. Is that you can get somebody up there that has 25 fucking years of experience, and they can be a complete moron that has no idea what they're talking about, or even better, they do know what they're talking about and they're biased. So they already have an agenda and they already have something that they're going to say. So I think that's what really fucking annoys me the most about this, is that I think that the reason why science works, and the reason why, the scientific method and basically the way that people obtain data and information works, is because you have people that are able to question it. And I think that this is one of the things that a lot of people might forget, is that I think this case has shown that all experts don't agree on a lot of things. And even whenever it's something very simple, like how did somebody cut their hand? You can have one expert come in and say that it's just impossible for this to happen, and another expert to come in and say that it is possible for it to happen. So which one is it? Because either it's possible or it's not, right? These are mutually exclusive. You can't have both of them. But I think that it's very important to keep in mind that just because you are supposedly an expert in something, that doesn't necessarily mean you know what you're talking about. You see what I mean? And just Kevin Spacey charged with 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men. Well, Kevin Spacey's a piece of shit. Yeah, he's a piece of shit, and that's really all there is to it. I don't have anything else to say. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. It's probably true. Yeah. I don't know what else I can really get into besides that. Scientific experts at one time agreed that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I think so. And I think that one thing that this thing teaches people is that the most important thing is to be able to question things and be able to bring up your own evidence and your own contrary viewpoints. And I think that's extremely important. And also, I find it to be very odd that this, I'm going to go back to the pictures here, because I think the pictures is also quite damning. Because this guy right here, you see these 2 pictures, okay? You see these 2 pictures, and they knew the Earth was round in the Greek era. Oh, they did, because a guy measured it with the shadows. But then they went back. Like, there was a reason why they called it the Dark Ages, okay? She basically did it the way she did because she thought everyone didn't know anything about her methods, but it goes to show how far the court will look at minor details to find justice. Yeah, I think so. And what's this here? You can see it, Mr. Photo? No, at a time the scientists did think the Earth was flat. I don't want to argue. It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that, like, whether that one's not true or not does not really have anything to do with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I think this is a general state that people are in, where they don't believe things or they do believe things and they won't accept any evidence to the other side. We can't see the left side. There's a watermark there, so you're not able to see it here either. But whenever the watermark was removed, like very temporarily, I don't know if it'll show it here or not. I don't think it will. The watermark showed, the lack of it showed that both of these are the exact same photo. It's just like the amount of intellectual dishonesty somebody would have in order to say that both of these are different photos, in my opinion, would just be like an immediate disqualifier. Yeah, it would be an immediate disqualifier. I would never take them seriously after they said that. That's all it comes down to. And what's this here? There are no impossible things in this world. There are impossible people. Yeah, I think we're looking at one right here. That's certainly the case. How could the forensic data expert even testify the photos are original? It sure as hell wouldn't be allowed in Sweden, but third world country called USA, this is legal. Well, I don't think that he can testify whether they're the originals or not, because he's not able to check. Like, as to a certain extent, I don't even know if you can check to see if certain things are edited. And the other guy before, I think that he said that even. He even said that you can't really check to be 100% sure. All you're doing is basically having different degrees of certainty. And that's all it comes down to. What's strange is that it's actually not cause mutual bond. You testify against each other at circus case. Probably Amber will plead insanity if she uses. No matter the outcome, Hughes should lose her license. Well, that would be a best case scenario. He tried to bypass it, saying it's visually different, meaning it's not different. Yeah, it's a visually different photo. Well, which is like, it's such a deliberately disingenuous thing to say, because if the coding on the photo that causes it to communicate to the operating system to display it with a certain color combination is different with the different photos, then the coding and the data underneath it would be different, because the communication would need to be different as well. So it's just like, if you say it's visually different, that means that it has different coding. It's common sense. Like you don't need to be a scientific wizard to understand this. Of course, yes, of course. Let me see that here. Evidence is there's beyond a reasonable doubt. Exactly. And I think that this is kind of what it comes down to. And let's see here. Sounds so basic, though? I know it sounds so basic, but people don't fucking understand it. Same photo, different version. Here's what I think happened, okay? I'll go back to the photos, because I think this is the most damning bit of evidence. In my opinion, I think that out of all the things that Amber has submitted and everything on their side, in totality, this is actually one of the most damning bits of evidence. And it's not necessarily because of this thing in itself, it's what this implies. What this implies is that she is willing to misrepresent evidence and present it as if it is not what it is. And the moment that somebody is literally misrepresenting evidence and actually like altering and submitting evidence as if it's different, that's a big fucking deal to me. I think that's a tremendous big deal. And absolutely, she's a psychiatrist, can answer questions. DM me if you want. Well, it's not about that. Like, the psychiatrist thing is just one point of it. I think so. Tweeted the video at a time where she says she's a client. Okay, yeah. Let me see this. I want to make sure everybody's able to see it right here. And give me 1 second. I'll pull this up. And let me go back over here. Not a client, by the way. Okay. 122.44. Let's see if I can find it. 122, 22.44. Let me make sure if that's right. 124.44. Okay, here we go. So let's see. Like, she'll be actually shook right now? No, she probably didn't do nothing like that. Probably just sitting there. But
Okay.
like, I just... Oh, it's 1 minute. People need to understand. Give me a second.
A forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's not.
Where's the chart? Where's the chart? Where's we gotta find a chart. Where's the chart? Oh, fuck. I might not be able to get it right here. So, oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Not a client. Yeah, it's right. It's right before this. Give me 1 second. All right, let's play it again. I want to play it again just so everybody can hear it. Yep. Where is it? Okay.
It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's
Lying
never been
bitch.
in therapy with me.
There it is.
Not under
It's
my clinical
yeah.
care. It is an objective evaluation.
It's a lying bitch. Like, that's it. That's a lying ass bitch. And like, that's literally all there is to it. Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, come on, man. She had to use client ID as a reference for the first time we spoke with her for record keeping. It's a different client equals patient. She means client as in paying customer. It's deliberately misleading to the jury. And she knows that, and that's why she's saying it. You see, like, I don't care about the technicalities because I know what the technicalities are used for. Do you see what I'm saying? Whenever somebody uses a technicality to communicate an untruth, or to imply an untruth, I consider that the exact same as lying. I do. I think that it's the exact same. I'm not going to play around with some ring around the rosy, hide the ball bullshit where, oh, that's not really what she meant. Yes, it is. That's what she wanted them to think. And so that's what it is. Yeah, pledge versus donate. It's the same horse shit, man. Dawn Hughes faked her own Google reviews. I mean, I don't care about that. I mean, she's a clown, and I don't care about anything that she has to say. That's all there is to it. She used the wrong test to get exaggerated results to mislead jury. Check the YouTube link I tagged you on and Twitter. I'll look at that once they get to the lunch break. Obviously, I don't have that much time to go on this, right? And the form says client, so she's lying. Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. 6 sessions, 29 hours evaluation does not mean she's a therapy client. It's not a technicality. I think it is. I think that it is a technicality, and I think that it's deliberately misleading. So whenever you tell somebody that you are not a client of theirs, the implication is that you do not have a 29-hour session with that person. I don't care about, oh, well, that's not technically what it means in this circumstance. I don't care. The reason why she said it was to establish herself as an unbiased witness to sway people's opinion without disclosing her relationship with Amber Heard. That's what she did. It is misleading intentionally. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, that's it. I don't care. In other words, you're bullshit. No, it's not that I don't care. It's that, well, actually, it is that I don't care. It's that whenever somebody is trying to present themselves in one way, and then they deliberately use language to obfuscate the truth and to intentionally mislead people, I think that's bad. And I don't think that she's accidentally doing this. I don't think that she's really stupid. I think that she's malicious. And I think that she is malicious in a way that is beneficial towards her goals. And that's all there is to it. It doesn't matter to me what these little technicalities are, because I think the technicalities are used as a weapon. Does that make sense? Therapy is treatment, evaluation is treatment. She said therapy client. I don't care about that. She's deliberately misleading people. In a layman's terms, these are the same thing.
Sure.
This is the same thing, and to the jury, it's going to be the same thing. If you gave the jury a test and you asked them, if you gave them the context between Dr. Hughes and Amber Heard, and you gave them a test, and it said, do you think that Amber Heard is a client of Dr. Hughes? How many of them do you think would circle yes? Every single one of them. Well, that's all I have to say. That's my point. That's my whole point. And so that's it. It's manipulating. That's all. It's no reason argument. Yes, exactly. And iPhones can take two pictures together, one with HDR exposure and one without. Yeah, but she presented the photos as if they were two different things. So even if there was plausible deniability that she didn't intentionally reproduce it, she presented it as if they were two different photos. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, that doesn't even matter to me. Yeah, that's completely irrelevant. Let me see here. What's the verdict? We don't know yet. No, I have no idea. None of them because it'd be a conflict of interest, I'd know. I'm not sure. She said it was different 2 times. Yeah, no, she said it was different. Yeah. Oh, about the 2 photos. Yes, I remember that. What's this here? Let me go back and read the rest. Amber testified that they were 2 different photos. Yes, she literally said that they were 2 different photos. So even if you give them the plausible deniability that actually the photo just created 2 versions of it, and one of them had different saturation and one of them did not, this is the way that I look at things, is that coincidence and personal gain rarely converge. So whenever they do, it's probably not a coincidence. And in her perspective, her personal gain is for these photos to be different and for one of the photos to presume and purport the violent damage that she supposedly said she had from Johnny Depp as being worse. So she is just accidentally presenting this and saying that they're different because she doesn't know. It's just a big accident. Oops, I can't believe that happened. Yeah, that's not what it is, man. It's just fucking ridiculous, man. And can we get done for perjury? That's probably not going to happen. I find it to be very unlikely. More witnesses tomorrow or just closing? It depends probably on how much they get done today. That's what I would say. And so, yeah, iPhone 6 also can't HDR. I'm not sure. As I said, I'm not going to get into that. All I'm saying is that the photos were, they were presented to the jury that was deliberately misleading. I believe that it was deliberately misleading, and even a layman can see that these photos are the exact same thing because there are literally no points of difference in them at all with thousands of strands of hair. Not a single strand of hair is even in a slightly different spot. Like, I mean, it's not even a question. Let's see here. So in American court, once Turd's time is over, they can't talk anymore. That's generally what my understanding is. Yeah, exactly. If they aren't original photos, they should just be thrown out. I agree with that. Okay, here we go. Doesn't the office mean corporate asks you to identify a difference in these 2 photos? Yeah, exactly. They're the same photo, except for they actually are. Okay, here we go. In fact, she said 1 hour ago, Amber got 1s, 2s, and 0s, multiple checklists regarding PTSD. Well, the reason why she said that is because she had done multiple tests on PTSD, so she like corroborated the evidence to like come to an overall conclusion. People saying they claimed a woman's abandoned.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe seated.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, your next witness.
I remember that too.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right, Ms. Heard, if you come to the stage.
Okay. Here we go. All righty.
Yes, ma'am.
That's exciting.
Water.
Let's go, boys. or the lawyers around those two photos? Because they're deliberately, they're so plainly falsified.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your question?
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Well, I made a video.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened.
Yep.
Every single day.
And it's not going to stop.
Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world.
Getting emotional about being embarrassed.
Having the worst parts of my life.
As
things
usual.
I've lived through used to humiliate me.
Yep.
People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves
People harassing
today?
Johnny's kids too. It's just...
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras.
How does she know that? I thought she
room.
wasn't supposed to check.
Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules.
What does that mean?
Overruled. Go ahead.
About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not.
How do you
This is
know?
horrible.
How do you know that?
This is painful.
How do you know
This is
that?
humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. Those statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack
it.
of foundation.
That's just
Torture
bullshit.
me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Just
Next
shut up.
question.
Like, it's not, it instructed
Amber,
people to do. It told
How
them to
have the
attack
Depp-Waldman
you.
statements impacted
TC
your ability to do charitable work?
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Overruled. Good.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other
all the things for her to
threats have
say
you endured since the Depp Waldman statements
Oh
were made?
God.
I
Her
receive
charity work.
hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted.
True.
Making fun of my...
Objection relevance. Non-responsive.
We did that.
Goes to damages.
We did that because we think you're lying.
You can continue.
And all of the evidence implies that. Yes, we did that.
Agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through.
No,
I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone.
That's what he was saying.
I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection non-responsive.
Yeah, remember that?
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Money.
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name.
No, you don't.
He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth.
It's free speech.
I have that right.
No, you don't.
I hope to get my voice back.
You know that. That's why you're countersuing
It's all
him.
I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
She's desperate? Yeah.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
It's like for her to complain about him getting, like, I don't know about this, but my understanding is that if you're on the stand and you're in the trial, you're not supposed to look at, like, social media and a bunch of stuff about the trial, right? Doesn't the judge say that every day? Like, does that apply to Amber Heard, or does that only apply to the lawyers? It's only for the jury. It's only to the jury. Okay, so they can look at it, only the witnesses and the jury. Okay, all right. Well then, yeah, I guess it does make sense. She'll come back and be upset about it. Yeah, she proved nothing in the counterclaim. Yeah. It's like you have to remember, like, she was the one that filed the first lawsuit. She threw the first stone. She said she selfishly found relief in telling people. Why do you think it's selfish? What about it is selfish? And if you can answer that question, I think that she can answer the reason why she's there right now. For her to say that it's her fucking right as an American to defame somebody and make up fucking fan fiction about them that's disproven by every medical record that exists, and also multiple people that have given context to this and testimony, then you're just full of shit. Like, that's not how it works. But she's still a witness, so she violated it anyway. I don't know. I think that's complicated. All I'm saying is that I think that it's very obvious that what happened with Amber is that, and she's being very emotional with this, right? And I can't really say, but I would assume that, you know, it seems kind of, it seems crazy. Like, I mean, she's so emotional about this, how calm she is after the after break. I don't know. I mean, like, as I said, I don't really think that is super telling, but I do think that this is probably, I think that she's genuinely upset for sure. I mean, of course she would be, right? She's losing her career. Everybody fucking hates her and everything, right? Yeah, I think so. Now, I think so. Yeah, of course she's genuinely upset. I think it would make logical sense that she was genuinely upset. I remember I've had to, you know, back when my mom was in the hospital and everything, right? Especially the last days, I would go out and I would smile and I would wave to the security guard as I left the hospital. And then I would go out into my car and I would cry in my car for a half hour. So I don't think that it's necessarily that she's not being emotional at that exact moment, or she can kind of turn it down whenever she's not talking about it. I don't find that to be a very compelling argument as to whether she's telling the truth or not. Yeah, I don't think that's a good factor. I think that it's also unfair to her to complain about getting attacked, because what do you think happened to Johnny Depp? Johnny Depp got attacked too. Like, what do you think? Like, he just randomly lost all these roles for, you know, because he was late to set a few times. And one of the times that he was late to set is probably because you cut off his fucking finger. And so he wasn't able to do that. And then to fucking turn that around as if it's somehow his own fucking, what's the word for this? His own, like, bad behavior. It's crazy. Johnny's own kids were getting attacked on social media by rabid stans that were mad that his kids weren't defending him as much as they thought they should. This is what the internet does. And like, also, people are saying the bad stuff about him. Imagine how Johnny Depp felt after his career as a successful actor for over 40 years at the time, and he loses a fucking case that says with big white and black letters that he's a wife beater. Somehow this is supposed to not even be effective at all. I find it to be the emotional damage of this is entirely reactive. And if she didn't file the suit, if she didn't make all of these things public, and that guy the other day, Morgan Tremaine, the, you know, Malfoy, Giga Chad Malfoy, he went and he said that they received it from a source that was close enough to Amber Heard. Now, in my opinion, and this is my assumption, I think that Amber Heard knew that she was going to be, that there were going to be press there, and I think that she either passively allowed it or even said for it to happen. And he confirmed that based off of the release time frame of when the video was received and when it was posted, and contrasting that with other videos that were posted from third parties that they were not able to fully grant the copyright, or obtain the copyright for instantaneously. So he said that, which implies that she was the one who actually wanted to make this public. And even in that case, he even said that Amber Heard was going to stop and turn so that people could take a picture of her cheek, which implies that Amber Heard knew the press were going to be there ahead of time. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, the implication on top of implication, etc. Like, it's so obvious to me. Yeah, I don't know, man. And what's this here? And then blackmail to bring it to public. Exactly. And then, yeah, you had like that one thing that she said that she sent Johnny Depp, where she wanted a car, and she also wanted like $50,000 a month and 3 of his houses. And if that doesn't happen, she's going to get the, what do you call it? She's gonna make it public. That was clearly the implication of what she was saying in her testimony. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, am I wrong about that? Like, I mean, that's clear, or not her testimony, that in the, not testimony, excuse me, in the letter that the legal team sent Johnny Depp's legal team. You see, like, I mean, it was so obvious. So it was her doing to make it public. It was her doing to escalate it. And she's also suing Johnny Depp for a bunch of money. So how is it that you don't understand the problem, and you're trying to use your free speech as some sort of a defense against getting sued for defamation whenever you're suing him for defamation too? So it goes back around to determining the authenticity of what's true. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just so, it's so obvious. It's circular logic. Go ahead, Johnny, tell the world. Yeah, what's this here? Have you seen, what's this here? Incoming, and outgoing inconsistency with Johnny's alleged text. I did see that, but I don't know what phone they were obtained from, so I didn't really take it that seriously. I assumed that they wouldn't do such a blatant lie in court, if you want me to be totally honest. Yeah, I just assumed that they wouldn't just literally say that texts from Johnny were not from Johnny. Now, maybe they did lie, and that would just be like, the emperor's new clothes, right? They just said it right there, and that's impressive, right, to bluff on that level. But I don't think that's what happened. They already had fake pictures. Yeah, and she presented fake pictures that she herself, I even believe, said that they were taken at different times for different lightings. So what's this here? Put up 2 photoshopped images. That's a good point. They legit did. Please check. I don't know all of the context around it, but I think that's the case. I'm not sure 100%. They tried to avoid going into details to derail cross-examination. I'm not sure. The texts were incoming, the others were outgoing. I saw that. She was testified to no laughing and smiling in court yesterday. Yeah, it's exactly like she was clearly laughing and smiling in court. Everybody saw it. There's millions of people that watch this. This is the kind of stuff, and like this is the kind of things that these people do, right? Is they make you feel emotionally sorry for them, and then they gaslight you into thinking that what is in plain sight isn't there. Dr. Sheep with the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, she did this plenty of times. Now she could say, oh, I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at something else. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe, but, like, don't you find it odd that, like, every single time that somebody else around you does something funny, it just happens to be at the exact same time Johnny Depp's talking about an injury he had from you? Like, isn't this weird? Isn't this, like, a weird coincidence? This has happened, like, 5 times? I mean, come on. It's just crazy, man. It's just absolutely fucking crazy. So, yeah, I think that for her to blame social media... it's just such a one-sided opinion, because there were a bunch of people saying that Johnny Depp is an abuser too. Like, it completely ruined his reputation. That's why he's here. And on the contrary, there were a lot of other big movies that he was in, and then it's like, what was the causal change here? It's like, well, he's not going to be in the new Pirates of the Caribbean, which, as I said, I think that would probably be, it's probably a good idea to transition, a main character out to keep the series going and make sure it's not reliant on just one personality. I think that's a good idea. But they would have transitioned Johnny Depp out. They wouldn't have just said, oh, yeah, you're not in the movie anymore. They literally recast him for Fantastic Beasts. All of these things happened. Yeah, and it's like, I think Pirates of the Caribbean is like the worst example. The Fantastic Beasts, he literally just got, he got recast, exactly. And no, it's a terrible take, bad idea. I think if you want longevity for a franchise, it's important to make sure that the franchise is not contingent on one actor or one individual, right? Especially with Disney, whenever they're thinking about this franchise in the scope of the next 50 years. I think so. I mean, that's how they look at franchises. Disney's been around forever. They think longitudinally and, was that longitudinally? They think into the future, right? So that's all I'm saying, right? It's the same as like in Harry Potter and different stuff like that, right? Is they want to move it. Well, Harry Potter's about Harry Potter, but, Fantastic Beasts is not. And they're making Pirates of the Caribbean 6. I don't want to get into this. I think you guys can kind of generally see what I'm saying. I think it's a good idea to diversify and not put all your eggs in one basket whenever you're making a big movie like this. Anyway, what I'm really trying to get at is also, like, she's saying that she's having these meltdowns and panic attacks everywhere. And she's also saying that she's being hounded by people everywhere. Well, why is this never happening in a place where people can observe it? Why has nobody ever been able to see this happen? Nobody's ever seen her have one of these freakouts. Nobody's ever said, and her making these comments that, this is somehow this is like an everyday occurrence that's, like a big fucking thing on like her life, etc. Well, then why is, you as one of the people that has more, more light shown on you than anybody else in the whole world right now, and even leading up to this, why is it that nobody has even seen or been able to capture even one of these? Well, I think it's the same reason why, they weren't able to capture a lot of her medical injuries. It's because it doesn't happen. And, or it's very, very much exaggerated, or the cause of it is different than what it actually is, or something like that. And so, or testify and talk about it exactly. So, and then also like her saying that like people said they want to put her baby in the microwave. Like, what do you think? Like, who do you think is on that side? Who do you like? What do you think? Who here do you think wants to put her baby in the mic? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I mean, really, it's just crazy. Who says that? It's just one guy. Yeah, it's like I've never seen this before. Like, I get negative comments, like, all the time. I'll get people texting me or tweeting at me, kill yourself, kill yourself. Like, and people say this to me all the time. It doesn't matter to me. Who gives a fuck? They're just nobody. But they'll say that in response to, like, you know, me giving criticism or making videos like this. And I'm not going to go and say this is Amber Heard's community. Of course not, right? Because it's not a commonality. It's not something that anybody supports on a mainstream level. It's just bullshit. And I think that's what happens. And this is what people do all the time in order to create a sense of guilt inside of a community, is that they demonize the worst parts of that community and then extrapolate that as if it is the entire community, even whenever the entire community has no governing apparatus. Like, there's no way that people can say you're not allowed to be a fan of Johnny Depp anymore. Or they can't say you're not allowed to be a fan of Amber Heard or Asmongold anymore. There's no way you can even push these people out. There are a lot of people out there who are just simply bad actors. And that's the truth. It's bad. Individuals like her use a child as a red flag for sympathy, essentially objectifying the baby as strategy. I think that, I think that, for example, like let me think of a way to put this. I think that's true, but I think that she's also telling the truth. I do think that somebody probably told her that. Like, yes, you're right. She's using it for an emotional appeal. I think that's true. And I think that to that extent, I think Johnny Depp should say, I mean, or you know, like, I think you can easily assume he's not obviously going to say that's not the way the court works, clearly. But he probably has received comments like that as well. You think he's not received any negative comments? I mean, he sued the Sun for a negative comment about being a wife beater. It's like, imagine being called a wife beater in this day and age and thinking that you're going to have a career after that. It's awful. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. It's absolutely fucking crazy. So yeah, it frustrates me a lot to see this. Okay, here we go.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
True. Right.
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
We remember.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't see it.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp
Nobody
grabbed
did.
anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
I'm not sure,
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
Ah.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
Well, then why'd you add the other part?
Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened.
What you
But
know
I don't
happened.
fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar.
I'm just
Say
saying
it.
he wasn't there.
Say it.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken,
That's
similar
true.
to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet
broken,
being
right? Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard?
that.
The only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture
I thought
was
you said
broken,
you
just
weren't
the
paying
way
attention
his
to
security
what he
guard
said.
Summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to
You didn't even
strike
know what he-
everything
who he
after
was.
He summed it up that it was a light fixture as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
Uh-huh.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez.
Of course.
I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that
Why
I was
is she
filing
on
TRO,
goal?
Your Honor, this is not
we had
responsive.
no reason to
Move
believe
to
that the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
It's a very
I'll strike
simple
the last
question.
part is non-responsive. Just if
Did you know they were going to be there or not?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't
But
shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I
look
didn't
at Ben
you?
nodding.
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi
But you
source.
know who
No
did,
one.
and you
I
let it
never
happen.
did that.
Testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th,
Because you would turn and show
right?
your cheek.
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
Oh, man.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
No, they don't.
Now, the video of Mr.
They-
Depp
they
beating
wouldn't.
up some kitchen
That's the
cabinets,
whole
you
point.
admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that. I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes
After it was received.
TMZ received it.
Yep.
Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible.
So you're calling
Because
him
it didn't
a liar?
happen for me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
Is he lying
testified.
too?
I know that's incorrect, is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr.
Everybody's
Tremaine testify
lying.
that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
The copyright is
It's
generated
the cabinet
upon
video
inception.
that you captured of your then
So
husband.
it would be your
Yes?
copyright.
That is correct. I did capture that video, and
The
yes,
cabinet
that was
video,
my husband.
the same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
Yes.
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
You're
focus on
asking me
Mr.
to
Tremaine.
repeat his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under oath.
I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
They did.
That's because the video came
That's why
from
they're
you,
attacking
right,
you on
Ms. Heard?
social media.
No, it did not.
You edited
That video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me.
Ms. Heard,
Come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
Thanks for the 50 cents.
You're very wrong about that.
Thank you so much.
So that
If I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
A mountain? It's more
But
like
you
a molehill.
testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I
Remember
don't.
that?
So then how
You
could...
edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
Man.
I'd like to show you a
She just got
picture
hurt herself?
that's already admitted into
Yep.
evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
You're just cooking her holy shit? Yeah.
This is you
Once
at the
again,
courthouse
thank you
on
so
May
much.
27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes,
That's her
yes.
publicist.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Okay, let's see.
Any
it.
objection to
Absurd is 25 good subs. Thank you guys for all the gifteds. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken, and also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if I can
Let's
speak to
refresh your
what
recollection.
bruise you can
Let's
see or
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken.
Good
can
idea.
you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness?
Yeah, let's see it. Enjoy. Thanks for Fox. Thank you.
This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Miss Pennington we were just looking at. Yes?
God damn. No makeup.
Yes, I see that.
It didn't
And
look
the
like she had a
article
lot
is
on.
entitled Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp.
Man.
Is that what the title says?
Look at that.
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the
All right.
article
Yep,
with
there it
everything
is.
but the headline and date.
They
and the
were
photo
expecting her to
redacted.
say it was a lie, and so they got the article ahead of time,
Objection, Your Honor.
predicting
That's
this to happen.
inconsistent from the way you treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Okay.
This is also a picture of you and Miss Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence. You can
Let's see it. I want to see it. Let's get it. I want to get
There's
it.
no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
We saw this one.
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes.
That's the guy.
And Miss Pennington?
That is correct.
In there too?
That
Ms.
is
Pennington
correct.
submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
Yeah.
I believe she did, yes.
She did.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
They did.
Mr. Hurd, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence.
Okay, let's see it. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, makeup?
You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
She suddenly forgot everything.
Can we please?
Bro, she's forgetting
have
everything
day 16
now.
Trial testimony?
Bro, I don't remember, like, oh man. I don't know, dude.
We approach.
All right.
Oh, dude, I have no idea. Like, she had makeup on. Like, did it look like she had makeup on? I'm gonna be honest. Like, I can kind of tell whenever a girl is and is not wearing makeup. But like, I'm not really an expert on this kind of shit. I never really have worn makeup before. I have no idea what I'm talking about. So it certainly looked like she didn't have makeup on.
Please turn first to page
looked like that.
4585.
Okay. Here we go. Let's see it. Forget everything. Blame everyone. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second.
So you're an expert? Well, according to Amber Heard's team, yeah. Yeah, of course. I'm an expert in makeup.
Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 4585. I'm on 4485, sorry. You said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16.
Okay. Was so bad she didn't want to make up. There's also swelling, and you can see on the angle of her face, you would have seen probably like some sort of what's the word for it? Like a
line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603.
Stalling? Smart. Trying to buy time?
Starting
I would
at line
too.
12.
This is a bad time for her.
4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes.
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
That's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what. The main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse, Penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015,
Why is she
and then
pretending like
admitted
she
this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
She's mad.
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial picture of a
Ms. Heard, you
floor,
didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was
She's
submitted
getting fucking
in
roasted.
relation to
Holy
that
shit.
incident.
Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725.
God damn.
Which
Let's
is
see
already
it.
in evidence.
Let's see it, let's see
In
it.
redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again,
What?
I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
remove-
cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them
did.
so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next question.
Well, the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Heard,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Heard,
confusion.
there is no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third
Oh
day.
shit. Let me ask you about anything. Yeah. Now she's the expert on metadata. And people said she didn't change it? Huh. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh man, she's handing out binders, study guides. Oh my god.
Thank you.
That's brutal, man. So laughing at your sister's face? I mean, it's bad. I'll say that for
Let's
sure. It
turn
really is
to
bad.
page 4750
Oh my
in day
god.
17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
Oh my god. This is just, bro, like, she's going in. Yeah, she knows how to leak things way better. She would have been way more efficient, but she doesn't know how to leak anything. Yeah, she would have been able to do it way better. but she
Specifically
doesn't know how
line
to do it.
16.
Isn't that delusions of grandeur?
Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
Okay. And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805.
Oh, it's 2 lines then, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be?
Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in Penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay.
Now she's getting her mad.
Ms.
Now,
Heard, at the beginning of
okay.
your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week,
we approach?
Yes.
Oh no! See, they could tell that she was getting pressed. Like they're just trying to play for time so she can calm down. It's gonna come out, yeah. Like Camille was about to exorcise the demons out of Amber, and so You know, the lawyer team was like, oh my God, she's about to fucking explode. This is going to make us look bad. What the hell is the metadata shit? Same picture? Well, yeah, it's the same picture. It's the same thing. Like, it's like she wants to know. It's like, you know, what's the answer on the test? Oh, I don't know. What does it say on the paper? You know, like, what, how do you, like, that doesn't even make sense. Almost charged from? Yeah, she doesn't remember any of this stuff. It's just crazy. Can't handle the truth. It's a cropped image. Well, I think it's very obvious that she just used the same image twice. And this is what I said before, right? About her making extra evidence. And this is what happened with the pictures of her face that were so obviously proven to be false.
Right.
And
ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood?
I never heard any of that.
All right, your next question.
Okay.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury,
that's what they get,
tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
That
incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. Sorry. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
Then why
so you think Ms. Moss
needs
needs to come out of the woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Then why'd you say
Everybody
it
who
if you
was
thought
around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
He's gonna
you told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that was untrue, did you?
She's gonna
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support
Kate
of
Moss
him and will fall to his power?
Domestic
He's a very
abusers.
powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
and I know
favor
that
and
firsthand.
Just like
jail
Harvey
time
Weinstein.
for committing perjury?
Excuse me?
Yeah, just like Harvey Weinstein, right?
I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Kevin Spacey?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have
For
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
Uh-huh.
And
Settle
I think the
down.
jury can-
Yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question.
Settle down.
You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected
Then
that.
why did
Okay,
you
so
come up
probably
here?
expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I would have expected that. Anybody
I'm
would.
not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lives.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
Man. Yeah, I remember Isaac. I liked Isaac. He was great.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him.
Man.
I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face.
Yes.
Is that true?
Absolutely not. I
That's
didn't need to.
Not
Did you ever
100% true.
fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection.
Because there's so
Lack of
many-
foundation.
Fake an injury caused
Because
Mr.
there's
Depp.
so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't
We
have
know
the
that.
presence of
Objection,
mind to
non-responsive.
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically?
Yes.
Verbally?
Yes.
Emotionally?
Yes.
Psychologically?
Yes.
How did the threats that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you have endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
She can't identify what it is specifically from the
Johnny
Depp Waldman statement.
promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do,
Followed
the work of
through.
one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was
He
inviting
did.
a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up. That revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block camp.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
It's all
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as to non-response.
Ms. Heard, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
He's trying to contextualize it so they can win the
Those are-
defamation case.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of
But
foundation.
there's no difference that she can make off of that.
Overruled.
Thank you.
People are
Thank
hating
you,
on
Your
her
Honor.
before and after.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing
He
again.
dragged me into.
That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Heard, you can have a seat next to your attorney.
Oh my God, she was upset. She
They got
admitted
the
the
attorney's
op-ed
approach.
was about Johnny. She did. Yeah, of course she did. Why wouldn't she? Wonder how this all started. I love how, like, she's turning this into, like, basically, and this is the same thing the entertainment individual, the woman that the anti-wizard was, like, obviously fucking flirting with, like, while she was on the stand. That's what she said too, is that Johnny Depp is at fault because he has the audacity to defend himself from these accusations. This man could possibly be so brazen, so evil, so judgmental and fucking maniacal that he would defend himself from accusations. Oh my God, Ben staring down Amber? Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, she's gonna go, you've got to understand, is that Amber Heard, I mean, this case is paying way more money than Aquaman, so it makes sense that she's acting better. But the fact is that I don't believe this shit. I don't. I don't fucking believe it. I think that she's full of shit because there's multiple bits of evidence that are fake. Multiple bits of evidence are fake. Yeah, of course, it's fake. Acting, how could you? That's right. I know people get mad. I see this all the time on Twitter. They're angry at me because I'll say something mean and don't care. I'm gonna keep doing it. Doesn't matter. And so anyway, yeah, I think she's full of shit. Well, not anymore because she, was on Johnny's bed. But, I think, yeah, I think that's it. I think that she's making it up. I think she's lying. I think that there are instances maybe where Johnny was mean to her. Now, why would that happen? I don't really know. Was she the instigator of that? Was she being rude to him and then that was with him? And then her having the audacity to tell them that she, that she was the one that couldn't get away from him. Meanwhile, Johnny Depp, there's plenty of record evidence that was recorded privately that he just wanted to have some peace away from her.
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go, tomorrow I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like you to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday.
Oh, she said you have to go to Wendy's.
The time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go, okay? So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Tomorrow fucking morning. Oh, my God. It's like, what is this here? Let me see what's going to happen now. What's she going to say now? They came back 10 minutes. Amber guilty. Yeah, imagine like, yeah, she's guilty of everything, and she's wrong. We don't have to be here tomorrow. I don't want to have to wake up early. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. All right. Yep,
we'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of.
Okay.
I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page before you leave. I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
Okay, all right. We'll wait to see what they're going to say after the after that. I'm actually really curious about this. Can Johnny use the 5 hours still? I am honestly not sure. Like, I'm going to be totally real. I am not sure. I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're just going to have to wait and see. We're going to give it like an hour. We're going to go through the lunch break. We're going to go from there. And I think that's it. And let's see here. Chat's jury simulator. Yeah, everybody thinks Amber's guilty. I know that. It's not a surprise at all. And what's this here? Prep for tomorrow's closing arguments. I'm worth watching. Well, I think we'll wait just to see what it's going to be, okay? They want to enjoy. Tell people they were jurors for Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, sure. It's over. Both team rest their cases. Holy shit. So tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow's the big day where we find out who's getting fucked. Oh my God. Like, I'm actually so excited for that. I wonder what that's gonna be. Yeah, I really do. I wonder what that's gonna fucking be. Bro, without the jury waves at Johnny, Amber has 0 chance. Interesting they rest their case with so much time left. It is very interesting. I wasn't sure that was gonna happen. That is crazy, man. We don't find out tomorrow? Wait, so tomorrow's closing arguments won't have verdict until next week, probably. Oh, I misunderstood. Okay, all right, that sounds good. It's going to be on Tuesday. All right, that's fine with me, too. Yeah, sure, it's okay. When's the Epstein trial when we need it? Well, they took care of that before it happened. Yeah, that wasn't an issue. And I think that this is a... I think this is a pretty good... this is the first one of these court cases that I've really followed the whole way through, right? Like going through this whole thing and talking about it. This is the first time I've really followed one of these all the way through. And I'll be honest, I think that it's quite interesting. What I found to be most interesting is how deliberately disingenuous it is. Like how just misleading, deliberately disingenuous, how many obvious lies are put up there, and people are just fucking being misled, the jury's being misled, everything like that, like the Depp Waldman statements. Like it's just such horse shit, man. Could be next Tuesday or Friday. Yeah, I'm not sure. Did you watch the OJ trial? No, I was too young for that. I didn't see that at all. But I think that this has been pretty fucking crazy. I wonder, like, what do you guys think is gonna happen? Like, not like what do you want to happen, but like what do you guys think is going to happen? Because they both have defamation cases against each other, and on top of that, you know, is one of them going to be guilty? I think both lose. I think that is probably the most I think that like in tiers of likely outcomes. Highest tier is they both lose. Second highest tier is Johnny wins. And then the tier below that is Amber wins. I think that Amber winning the defamation case is probably the least likely to occur. Closing arguments are vital. Yeah, I think so. I'll be curious to see what they say after all of this, because I really don't know. I don't know what this is going to be. I don't know what they're going to be talking about at all. Let me see here, and I'll read some more stuff as well. Johnny wins about too hard to prove defamation. No, yeah, I think they should change that for sure. Johnny literally lost jobs because of her. She didn't lose anything. Well, she did lose a lot of things, but the things that she lost were not an outcome of Johnny's words and Johnny saying that. Amber will win this one legally. Johnny has to sprint up a 7-mile mountain. It is hard to prove defamation. That's what my understanding is, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me go back over it. I'll read a few more of these. Johnny wins, true ending. Yeah. His life is forever more changed for the worse. Yeah. Johnny's life is definitely fucked. His finger is fucked. His reputation is fucked. There will always be people that think that he did something wrong. That's fundamentally what it is. And if this never happened, his career would be in a better spot than it is now. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to, is that, yes, obviously he won in the court of public opinion. I think most people are on his side. But the truth is that everybody would have been on his side if it wasn't for this situation, because it wouldn't have happened. So there would have never been a side to be on in the first place. So yeah, it sucks, man. I don't team Johnny proved beyond a doubt the pictures were photoshopped. They didn't prove that she didn't have PTSD. They didn't prove that Amber leaked the video. Even if they did defamation, doesn't seem like it'll stick. I believe Johnny, though. I think that I feel like beyond a shadow of a doubt, the pictures were altered and modified. I think that is guaranteed. They didn't prove she didn't have PTSD. They didn't prove, I think that they didn't prove that she, yes, true. True, but I think it's more complicated than that. And they didn't prove Amber leaked the video. They didn't prove Amber leaked the video. They did not prove that Amber leaked the video, but think about it logically. So copyright is generated upon inception of the work. So the moment that the work is created, the copyright is simultaneously created with the creator of the work being the copyright holder. So if TMZ were to receive the video or any of this information from Amber and then publish it 15 minutes later, that would imply that they had the copyright for it. So that would mean they would have to either come from Amber or Amber's publicist or someone very close to her. And that was the what do you call it? The protocol that TMZ had. So logic, like, he did not say that she leaked it, but based off of what he said, if you understand how the copyright works, that is clearly the conclusion. That's what it is. In order for him to win, the jury will have to unanimously side with him, which I don't think is possible. I find that to be unlikely. Yeah, it's just because it's hard to do that, right? Have everybody agree on the same thing. That implies TMZ isn't allowed to publish unless Amber sent it directly or gave them permission to use it. Yes, that's exactly what it implies. You are 100% right. They all but said it. We'll see what happens whenever this break is over. I'm not sure what it's going to be. Amber said that's why I wrote the op-ed about him. Well, it was obvious. So, like, here are some things that I think are pretty much true, like, for sure, okay? I think that it is for sure true that it's for sure true that Amber wrote the op-ed about Johnny Depp. I think that she knew what it was. I think that she linked it. I think that it's also for sure true that the photos were submitted in a way that was disingenuous. Yeah, she admitted it. Yes, she admitted that happened, and that's all there is to it. It's not unanimous because this isn't a criminal trial. We'll see what happens. Amber admitted the op-ed was about Johnny, so they basically have to find out if it was made with malicious intent that it damaged his career. I mean, I think that if you contextualize it, it's very easy to say that it was made with malicious intent. It's very, very easy to say that. Bottom line is it's just a tragedy, and she's wildly toxic, manipulative, and abusive, like Johnny, as much as he's an addict with anger issues. Yeah, I think he got upset a lot. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And they'll be appealed regardless of the outcome. I don't know if they're going to appeal it or not. I think it depends. The best argument, what's this here? Give me 1 second. All you need, though, is to prove defamation, is her admitting she wrote it about him. That's not necessarily true. Don't you find it funny all the people in her life need to talk and touch her a certain way or show panic attacks, but that didn't happen once in court? No, neither did it happen at any point in time around this time. Like, there's not any videos of this happening or anything like that. And it's like this is the divorce proceedings, and it's like her being, super happy with her friends outside. Does that look like somebody who's like traumatized to the point where people have to like walk on eggshells around them? I would say no. And I do find it to be very like just bullshit, like basically, right? Look at the video of the dude destroying Amber's lawyer yesterday, and the audience reacting is amazing. Oh, I've seen plenty of that stuff. Sure, I have. And let's see here. She seems insane herself to martyr herself if she loses the case. I don't really think so. I don't think so at all. Like, I think Amber should just go and deal with her baby and just do something else. Like, just move on with your life. Like, obviously, this is really bad.
Now, I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face...
Holy fuck, that freaked me out. Like that now? Bro, I thought that was God. Bro, I thought that was God. Like, I did. I was like, how did he show... Like, now is he gonna finally tell us what happened? Like, what is it? Yeah, it's just nuts, man. And holy shit, dude. It freaked me out too. It did. Attorney here, evidence is done. Closing arguments are not timed. They'll likely take a good portion tomorrow. They're trying to tie everything together. Jury will take at least till Tuesday morning to deliberate. There's a good chance I could probably see it going on until then. Yeah, definitely. Let's see the rest of these. Maybe Johnny will win, but not receive $50 million. Maybe he won't receive the amount of money. I don't think that he will. To be honest with you, I don't think Johnny Depp is going to get the money regardless, and I don't think that money really matters. The reason why he's not going to get the money is very simple. It's because Amber doesn't have the money to give him. That's it. And so a lot of times, like, you can't make people sell their house if it's their primary residence. You can't do a lot of things to get the money. Yeah, she doesn't have the money to give him. So it's not going to be... This is a theoretical, a theoretical $50 million, not a real $50 million. Didn't Dr. Curry prove Amber didn't have PTSD according to the test as well? There's evidence that she was attempting to manipulate the result according to the test. Not necessarily. She didn't prove that she didn't have PTSD, but what she did prove is that the test did not account for PTSD that could have been an outcome of childhood trauma versus an outcome of Johnny Depp. And I think that's fundamentally what the argument really was. It wasn't about does Amber Heard have PTSD or not. It was about is the PTSD that Amber Heard has a direct result of Johnny Depp. I think that's it. He said no matter what happens, he wanted the world to see the truth of all this. I don't think he cares about the legal outcome nearly as much. Well, and I think that goal has been achieved. I feel like almost everybody here and everybody that's seen this and has talked about this and all of this stuff, people have pretty much come to the same conclusion. Yeah, they've all pretty much came to the same conclusion. They kind of like, I mean, obviously, like, my stream is going to be, like, I've been pro Johnny Depp, and I think that my stream is going to reflect that, right? It just makes sense. Like, if you go into some feminist stream that believes Amber Heard, I think most people there are going to believe Amber Heard because that's the audience that you cultivate, right? Sure. But I think that if you look at the general population, overwhelming majority also believe Johnny Depp. Yeah, I think so. I think also, like, talking about, like, being biased, unbiased, etc. I know this has been a conversation point for many people. Lots of people have been talking about this. I want to kind of put this into context and perspective. I think that if you say that you're unbiased after evidence is presented to you, being unbiased becomes a bias because you are refusing to look at what the evidence presents. And it's like, oh, I don't know whether the earth is round or flat. Well, then look it up and see for yourself. The evidence is there. Yeah, the evidence is there. Yeah, there's evidence right there. It says it's fucking round. There's a bunch of different reasons for it, and just look it up. So it's not like, it's not fence sitting or anything like that. It's willful ignorance. I think that's what it primarily is. The misconception is people believe Depp, think he's completely clean and innocent. Nobody thinks that. No, I don't think so. I think Depp, I think he's obviously a fucking drug addict. This is bad. I don't do any drugs. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do anything, okay? So this is from my perspective. But it's his right to do that. It's his life, and, you know, he lives like that, and that is what it is. That's all there is to it. And I was not biased until into the trial, but I believe Depp is going to win and Heard abused him. Well, I think that she did. I don't think that anybody, in my opinion, I don't think anybody's even disagreeing that Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. I think that who started it and how much of it was a back and forth. That's what I would say the majority of it really is. And yeah, straight edge, that's what I do, yeah. Did you catch Rotten Man didn't include sexual abuse in his list of abuses? Well, I think that a big difference there is he said abuse by Johnny Depp, right? I think that's a big difference too. What's this here? Hasman Funerals about equality, it's not necessarily bad. I think that there have been a lot of people that use feminism and have co-opted it to push an agenda against men. Whether you think it's about equality or not, I don't want to argue about that again. I think that there are a lot of people that have co-opted this and pushed and used it to push an agenda against men in a lot of ways. If you don't think that's the way that you see feminism, great, I'm happy for you. But I do think that the people like that do exist. So I'm not gonna, like, let's just call a spade a spade. Like, that's it. And so anyway, I don't think that this is necessarily, and I find it to be incredibly discrediting for a lot of people who purport themselves to be a feminist. They purport themselves to be some sort of, advocate for, like, women's rights or to help women or anything like this. Because I think that the most damaging thing here for women's rights and people believing women isn't Johnny Depp. It's not me covering the trial. It's not people on social media. It's Amber Heard. It's Amber Heard providing a story, expecting everybody to believe it, providing minimal or altered or no evidence, and then acting like she's the victim. Like, she's the one that's going to shed a shadow of doubt on every single one of these cases in the future. And this is what's going to happen, is that the next one of these cases comes up, right? Like, there's, like, the Marilyn Manson case that came up. Well, guess what? From what I heard from the Marilyn Manson case, I don't know a lot about it, and we'll have to see. Everybody deserves their day in court. But I think that he's probably more likely than not guilty. I do. It seemed like he was. There's a lot of people that corroborated the story. It was really shocking for me because, like, I always thought Marilyn Manson was like this, really like well-spoken, nice, mild-mannered guy behind closed doors. So to hear this stuff was really kind of a shock to me. I always liked Marilyn Manson. So maybe it's not true, and that's why we have the court, right? And we make sure. But I think that to a degree, people will look at the Marilyn Manson case. This is the point that I'm getting at, right? It's not about my opinion. His case was dismissed. Let's say it went to court. Regardless of the evidence, people would contrast or compare it with the Johnny Depp case and categorically assume that Marilyn Manson was having the same thing happen to him that Johnny Depp had happened to him. Do you see what I'm saying? So they now use this case, the public uses this case as a general precedent to discount future abuse stories. You see what I'm saying? The case against him was dismissed. Well, yeah, okay, that's fine. And what's this here? Maryland's quite sketchy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've saw like interviews with him, and you know, I liked his music, and so yeah, I mean, I don't know every single little thing about him, but yeah, I liked him. It's harder to say that. Rip Ray Liotta, the good fella. I'll go ahead and I'll look at this in a second. That guy died? What the fuck? Let me see. Give me one minute, and I'm gonna look into this real quick. Ray Liotta. I don't see it anywhere here. I'll wait for just a little bit, and then that's it. And so yeah, I just Cuba Gooding was wood to me. Yeah. And Manson, what's this here? Is guilty? Fuck that dude. It's impossible to really know. Like, I guess I don't see it on Twitter, but yeah, that fucking sucks. Like, I don't know. It's just sad. Mudahar, some more gamers made a video about you. Check it out. Drama. Oh, I actually saw that video. I watched it last night whenever it came out. It was a video, so there's been obviously a lot of conversation recently about like React content and React meta on like YouTube and Twitch, etc. Mudahar, who's he's like Some Ordinary Gamers, we've watched a lot of his videos before, made a video basically negative about React content, using me as an example. It was kind of weird, right? Because he used me kind of as an example of, you know, oh, well, it's good React content because there's a lot of value add to it, but it's also bad because, you know, we use the same title as him. So I actually DM'd Mudahar, and I wanted to work it out with him because I like him, I respect him a lot. And so, you know, if he'd want me to take those videos down, I offered that to him. And, you know, if there's something else he wants, I could do that too. As I said, I'm a fan of the guy, and so that's what it comes down to. As I said, I think that if the, what do you call it? If the conversation about React content and React meta becomes more prevalent, I will make a video and I will explain my point of view with like graphs and data and stuff of why I think that it's a positive. But I watched a little bit of the Dark Viper video. I disagree with some of his evidence. I think that some other parts of it are a little bit compelling, but it's just that right now I've been so busy with a bunch of other stuff that I just haven't really had time to do it. So like if it becomes a bigger issue, I will make a full video on it and explain, because I do think that the evidence is on my side and I can prove it. But I would prefer to just not have to deal with it. But ultimately, as I said, with all of the React content, I think that it should be the right of the person who's being reacted to, unless they're trying to shut down criticism of their work in a constructive manner. I think it should be their right to ask somebody else not to do it if they so choose to. And I think also, I've said this many times, that whenever you do something against a person's will, you make that person your enemy. And I don't want to make anybody my enemy. I like these guys. So if they don't want my stuff up there for their videos, I would never do it. It's okay. There's millions of videos on YouTube. I could watch those instead. So that's one thing that I would look at it. And yeah, but how they know? Well, I can look at a lot of it stuff, right? And the player at the game. Well, I mean, I think that it comes down to that, sure. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, that's what it was. And I did watch it, and as I said, I tried to contact him, and I'm sure we'll probably work it out. It's fine. And I'd even be willing to, like, I mean, as I said, if it becomes a bigger issue, I'd even be willing to have a conversation on stream about it. I don't like yelling matches or, like, arguments or anything like that. So, honestly, like, Dark Viper, you know, he's had some pop-offs before. I have, too, to be fair. And so if I ever do that, I just, you know, have a conversation with them. Not, I mean, maybe you could call it a debate, right? But, you know, a conversation about it. I think that's the best thing. And so I don't really look at this, like, I don't look at it as, like, drama or anything like that. It's just a conversation, and I'm not going to get mad about it. And, you know, that's all there is to it. So I don't get stressed out or mad about that or anything. Yeah, it's okay. A lot of people prove React content increases user content, reacted to it. Ludwig made his video about random YouTube account trying to grow it naturally. Yeah, and Dark Viper made a video response to that, disproving it. I haven't seen that yet, so I can't really judge the authenticity of the disproval or not. And let's see, Manson's case was dismissed because it went past the statute of limitations. And that's the unfortunate reality. And I think that's what happened with Bill Cosby, too, is that a lot of his cases went past the statute of limitations as well. And I've said before, I thought Bill Cosby was guilty. I still do think he was guilty. You know, it's like if it looks like a duck, it acts like a duck, it quacks like a duck, maybe it's a duck. But maybe whenever there's 40 ducks, maybe there's a reason why there's ducks. You know what I mean? Maybe these ducks came from somewhere. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe there's like a duck production factory called Bill Cosby. Like, it's, you know, a little bit fucking obvious. Bill Cosby's not given a fair trial. There was enough to free him. Guy's like fucking 86 years old. His dick doesn't work anyway. Just let him live out his final fucking years, you know, in solitude or, you know, with his family. He's not going to hurt anybody. He's going to be dead soon anyway, right? And, yeah, it's just the truth, okay? I'm not really a big fan of trying to, you know, put 86-year-old people in jail. You know, I just, like, there's a certain thing that you can say. It's like, cruel and unusual punishment, right? It's like, is this really a bad thing for some people, right? Like these pieces of shit that shoot up schools. Like, what if we did crucify him? What if we did set him on fire or something like that? And there's a part of me that thinks, yeah, it's a good idea. But at the end of the day, I don't want to have to draw that line with some people and not others. And that's why I think everybody has agreed that, you know, let's just not do it at all. Yeah, let's not do it at all. Is there a rapist? Yeah, no, that's right. Clip it? Yeah. Whoa. Oh, horrible? Just stop. Let me repeat myself. I think, and I would be okay if they literally crucified school shooters. That's what I said. I wasn't accidentally saying this. This wasn't like a turn of phrase. I literally meant this. Yes, that's right. I think so. Or other things too. I mean, I'm sure we can be very creative. But yeah, and absolutely. And school shooter would love it. Bad idea. Oh, yeah, because you think he's like Jesus? That's a good point. And that's probably another reason why we don't do it, is things like that. Sure. And absolutely. And I don't really care about those assholes. I think that's the most important thing to say, is not give a fuck about them and do that as much as possible. Yeah, bring back the rough shit. But yeah, I have no problem being Old Testament with things. I think sometimes that's the right option. Meet savagery with savagery sometimes. And it's okay. And anyway, so what was I talking about before then? Oh, right, about the trial. So I think that really there are a lot of people that kind of like use these different movements in order to mask themselves as a person who is not a bad person. And I think that, for example, there are people who kind of like use a Me Too movement, or they use like a feminism movement, which in general, I don't think these are bad movements at all. I think that there are people that co-opt them for bad reasons. And I think an example of this too, the best example that I can use that's very recent, especially now since there's just been news about it, is Kevin Spacey. Immediately, as soon as Kevin Spacey was accused of being basically a creepy fucking molester, I don't know the exact details, as soon as he was accused of that, he immediately used the LGBT flag to hide behind and say, wait a minute, I'm gay, it's okay, to try to like garner sympathy for himself. And I feel like these people should be excised from these communities even harsher than people that are just hateful, because it's even worse, really. And that's what I think. Is excise not a word? I thought it was. Either way, he was, what's this here? He's actually just charged today. That's why I brought it up, because somebody said that. And we'll wait to see what this is, too. And let's see this. And Kevin Spacey has got in trouble again today for former accounts of sexual assault in the UK. Yeah, why is that? Well, it's because he's a fucking sexual assault piece of shit. That's what people do. With a lot of these guys, it's not just one time, especially whenever they're famous, because it gives them access to doing it multiple times. And the truth is that Amber is right about one thing, is that there are people like this that are powerful that do get protected. Harvey Weinstein had been a piece of shit for years. Jeffrey Epstein had been a piece of shit for years. And just recently, finally, we put that to bed. And you're definitely right. You're 100% fucking right that happens, and it's awful. Decades even, yeah. And this guy gets protected, and it's like, I don't even know if Harvey Weinstein went to jail. I have no idea. But it's like, what if he comes back and shit like that, right? So is Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, a lot of the stuff that happened with him is not as it's not as well documented, because he's smarter than they are, and so he destroyed the evidence. And so yeah, I mean that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Yeah, Bill Clinton destroyed the evidence, including other people. Probably. Spacey's in? Yeah, sure. Ray Lauderdale. Let me see if I can figure out what this is and see it for myself. I know, obviously. Let me see what this is. Damn. Yeah, there you guys go. Yep, Ray Lauderdale. Known for his roles in Goodfellas, Field of Dreams, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City, has passed away at 67. It's, man, like it's like he was one of those guys that, like, growing up, he was in a lot of movies, and he was never like one of those guys, at least in my mind, where I recognized him immediately as like, oh, there's Ray Liotta, but he was just a guy that was there, you know, and like, oh, it's that guy, right? It's fucking sad, man. It is. It's awful. I mean, like, I don't know really even what else to say about that. Goodfellas was great. Yeah, it just fucking sucks, man. And yeah, I just remember the B movie. I never saw the B movie. I heard it was a D movie, so I didn't watch it. And so yeah, always played a gangster. Yeah, he pretty much did. You're right. And man, it just sucks, man. It really does. What really is kind of weird to see is like how comparatively young the guy is, right? I mean, he's 67 years old. He's not, you know, like 95 or something like that. He's, you know, he's comparatively a young man. He's still, right? He's got plenty of gas in the tank, or he's supposed to. I don't know what happened to him. I have no idea, but it's just scary to see something like that happen, right? Yeah, it's older than my dad. That freaks me out for sure. Absolutely. And what the fuck? He's filming a movie, apparently. Died in his sleep. Heart problems. Well, I mean, that's probably the best thing that could happen. Yeah, I mean, Dex made a video mentioning you're a streamer household really killing small channels by reacting to their content. Well, I think that also, like, if you want to go back to the react content and talk about that a little bit more, is that I do not think that all reaction content is created equal. And I think I don't find this to be like a... Like, I would have easily said this, right? And there are some people that react to content and then they walk away from the screen. They basically use the video as a way to entertain their audience while they're not on their stream. I think that's weird. I think that's bad. I don't like that. It's a lunch show. It's not on. It literally says lunch show. So yeah, I don't think that's good. I don't think it's a big deal if it's not on Twitch. Like, for example, there's always been like a conversation. You remember an example of this is Cutie Cinderella, whenever there was the Streamer Awards and she asked people not to react to it live and all that, right? And we've had a few cases of this too. And I think that if you are live streaming a live stream from somebody else, you can make an argument that that can siphon views away from the original stream, because both of them have to be consumed at the time that they are created, and it's not realistic to expect an individual to consume both streams simultaneously. Does that make sense? So I think that you can make a very strong argument that re-streaming somebody else's content is not good, right? And so anyway, my perspective on this is this, right? Whenever I did the interview with Chris Wilson from Path of Exile, Quinn messaged me as if he had to. He's like, can I restream? I'm like, of course you can fucking restream it. I don't care. You can restream my whole fucking stream. It doesn't matter to me. And that's what it is. And everybody, I let everybody restream it, right? So that was the same with that one. With my, my interview with Ian recently, I let everybody restream that as well. And to the best of my knowledge, and as far as I know, and what I will push for, and I think that, like, by the way, I'm not trying to, like, set something up. I'm like 99% sure. We're going to let everybody restream the Games Expo in its entirety. And this is an event that OTK is putting on. Like, we want everybody to restream it because that's what we do. We make content. Like, that's what it comes down to. And, yeah, I always have had this mindset. It's the same as other people will pull my stream up whenever I've been talking about this trial. I think that's great. I think it's totally okay. And, I think on YouTube, it's harder to make an argument as things acting as market replacements, because you can watch more than one video about the same subject. And I think that with some React content, it can actually become bad if the person is not adding in a lot of commentary or not really transforming the video in a certain way. Like, what is the value add that, let's say, me watching a video is? And I'll show you an example of, like, what I think is a good idea, right? So this is an idea of anti-work. So this is a video I did. It was a while ago, like 3 months ago. And this video, this entire video here, this is a 36-minute video. 35 minute and 59-second video. The original video that I watched was 3 minutes. It was 3 minutes. Yes, the same shirt. Yeah. Well, this is only 3 months ago, so of course I was wearing the same shirt. Why wouldn't I be? Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just 3 minutes. So I think that to the amount that you actually transform the content, like somebody can watch the original video and then watch my reaction to it, and I think that will what do you call it? That will be a value add. Can I react to your reacts? Absolutely. I let people. The thing is with YouTube, right? And this is always how I've approached YouTube, is that I let anybody re-upload. We can't do this anymore because YouTube has a duplicate content policy that gets you demonetized and banned. And so that's why I originally made the Asmongold TV YouTube channel. But for a little bit of history for you guys, because I know there's a lot of new people, you know, from the trial and everything, you guys might not know like all my history. Well, what I used to do is I told people, if you want to upload my content onto YouTube and you want to make money off of it, I want you to do that. Go on ahead and do it. I'm not going to take a single cent from you. I'm not going to do anything like that, because the way I look at it is you're advertising me and I'm getting something out of this. And there was a guy, I'm not going to say which one it was. He told me 1 month he made $28,000 literally just re-uploading my content onto YouTube. And then the month after that, it was not Cat Danny. It actually wasn't Daily Dose or Cat Danny. It was one of the older editors. And so this happened. Then the next month he made over 30. And so he's making like multiple six-figure salaries out of doing this. I never claimed any of the revenue. So this has always been my approach to things, is that I view this as a positive. I've literally lost millions of dollars because of my viewpoint on this, but what I'd say that I've gained and instead is exposure and value, and I think that it's not a surprise that those channels started popping off at the same time that my channel went from getting 8,000 to like, you know, 7, 8, maybe 10,000 viewers on a good day to getting 20 and 30,000 within a couple of months. And I've never really gone down from there either. It's because the YouTube content does draw in audiences. It does bring people to the original creators, and I think that I'm evidence of that, and I think there's a bunch of other people that, if you want to have this conversation, I can prove it with. But anyway, as I said, I spend a lot of time looking at graphs, talking about graphs, thinking about graphs, and that kind of stuff. YouTube Andes. The truth is, so I want to just go ahead and show you guys something. So let's say I stream 6 days a week, right? And I stream 10 hours a day. And I think I get usually like 2 to 3 million views, like in each time that I stream. So let's say it's 2 million views, just to keep it easy. So 6 times 4 with the amount of weeks, 6 times 4, it's 24, 2, that's 48. So it's 48 million views a month, right? So if you compare that to my YouTube channel at a very bare minimum is going to get over 50 million views on just one YouTube channel. That's just simply one YouTube channel, and I have multiple YouTube channels. So, like, I actually am more popular on YouTube than I am on Twitch. That's the main thing. Found your stream looking for Twitch personality, talking about the case, looked over your content, liked it a lot. New petition, remove Dr. Dawn Hughes from psychological organizations. I highly doubt that's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think so at all. Would you under oath say that you're an expert? In social media and like, you know, YouTube and stuff like this, yeah, I would say that I'm pretty much an expert. Yeah, I mean, I probably want to, you know, I'd obviously research what it was, but yeah, I think that I am. I've been on YouTube for years. I know a lot about it. I've made videos. Absolutely. If I'm not an expert, then who is? Besides Mr. Beast, of course, right? But there's a few people, but I think that I too am also an expert. That's it. And also, like, yeah. And do you have certifications? Yes, I'm certified of 100%. Actually, I think I did. I was originally going to get the Google AdWords thing, but I just never really did that at all. YouTube videos are shorter. You might have more hours watched on Twitch, right? I mean, if you want to be honest, like, yes, like that. I don't know. It's hard really for me to say about that. Are you board certified? Well, have I published information and data about it being board certified? That's what you really need to know. The only thing you're missing is translated channels. There were a lot of people that wanted to re-upload my content whenever I was doing Final Fantasy in Japanese, and then also people that wanted to re-upload it in Korean whenever I was doing Lost Ark. It was very common, and I just pretty much said do whatever the fuck you want, right? And so that's what I've always pretty much done. And that's pretty much how I see it. I think that a lot of the context and the arguments, but oh yeah, going back to the React channels and like what do you call it? Like good reacts and bad reacts. Now, I think that in general, the more commentary and things like that you provide, I would say that there's a trend, a very strong trend, that deviates and makes it much more different than the original, and it makes it much more transformative. On top of that, I would also say that the way that you promote the content creator is a big factor as well. And I try to make sure that whenever I watch a video, I link the person's channel and I explain kind of what they're about. And let's go back over here. What's your height? I'm like around 6'3" or so. I'm pretty tall. I'm not like ridiculously like crazy fucking tall, but I'm pretty tall. Yeah. Let me go back over here and I'll double check this real quick, and I'll see what people are looking at here. Okay. What is this? I'm trying to scroll down because people keep sending me stuff and I don't really know exactly what this is going to be. There is like a million people that like tweet stuff at me, etc. And yeah, okay, there's not really a lot going on. It's whatever. I mean, obviously people send stuff to me a lot, but you know, I can't look at every single little thing. But a contention seems like you're mistaking advertising for your Twitch to watching someone else's content and it's entirely on your stream. Yeah, I don't think that the length of watching it has any factor to it. I don't think so, because somebody's not going to sit through a React video and then wait for the pauses and sit through an extra 20 minutes of commentary unless they're interested in that intrinsically rather than just the contents of the original video. And that's why I used examples of like the longer size of the video and the longer length of the video as being that. And I think actually even in what I saw in Dark Viper's case is that the length of the content that's used is not necessarily an indicator as to whether it's fair use or not. And I think maybe it was Mudahar or Dark Viper might have stated that there were actually court cases where using even like a small excerpt from a book was considered not fair use because it was considered the heart of the work. So I don't think that's true. I think that the size of the content that you use, there is of course a spectrum on this and a correlation on this, but I don't think that in entirety or not in entirety is a definite yes or no thing. In terms of is this fair use or not. In my opinion, this is one of the big factors I've used. Twisted Sister, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So the other reason I think that as well, actually that completely distracted me. What was I going to say? About those two things, the amount of length used. Fuck. I forgot what I was going to go to. It distracted me because I was thinking about the song I thought about the We're Not Gonna Take It, and I was playing the music video in my head. and I just, oh my god, fair use. Yeah, I know it was fair use. I don't even remember what, like, I have no idea. Yeah, it's just, I totally fucking forgot what I was gonna say, to be honest. But yeah, I do think that that kind of stuff, the amount of length that you have into it, obviously that is a factor. But I think also it's, I don't want to do anything against somebody's will. So like, for example, if somebody, like, let's say I thought I was completely, like, I thought 100%, like, I'm totally right that I can react to this and it's completely transformative, completely fair use. There's no way I can lose the case and I won't even get sued for it with a 100% certainty. I still would not react to that video if the person didn't want me to. Because I don't find that to be a beneficial activity for me. I don't think this is going to help me, and I don't want to generate animosity. Why? I don't want to make enemies. I don't like making enemies. Just like with the WoW YouTuber? Yeah, sure. And anyway, how do you get clips out so fast, kind of? I've got great editors. That's how. Yeah, that's about it. Fair use is hard to prove, hard to measure overall. Oh, it is. Absolutely it is. And that's why I just don't want to, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have any problems with that one bit or another. According to Today, Amber replied to Camille with the leaked video. You're very wrong about that. Amber said if I wanted to leak things, I could have done it in a more effective way a lot sooner. But previously, didn't she say she wouldn't know how to leak something? It wasn't previously. It was 5 seconds after she said the first thing. She's obviously just full of shit, and she got pressed on it because she knew that she was going to potentially get exposed for it. And so that's what people do, is they start squirming and getting upset or stressed out or whatever, and then it kind of fucks them up, man. That's all it comes down to. That's what I think happens a lot. No, it's just empty as shit. Yeah, it's true. And could you take your editor's name so they get the credit? I think my editors, it's Daily Dose and Cat Danny. I don't really go back and I don't tell you guys a lot of stuff about them. I'm just gonna say in general, right, is that they do a tremendous job, and I think that you know, they're great. They're amazing. Like, yeah, that's all it comes down to. Karma's a bitch. Yep, exactly. And let's see here. How does she think that she does whenever the stand is believable? I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know how she thinks, because she could be so delusional that she legitimately thinks that she's winning or she's coming out ahead. And I wouldn't be surprised about that. Honestly, I would not at all. Chuck Umbrella Guy, Twitter, Australia, no phone has been seen. Bro, guys, she's lying. Like, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. There's your midstream making uploading clips, videos on her channel. What I find to be fucking hilarious is the fact that we are uploading clips. Twisted Sister, again, with the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. We are beating the major news publications. It's like, imagine losing to, like, one guy. Like, one gets... I think whenever Cat Danny first started doing the videos for me, he was like 15 or something, right? And so imagine losing to one kid back in fucking Russia. Like, yeah, imagine losing. You lose that one person, and this is a massive multi-billion-dollar news network. But yeah, we've been popping off. We have. She also said TMZ received the full video. How would she know that? Well, how would she know that? Well, it's simple. It's because she leaked it to them. Yeah, it's that simple, obviously. What's this here? You can lie all you want. It still has to be proven with evidence. Yeah, that's the way I see it, too. And she's super delusional when pressed on the same photo being submitted 2 different days. She's hyper-focused on getting the date wrong, asking for it to be published. Well, the reason why she's asking for it to be published is that way she can say when it was, because she doesn't remember. I think that was actually a very good point. Amber Heard is more delusional than your worst Twitch chatters. I think it's probably a race to the bottom for that one. It's hard really to say. But Clip Channel is making the rounds where I work in the Middle East. You're international. I think it's pretty fucking funny. Like, I think this and last week are probably the first time I've had more moms watching me than Hassan. Like, I feel good about that. It's like, I don't know how many people have told me this month. They're like, bro, came downstairs and your mom, or sorry, my mom was watching your videos. And I'm like, is that right? It's just so fucking funny to me, man. I take it quite as much as a compliment. It's great. I'll have to look and see what the analytics were, because just so you guys know, I have 4% female viewers on YouTube. And this was before any of this trial stuff or anything like that. So before Final Fantasy, I'll tell you guys, before Final Fantasy, the amount of female viewers I had was like, it was like 2%. Yeah, 1 to 2%. Yeah, it was like Fandy and 5 others. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it was like 1 to 2%. It was extremely, extremely low. Apparently, going big dick is a little bit gender exclusive, and so you don't see as many women coming in to watch that. That's basically what it is, I guess. I mean, obviously, this is mainly a, you know, a male space, right? We talk about abrasive stuff. We've got a bunch of people that are assholes, and so it makes sense that there's not really quite as many girls sitting around watching. And I think that's okay. The Death of a Game New World. Yeah, I am going to watch the New World video. I might even watch it today. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet, because there's some other stuff that I was going to do too. I might even do Vaulton again today, because it's reset day. I don't know how that's going to go, but we'll find out quite soon. And let's see here. Narc, yeah, I saw he came out with the video as well. And means 2,000 are watching right now. Well, that's quite a lot. Unmute? Okay, sorry. Let's look at this here. Sorry. Okay, so now what?
You want to get your list, Jamie, and make sure.
There's probably not a lot going on here.
Defendant is 393.
I think this is just bookkeeping, basically.
857, 857A, 883.
Yeah, jury answer.
1859.
Yeah, it's just procedural stuff.
1905.
There's Ben Shu. This guy's probably just a lower level partner of the
1050.
firm. So Ben's probably doing something else more important. That's usually just what happens.
It seems to be a longer one. Hold on.
Yeah, it's like you put the younger guy in there to do the bullshit, and then you go off and you do the stuff to make sure the younger guy gets paid.
All right. Are you missing any other exhibits?
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes, you have some?
Okay. Today. Yes.
Let's go ahead and get those.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so these were the two through, all right, so we have, okay, I think this one's theirs. All right, so I have plaintiff's exhibit
I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss,
1316 and
guys.
1317.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I still need 1301.
1301, does anybody have 1301? Plaintiff's 1301?
Was an Instagram post?
An Instagram post.
We'll get it, Your Honor.
And then that's 711A and 711B from today.
711A and 711B, the one without the metadata, one with the metadata showing. It was the same pictures, but it showed the metadata.
I believe that was 712A and 712 and 713A.
Yes,
I don't have those.
Well, we just don't have them. 712 and 713A.
Understood, okay.
Can I get them now? Yeah. I'm trying to get all the exhibits together right now so we have them all together so we can review them.
And then the other one is 120D is not in evidence, but it was on their list as in evidence.
120D, as in David?
Yes.
So 120D was listed as, you had it as in evidence, but we do not have it in evidence. All right.
I'm back. Sorry about
Is
that.
that all the pieces of evidence? Yeah. Excellent. That's good.
12 D's
Good.
nuts.
Okay, so we are
Wait,
very
did
close
the
to getting all
judge
that. I
say
just wanna-
D's
I don't wanna leave here
nuts?
until we have every piece of evidence with Jamie and everybody's
Bro.
reviewed it, so we don't have to review that tomorrow.
Bro, did she say that?
and
Oh
waste
my
time with that.
God.
All right, so now I think we can do jury instructions, correct?
Okay, so what is this?
All right.
Like, is this important for us
Let
to
me
look
just
at?
go over
I
the
don't
ones
think
that
so.
we had a few issues with.
I'll give it a second, okay?
At the first one I'm going to go over is the self-defense. There's two, that would be number 28 and
Okay.
29, correct?
Pu-
And I
yeah,
took
this
those
is
under
purely
advisement.
administrative.
Do you still have an objection
it's
to
not
the
important,
self-defense? All right. So what evidence do we have in trial that would allow to have these two jury instructions?
Sure, Your Honor. So I think there's evidence in the record showing that, Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent, that, he was retained in connection with the UK litigation and with this litigation. There's evidence that he engaged with third parties in that capacity, that he met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. And so I think all of that, is relevant evidence to a self-defense, that Mr. Waldman made those statements in self-defense on behalf of Mr. Depp.
All right, so you're saying if agency is found.
If agency is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not been able to locate case law, but
We found one from 1860?
That might have been-
1887.
And I know I had seen one a
We said it
while
was a
back.
reversible error if you didn't
That's
give
a
the
while ago.
self-defense one. So
That was a while ago.
I know I'd taken a look at one a while back.
1887, yeah.
But I don't have a case site.
It's
for
probably
you.
about the
I
internet.
think it's a question of law as to whether it applies. And so at a minimum,
It came out the
I
same
think
year
we should
DMCA did.
figure that out, I guess. But the reason we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it was before Ms. Heard's counterclaim. So if he's saying that
it goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed, the statements that were made a year and a half later by Mr. Waldman, and it doesn't, again, Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implication and what did the op-ed really mean, and did it say these things. But saying, even under their theory, 2 years ago I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, to say that then it's fair for Mr. Waldman a year and a half later to make public statements that Amber and her friends roughed up the place and spilled a little wine, all the things that he said in those statements, that's not fairly and reasonably. Ms. Heard
it is because
responded
he's
fairly and reasonably to
contextualizing
Mr.
it.
Depp's case.
He's
through a
contextualizing
counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an op-ed, that then you can go and do whatever you want for 2 years, say whatever you want. And obviously, there's only 3 statements that comprise the counterclaim.
You can say whatever you
but
want.
as the evidence has shown, it was part of a pattern by Mr. Waldman. It was, it's the opposite of proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
Right.
To have Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog is somehow fair and reasonable and entitled to the privilege is inappropriate. And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Roddenborn noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed, so I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face, and whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
I don't. What do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
What is he saying? There's a statute of limitations to defend yourself?
I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find it being protected speech, not the weight of the evidence, but if there is any evidence. And I don't think it's my role to weigh that evidence as far as how long it was made afterwards.
I think it is, Your Honor. I mean, it can't be the case that any time there's an alleged this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case, this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case who said, well, all I said, I was responding to something that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
You gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence that of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence, at least, that so it's agency. He's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation and the UK litigation.
That doesn't automatically give you self-defense, though, a privilege of self-defense.
Okay.
And that's
you have to make them. I have to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to the direct accusations of Ms. Heard. Some evidence.
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
Not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence?
I think that they were. It was obvious that they were.
The statements fairly arose
because
in
why else would he
response
say it?
To Ms. Heard's accusation.
Yeah, why else would he even say it?
Did anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Waldman's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he believed those allegations to be false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
He's 100% right.
He was responding to, so if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's...
Well, what Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it as a separate case, their claim, and then their counterclaim.
That's cool how he's helping the young guys out,
so your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
Okay.
So the standalone case doesn't, your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed, so they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he couldn't have made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground because there's no, plus, Your Honor, a couple points. To your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two, the defense doesn't apply. And this is, this is under the Haycox case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's coextensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. So if the malice inquiry incorporates this. This is the, let's see, 200 Virginia 212, Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case, and that says, Statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they are false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this.
Why would Dr. Waldman have any malice?
In addition, I don't think I need to remind the court, but for the record, Mr. Waldman was not allowed to answer any questions about this. So to say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something, they could have let him answer questions and get that evidence on the record. They can't say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something now.
So because he has rights, he's lying?
I say, just looking at your
because
case,
he has rights and he exercised them, he has malicious
alleged
intent.
Defamation.
It's ridiculous.
The three we have allegations, well, they're saying in response that they made them because of something she said that maybe is not the op-ed.
But then there's no evidence of what that is. She was sued. She said 2016 when she made her and 2018 she has the op-ed that have a couple words that they're trying to turn into what we've just seen for the last 6 weeks, and then she responded to the lawsuit.
Okay.
So it can't be the case that by trying to defend yourself in a lawsuit that was brought against you, if it's not the op-ed, then it's got to be her statements in the lawsuit, that somehow trying to defend yourself through judicially immune statements in a lawsuit entitles someone else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to veil themselves in the privilege.
The counsel for Ms. Heard made a point of making clear that there was extensive allegations about Mr. Depp circulating. They repeatedly brought up the UK action, which was in fact the context in which I believe these statements were made based on the date. It was very close in time to the UK action. They brought up the Dan Wooten article. These allegations date back to 2016. These allegations are out there, and there's there's evidence, from which the jury could find that Mr. Waldman was acting in defense of Mr. Depp.
Yeah, it was not just one thing.
Against Ms. Heard's accusations. So what are Ms. Heard's accusations that would be defense, that are in evidence?
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of the accusations against Mr. Depp going back to 2016. For example, the Dan Wooten article that they raised in evidence prior to the op-ed, which included the word wife beater, and it was essentially,
But it has to be.
That's not Ms. Heard's statements.
Ms. Heard's statements. Right.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor. It doesn't have to be
against Ms. Heard's accusations. It is correct.
That would be crazy, Your Honor, if they get a jury instruction because he was responding.
I understand that.
The number of allegations made by Ms. Heard, it's been very well documented in this case. You have the op-ed, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation, but you have the op-ed.
It was a confluence of
events. You have the
events.
People magazine article.
Yeah.
You have the republication of her statements through the wife beater and the Dan Wooten article. You have the fact that she was giving testimony in the UK action about these issues.
Mm-hmm. Well, then would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements? If the jury finds actual malice, then you don't get.
If the jury finds actual malice,
then it's not protected.
That may obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the only way they can find in this case is if there is actual malice. This goes back to their defense, a slap defense as well. The only way they find defamatory statements in this case is if there's actual malice. And it's unique to this case, I understand that. But so if they find actual malice in defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes, correct. The same with this, that's why we're not giving a jury instruction on the slap defense, because there's no basis for it.
Okay.
What do you think? I mean, if the instruction is not being given on the understanding that it's essentially moot.
Which I agree. I think what's what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out, after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay? So do you want me to deny it or withdraw it? I'll do either one.
If you don't mind denying, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. I'll deny. That's instruction 28 and 29.
It's very hard to know what he did or why he did it because he didn't say anything.
All right, next one I have is the republication.
Yeah, he never said anything about it, period. So it's like, what does that even mean?
So I see both of them dueling paragraphs for the republication. Yes, sir. And I understand last time we spoke that you added, you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the 3 sentences as yours for republication. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
That didn't, well,
I
you
think
must
it's
find
the
that she read, or you want to add that into it? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth, I think we want the whole thing at the top.
Right.
And they just want the 1 sentence at the bottom.
Okay, that's correct.
And, Your Honor, we talk about not going backwards. We went over this on Friday. Your Honor said that on page 92 of the transcript, I don't have a problem with the republished jury instruction. I just think it has to be accurate with adding the language. And that language was on page 89. You said, but you also have to say, but adding content to it may establish republication. So that's what we did in the sentence that starts with merely linking.
Right.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then we added directly from the transcript, but adding content to it may establish republication. So
yeah, she did say that.
Now they're going backwards. They just want you to strike the whole thing except the first sentence, and that's different from Your Honor's ruling on Friday, and also doesn't fully capture.
No, it doesn't capture the whole legal argument.
If I may just make our argument for the record here, Your Honor.
Well, you did on Friday, but if you want to do it again, that's fine.
Okay, just very quickly. So I think the issue with republication is whether it reaches a new audience, which is what we
and that's there.
What we propose. Well, it's included in their instruction, and that is basically the full extent of our proposed instruction, and we believe it should be limited to that.
That would make sense.
Lakova is a case that they've repeatedly cited in support of this republication issue, and that's a case where there was a defamatory New York Times article that was hyperlinked in a more recent New York Times article, and the court said that that's not directed at a new audience. It's the same party tweeting to the same audience, so there's no republication. And
because
that's not the
newspaper.
case here, where Ms. Hurd has retweeted a Washington Post article. So that Ms. Hurd's audience on Twitter is different than the Washington Post. And
but if she just retweeted a hyperlink, that's different. But in this context, and that's why I took the motion strike under advisement.
Yeah, she said
once I got it, there was more content to it, and that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience. But I'm willing to.
There it is.
Would also add to it, though, is after you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes republication, and let's see, I would say then you must determine whether any added content republished the op-ed to a new audience. I could say it that way. Or I could say, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. I could say it in that term. Add that to the end of that paragraph.
I think that's fine if that's the court's inclination.
Do you have any objection to that?
Okay.
I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm slow.
One more time.
Yeah,
she linked it in her original tweet.
Okay.
She did.
Let's see.
Yes, she did, and we saw it ourselves.
Incorporate into it. Okay, so merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
Yeah.
You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience.
It was.
If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
Then it's a republication. 100%.
I think we would prefer just to say just that first sentence, merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may establish republication, period.
Well, that's what you already had.
No, because we had you must determine whether any added content that was added constitutes a republication. I think it'd be better to just delete the last 2 sentences than to add the sentence at the end.
Your Honor, I just want to note, I don't think that adding content is a requirement for republication. I mean, we've found a number of cases that when somebody repeats a defamatory statement, that they're as liable as the original defamer.
We're not going backwards. So either it's his language or my language. What do you want?
I prefer the court's language.
All right, then we're going to put my court's one. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want us to do the revisions? Because if you do it, we may have to just get one.
That's
more
still
time.
fine. I mean, it doesn't really. I don't think it really makes that big of a
Sandy, can you
difference.
do it?
Yeah.
You gave him to Word format?
We did.
All right. Can you do that? Here.
The only other thing I would note is I think the word retransmitted in the second line is misspelled. So.
In the second line? Okay. All right, we'll take care of that.
Okay. Makes no difference.
Adding
Yeah,
content.
I think that any jury is going to see that and know exactly what it is.
This one right here.
Especially since they apparently people said they're like younger people in general. They'll understand what the
All right, and we'll clean it up and just take out the box.
what the context
Okay.
is behind the
We'll get
social
that
media
done.
stuff. Yeah, they'll get it.
All right, takes care of that one. Next
Probably
one.
at least.
It's,
Okay.
I think, instruction FF.
Final Fantasy. Oh my god.
Defamatory meaning, consider the publication as a whole. And we have dueling answers here. And the defendant just has op-ed in it. The plaintiff just has it as plain, which, I mean, it does say that it means you may not seize any word, phrase, or image. So it would appear that so it could apply to both of them in that context.
Okay.
The problem, Your Honor, is that we believe that because the counterclaim statements that the jury will be presented with are redacted, so the statements are in isolation, that there's a risk that as they're phrasing it, the jury may read the phrase, you must read the statements in context as a whole, to say, well, we can't do that, so therefore there's no liability. We think because it's impossible to read those statements in the context of the whole piece. And so that's number one. Number two, the op-ed was all Amber's statements. So the whole thing was her words. The counterclaim statements were Mr. Waldman's quotes in another article that we don't believe, well, that's not in evidence. So there's no point arguing about that other than you just have these one or two sentences from Mr. Waldman. So we believe that the jury's going to be confused if we give their instruction and say we cannot read it as a whole, so therefore we can't, we can't follow the jury instructions.
So basically, they're trying to stack the deck.
I can see your
in their
point
sides.
with that.
I get that.
I don't think there's anything in there's a lot of instructions here. I don't think there's anything that would indicate they can't find a liability if they're not able to take statements in their proper context, in the context of the entire article. Just thought it would be more appropriately phrased to be mutual, as opposed to obviously applying only to one party.
Well, because yours says you must read the statements, which is true, but you also can take the content in the context as a whole. But you can take the context of the op-ed as a whole, which is accurate. What I could do, if you want, I could keep the op-ed up top for their claim, and then for your claim, we can, in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read the statements. I could keep that in there as the second paragraph. That way they can't just pull out, because it's accurate law also, that they just can't pull out the word hoax and say, okay, this whole statement.
Agreed.
Okay?
That's fine. Thanks.
Is that okay?
That's fine in concept. I guess I would ask if Your Honor does that to add a clause saying disregarding any redactions on.
Well, it says the statements themselves, statements. In theirs, you must read the statements in context as a whole.
Right. So I think, could we say in determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements or whatever are false and defamatory, you must read the text of those statements as a whole? Text of those statements in context.
You have to know what they're saying and why they're saying it.
You must read the statement in context as a whole.
You must read, can we say you must read those statements in context as a whole?
You must read those
because I just don't want
statements
them
in
to
context.
think that it's impossible for them to.
Any problem with just putting those instead of the?
I don't think we have a problem with
Okay.
that.
In determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll add that as a second paragraph. Keep Sammy.
Okay. Well, I think those is previous tense and these is
all right, the next one I
future tense,
have
right? I'm not sure about that.
Is the objections and assertions of privilege.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal.
32.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Dep 32.
Okay.
It's a new.
Sorry, past tense. Yeah.
A new instruction.
Yeah, right. This is the one at the end. This is the new one.
Yeah, it doesn't change. It doesn't change it. Like it's obvious what's going on.
The objection, Your Honor, is that
Okay.
The objections made by counsel during the course of trial, we have no problem with something on that. But instructions, what they're trying to do is to direct the jury what inference to draw from Mr. Waldman's instructions not to answer.
Well, the only legal inference they can draw, they can't draw any inferences from that.
Exactly, and that's my point.
And that's what this says. You may not draw any inferences from the fact that objection was made.
Yeah, but saying sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness, and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any. So, why do they need to be told this?
We're good, right?
I think this risks confusing the jury.
Because
we're good.
To be,
okay. Sorry about that.
Fair, in the depositions you wanted to keep in all those objections. When we usually would take them out, but you wanted to keep them in. So I want to make sure the jury doesn't have any improper inferences from leaving those objections in. You wanted to leave them in because show that, hey, I asked the questions, they weren't answered, fine. But you can't infer from that, oh, well, they're hiding something then, or it's attorney-client.
That's clearly what he's trying to imply.
I mean, just like you can't infer when someone takes the fifth in a criminal case, I get that.
Right, which I would give an instruction for.
Of course, I know,
but
I understand that, but I think that the
people do. Yeah, that's the thing.
Is entitled to draw their own conclusions and not inferences. They're not entitled to infer anything from that. But I just think that this risks confusing the jury and getting the jury to think. If they stand up in closing and say they haven't presented any evidence that Mr. Waldman was doing this, then that's using this instruction as a sword. If they get up there and say they haven't, do you understand what I'm saying? They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was acting as his attorney. They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was authorized to make the statements. Then they rely on this to hide behind that. And we're not allowed, and I'm not saying that we will, but I'm not going to say you heard him instruct him not to answer, and you should infer that he was acting as his agent. I know I'm not going to say that, but if they're going to argue in closing the converse of that, then that's prejudicial, and makes this inappropriate.
All right, yes, sir, Mr.
Your Honor, this is just an accurate statement of law. They chose to play about 30 minutes of Mr. Waldman being instructed not to answer. Without this instruction, that's prejudicial.
All right.
And it would also be prejudicial if they're allowed in closing to say that we haven't presented evidence of anything about the parameters of Mr. Waldman and Depp's relationship.
They weren't able to.
That doesn't follow from this instruction. This instruction is simply saying that the jury is not to draw any inferences from the objections and instructions inserted by counsel. They can consider the evidence. They can consider whether evidence was presented or not. The instructions and objections are irrelevant to that question.
No.
All right. I understand your objections, but it is an accurate phrasing of the law, and I want to make sure that the inferences aren't taken against an attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
You got it.
Because they were trying to play into an implication for the jury.
Yes, sorry.
You see what I'm saying?
Can we get some direction
to not
for
say
the
that
arguments that they're allowed to make on closing on that, Your Honor?
Yeah, they were playing into an implication
for them to point to a lack of evidence when they didn't allow Mr. Waldman to testify.
Pointing out that instructions are not evidence is not the same. There's no connection here between these issues, Your Honor.
No, I'm not going to do that. So we're going to do depth 32. I just need to clean up the top part of it.
Okay.
All right. Over objection. Be offered. All right. Then I have instruction JJ, which is the model.
Right.
So why would I not give the model?
We believe you should. I think the only looks like the only substantial difference is that they, rather than saying as it's written, it says clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements. It's confusing and misleading to say that if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp, we already have a principal agent instruction.
Right. If they find principal or agent, I mean, that would be the only.
But they're not able to. They can't.
Well, first
they
of all,
can't
Your Honor,
find out whether he did that or not.
If liability is entirely vicarious, which I think is the position of the counterclaim plaintiff.
That means Johnny Depp
case.
is responsible for his
statements. There's any
statements.
evidence of direct liability. If liability is entirely vicarious, then I don't think there's a basis for a punitive damages instruction at all against Mr. Depp, because vicarious liability generally doesn't result in punitive damages as to the principal. Punitive damages are only applied where the person against which punitive damages are being assessed actually engaged in conduct that it was wrongful, and that's not the way they've pled and sought to prove their case. I think that's the first.
So they're correct, okay? They're saying you're not entitled to a punitive damages instruction.
Well, I disagree with that, and there's no case law that they've cited in here on that, and I think that's going backwards. That's an argument that we are, and I just think that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp. I mean, I'd be okay with something that said that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made statements with knowledge. I'd be okay with that.
Is that okay?
I think we would maintain our objection on that. On the basis previously asserted, Your Honor, and then what's the other?
Because it's the implication. Like, that's what they're trying to do again. They're trying to do it with an implication. They didn't prove it? No, they didn't.
I'm sorry, could I have counsel's language again one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, comma, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, comma, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly, I think it's so reckless. There's a typo there, sorry.
Okay.
We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, that principal liability, and we do have case law for that proposition.
I'll overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
Sure.
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one. Okay. All right. That's fine. I think that was it, correct, as far as?
I think it was.
Okay.
Other than the verdict form.
Perfect. Let's go.
They had
to
already
the
determined
verdict.
that he was an agent for Johnny.
If you can print those out.
Which I find to be kind of bullshit. But yes, they had already determined that like 2 or 3 days ago. Because the scope of what he did was beyond being an attorney.
All right, I think with the verdict
That's what they said
form,
before.
It was just the first page. Am I correct with that?
In the punitive damages.
And the punitive
Sporting
damages.
hairs. Yeah, I think it's sporting hairs as well.
I think there was a comment in what we got from them that we changed.
Okay. All right. Well, in the here. Oh, thank you.
Waldman, agent of chaos? Yeah,
All right,
something like that.
I think it was in 1A, the statement was about Mr. Depp. I think the plaintiff wanted that out because we already have the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp, and the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Hurd, which I think is...
If you look at the, I think it should track the finding instruction, which is jury instruction C on page 4 of the jury instructions, and that's what the verdict form does.
Okay, let me take a look. And that was C? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We lost guys, GG.
So
That's
the
not
way
what
it's
it...
been written tracks the finding instruction.
Tracks the finding instruction.
Yeah, we don't have a strong objection here, Your Honor. I thought it was maybe cumulative, but...
It does match the finding instruction, which would be clear to the jury, so we'll keep that in.
That's fine.
And then the punitive...
And so that would carry through to all of the...
Oh, you withdrew all those?
Yeah. We'll withdraw that, Your Honor. Their proposed language is fine.
All right, so the verdict forms as written are the verdict forms good to go, correct?
I'm sorry, did they withdraw the punitive damages? Okay.
So we're good with the verdict forms. What I have is the verdict forms, correct?
Okay. Your Honor, I think yes, but I do just want to make sure.
Lost.
I understand we don't go back, but I just want to make sure that for the record, we do maintain that the verdict form should state that the defamatory implication was false and not that the statement was false, because under the Pendleton case, that can, a facially true statement can still have a false defamatory implication.
And I think we had that on the record on Friday, but thanks for Putting it again.
That was
fine.
what, yeah, I
All right,
talked
so
about that
verdict
before.
forms are good.
That's what I thought they meant whenever they said that
Print
initially.
out the other?
No, Justice. I think that really what they're
No,
fighting
you can print
about.
it out. That's how, yeah. So which ones are we missing then? We're missing which jury instructions? You're working on 2 of them, right?
32. I have 32 in FF right now.
32 and FF. And you have 1 jury instruction for me, right?
Yes, they're
All right.
editing it right now. It's JJ.
This is
Okay,
basically
JJ
the
is
questions
coming
the
in.
jury is going to have to answer.
Did you do the other one yet, or no? Here, I got that one. Here, could you guys do,
Okay.
Michelle, or could you, on DEP 32, could you take off disputed and send that to us too?
Yes.
Thank you. And that would just leave us, we'll get those 2 printed out, and then I'll tell you the order that I'm going to do them. While I'm doing that, I do have the laptop, if both sides would like to look at the jury evidence on these. They're going to, we'll stay up here at the bench, but all we did was we
Sentence can be interpreted a lot of
put
ways
2
depending on the words they
files on
use.
here.
Yeah.
There's no password for it. As soon as you open up, it doesn't have any internet, and there's just 2 files.
Negotiating the rubric for the
One's
jury.
plaintiff, one's defendant. They just click on those 2, and then they can watch all the audio and the video.
Okay, that makes sense.
So if you want to take a look and make sure, it's been downloaded to everything that we put on our website, which is all the evidence. We didn't receive any new evidence today for audio or video files, so that it's everything on there. But if you want to take a look and make sure that everything is
Watching
there,
YouTube
you can
in
do
court,
that.
yeah.
Also, all the tangible exhibits JB will have, except we need to get those other ones. So oh, you have them?
Okay.
Yes, if I may approach, I have 1301.
Okay.
So basically, like, it's almost like
And
they're
then,
fighting for like a
Your
5%
Honor,
buff.
I just
or a
would like
10% buff for their
clarification.
chance.
I
That's what
understand
it's
that
kind of like what they're doing.
Defendants
explain it
Exhibit
afterwards.
712 and Defendants Exhibit 713 were initially moved into evidence in redacted format.
Correct.
Today, we offered them and put them in an unredacted form, so that's the
712A and 7.
And then
713A.
713A.
Yeah.
I believe Your Honor should already have those in unredacted form. I believe that's how they were provided to you all.
Oh, they're in our binders
by-
down here?
I believe so. I will. Yes, so I believe those, you should actually have those in unredacted form
All right.
from defendants.
All right, defendants.
Okay. Nicholas, thanks for 20 subs. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think they would be in the binders. That's correct.
712 and 713.
Okay, so let's see this.
Those. Yes.
So I can give you copies. I was gonna make a proffer for the ones that.
Do you want to go ahead and make a proffer now?
Yeah, but it included 712 and 713, so I can give you copies of that.
Oh, you can? Well, that would make Jamie happy since she's down here
Okay.
digging through binders.
Right. So I can give you copies of that right now.
Okay, perfect. All right, now we have those in evidence. Okay, so are we missing any more from over here? Or did you find out about the one that you thought was in evidence?
So, Your Honor, defendant, I believe, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 120D. I believe actually Sammy and I had a number of back and forths about this exhibit. I believe that Defendant's Counsel provided a redacted version of that exhibit to the court, but based off of our reading of the transcript, that exhibit was not actually offered into evidence.
Okay, so it's not in
Bear
evidence.
with, thanks for
then.
5 subs. Thank you.
I thought, and I believe I emailed it to Sammy last week. But
You gotta take disputed off.
if you don't have it, I'm happy to bring it tomorrow. But it's not in evidence, so we can go back to the jury.
Okay, all right, so I just want to make sure, because it was checked off on somebody's list that it was in evidence, and I just wanted to make sure. I don't know, but it's not. We're good.
And then I heard the exhibits 711A and B. I'm not sure.
No, I think
Is that
711 was
an
wrong.
error?
It was 712 and 713. So we're good.
All right.
So Jamie, are we missing anything else? Sammy, did you print out the ones that they sent you to? The email, did you email Sammy the?
Just double checking right now.
Oh, okay. We'll get that in a second. Let me just put these in the order.
7-Eleven, yeah. Plus 50 subs, sorry, I was looking at something. I don't think this is like that. Like, it matters a lot, don't get me wrong. Twisted Sister with 50 gifted subs, thank you so much, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's like they're basically arguing over like a 10% or a 5% buff on the questions to influence and to favor their side. So using certain words instead of other words and stuff like that, that's kind of what they're trying to do, I think. Yeah, they're trying to just make it as positive as possible for themselves. Poll, win or lose. We could do a poll for that if people wanted to.
It wasn't in the one.
Okay, these are jury instructions. Yes, they're min-maxing. It's like, imagine they're fighting over Songflower buffs in Fellwood in Classic World of Warcraft, okay? And so, like, Rottenborn's trying to dispel Ben. Ben's got, like, his other, you know, like, let's say, like, level 26 priests, you know, rezzing up and trying to, like, fucking spam dispel him, you know, fucking dispel the shit off of each other, right? And like, that's, really, it's like fighting over world buffs in Classic WoW. That's basically where we're at.
Yeah, that stays in. Yeah, that's
Legal housekeeping? Yeah, that's boring, though. I think fighting over world buffs is way more interesting.
The one that Sammy printed off on republication, I'm just going to give you a copy so make sure they're right, okay?
Yes, and you should receive in your email soon FF, JJ, and 32.
Okay. So if you print those out too, Sammy? Let's print those out.
Okay.
So you're sending FF also? Okay. Did you take the disputed off the top? Thank you.
Sure. FF, yeah, that's FF15, obviously.
All right, let me just get this printed.
FF to sign to play? Yeah, sure. A lot of people think Johnny will win. I don't know. I find it to be, that would be an ideal situation. I'll say that for sure. I think he's already won, as I said, with like everybody who's kind of already decided this. People already think he's won. That's about it, you know? Like, that's what I think. Okay. So done with this trial. I enjoyed watching. I'm ready for some closure. Yeah, I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see this shit come to a close. See what actually happened, etc. I'm very curious to see what this is gonna be. Okay.
Could you print me out another one
more
of
content?
AA?
That's the best thing about drama.
There's a mark
and like
on this
news
one.
like this is that you never run out of content.
Or
It's
at least
not like
email it to. Just email that one to Sammy.
It's like one of those like fucking pay-to-win mobile games where like every
Something
other
in the
week
paper,
they
it
add
just
in
doesn't look right.
like a bunch of new content. Because there's just constant new content. Always new content, new content, new content. All the time. Yeah, that's what it's gotta be. Tomorrow's final day? Not necessarily, no. Let's see here. Okay, so now what? So now what?
Printing?
Well, season 2 greenlit? There is a good chance that there will be a season 2.
I'm sorry.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, there's a very good chance there could be a season 2 with this. I don't know, but it depends. And they could also do some other bullshit. Somebody else could get involved with this. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now what? Plus 50 mil? We'll see what happens. He's not getting the money out of Amber. It's not gonna happen. Think about it like this. In Classic WoW, if you're a warlock, you can't always life drain something if it doesn't have any health, right? So like you can't life drain an NPC that doesn't have any health because it'd be dead, and so you couldn't cast a spell on it? Or mana drain? Yeah. So that's the way, yeah, so that's, it's not possible. I mean, Devil, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Stupid, but true? True. Okay, so now what? Yeah, she'll pledge $50 million to Johnny, so bring her total pledges up to $57 million. That's a lot of money. Aquaman 3 is going to have to pay really well. Okay, so now what? John only has 67% chance to win, but Amber has 0%. I'd say Amber has 10%. I'd say Amber does have a chance, but I don't really think so because there was never... The chance that Amber has to win is entirely contingent on the implication that Johnny Depp's lawyer, Alan Waldman, would not want to answer the question... would not want to answer the questions under the assumption that it would implicate him as being an actor of Johnny Depp in those statements. So you would have to make that assumption in order to think that he's guilty. I don't know.
Your Honor, will we...
maybe somebody's going to think that, but I'm not sure.
A paper printout or an electronic copy from the court?
The jurors branded? Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a fact.
So we can scan it.
You can scan it and
that's
do,
fine.
if you want to do it electronically,
Okay.
that's fine.
And then will these be posted on the...
WB might sue her? Yeah, maybe.
Not until after I get
Not till
them.
after, okay. Wasn't sure. And then they're read before...
I pledged 10 subs, but no alert. It's okay. Thanks, man. I'm sure they'll be it. They'll come in soon. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
When do we find out, win or lose? When do we find out? I mean, like, probably... People are saying next week. The odds are it's going to be next week. Is this case not even really about Depp guilty versus Heard guilty? Isn't it just that Heard defamed Depp? Yeah, but guilty is fundamental to it, because if you can prove that it's truth of what they're saying, then it automatically becomes not defamation. So, like, the guilt in the action implies the defamation or not.
If you want to take a look at that instruction and make sure it looks okay before I add it to the stack.
Okay, next week for sure? Okay. I wasn't sure about that.
Do you have the actual malice one?
Like, I thought that there's a chance, like, the
So you
jury
said the
could just
actual
come to a
malice
conclusion
one.
within an hour.
Yes.
Or, like, 10 minutes.
Oh, never mind. Jamie already gave it. Sorry, Jamie.
If it's Tuesday, then it's Tuesday. That's whenever the new patch comes out. It's good.
And Your Honor, was
new
it...
justice patch.
Is there...
No, I think it's fine.
See if it's a good patch or a bad patch. L patch or W patch?
You know, Heard C, Depp 7
No.
sort of things in there, because like, otherwise we could...
Oh, no, well, yeah, the numbers at top can stay. I just
Okay.
don't want to say disputed.
No, I don't think any of them say disputed.
Okay. No, the numbers, I tell the jurors to disregard the numbers in the heading. That's better for the record if we keep it that way. Okay, so...
There's too much evidence to go through. Realistically, reach a verdict tomorrow. Maybe you're right.
Your Honor, can we get...
Yeah, that could be it.
To bother Sammy, could we get one more printout of the actual malice instruction?
Think about Rittenhouse trial? That was like, what, a week? I don't remember.
Jamie, can we get another actual malice?
I don't remember. I just assumed I assumed he wouldn't get convicted, and I just stopped paying attention. Just want to see what happened. Casey Anthony? Oh, I remember her. Yeah, I do remember her. She was hot, so people thought she was innocent. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, come on. It is what it is, right? Yeah. Does jury have to be unanimous? Do they have to be unanimous? Guys, correct me. I don't know the answer to that. Yes.
All right, any objection to the republication?
Yes, it has to
then?
be unanimous. How do you feel if
As
Depp loses?
typed.
It is what it is.
Okay.
It is what it is. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's
Is
the
there
way it
a
goes.
typo?
What do you think? I'm gonna have like a meltdown? That's me, not you. Sorry. What install latest Windows updates? Bitch, I haven't even restarted you in a month. And don't think it's gonna happen today. You're gonna burn
It's okay?
until you die.
All right.
I was talking to the computer.
Your Honor, I just have a very quick question regarding closing arguments, if we may. Does the court have any objection to us playing very small clips of...
As long as they're in evidence, you can play anything, show any picture.
Well, that's my
Music
question.
video.
So obviously, depositions were by video, many witnesses, especially from Ms. Heard. Do you have any objection to us playing video depositions, portions of...
If it's not in evidence, it doesn't get...
No, of course, just what's in evidence.
There's no video depositions in evidence.
Oh.
Bro, look how straight his hairline is.
Okay. So...
God damn, man.
The only thing that can be played to them is...
How does that happen?
But their testimony, it's witness testimony.
Well, yeah, but depositions are witness testimony that you have during trial. That doesn't go back to the jury as evidence. And video depositions are the same. That would give more weight to video depositions than witness testimony.
So my question is a follow-up question to that. Obviously, this trial was televised, so there are videos of witnesses testifying.
No, none of that comes in.
Okay.
They were going to ask if they could use one of my
courtroom
clips.
is what the jury decides this case in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Period.
And just
Yeah, they were going to use one of my clips.
Tomorrow, also, we can't put in front of the jury written deposition or trial testimony.
That's correct.
Understood.
Only things that are in evidence.
Understood,
But you
Your
can
Honor.
show pictures in evidence, you can show video that's in evidence.
Or audio that's in evidence.
Or audio that's in evidence. All of that's fair game.
But
You
no display of written transcripts either.
No written transcripts, just only items in evidence. And
No, I'm on the same page.
okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor, for
you
that
have-
clarification.
And you have 2 hours, right?
Correct.
2 hours each, and you 2 people over here and 2 people over there. Is that what's going to happen?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to split our closing, and then only one of us will do the rebuttal.
Okay, and that has to just be on the rebuttal case, correct?
Right.
We have that down, right? We've gone through that a few times. Mr. Chu, do you have something on that?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. So plaintiff goes first.
Correct.
Then the defendant, counsel plaintiff.
Right. They do their defense to your claim, and also they do their offense to their claim.
And then plaintiff.
Plaintiff gets to do their defense to their
And
claim.
they
and
respond
rebuttal.
only with respect to the
Rebuttal.
To the
their
rebuttal.
rebuttal to their counterclaim
To the counterclaim.
only.
And so it goes 1-2, 1-2.
Bing
and
bong, bing
plaintiff
bong.
gets 2 hours. They get 2 hours.
Total.
Is it fine if it's not exactly 1 hour
Oh,
for each?
that doesn't
That's
matter
up
to
to
me.
us.
No,
Okay,
as
thank
long as
you.
your time is just 2 hours, it doesn't matter how much
That makes
anybody
sense.
does.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.
If you wanted to shorten that to about 15 minutes apiece.
I would want to shorten it to 2 minutes, but that's not my take. I gave you 2 hours. I thought
she's like, fuck this.
Well, it's amazing how that happens. It's kind of like the physics. You make a circle, and the people will fill that circle. Well, that's what happens. I made a circle. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let me just go ahead and read into the
Makes
record
sense.
the order that I'm going to give the jury instructions. I'll
Just
also
speedrunner?
read
Yeah.
the record the instructions that were denied. And I will read the instructions that were withdrawn, just so we have a complete record, okay? All right, here we go. All right, so for the jury instructions, I'll read them in the following order. Number heard I, number 3, number 10,
Okay, here we go.
1,
This is all of them.
B as in boy, C as in Charlie,
D as in dick.
D as in
Big
Delta,
What's this?
E as in Echo,
Okay.
F, G,
H.
H,
I.
12,
What?
13, Y, F, F, A, A.
That's not how it works.
B, B, D, D. That's David, David, D, D. T, T, C, C, C. 20, Z as in zebra, T, U, V as in Victor, K, L, 5, 6, 7, 32, 8, 9, 16, I, 30,
What kind of alphabet is
KK,
this?
and JJ. All right, those are the ones that will be read to
The
the
jet
jury
plane.
in that order. Okay. The ones that were denied.
That's a
was
lot of
instruction
stuff.
22, 23, 24, CC, NN, both as in Nancy, OO, PP, RR, SS, S as in Sam, SS, 28 and 29 were the ones that were denied. The ones that were withdrawn, for the record, was instruction A, 2, 4, 11, 14, 15, 17, 19,
That's
21,
crazy.
25, 26, 27, X as an X-ray, 31, W, EE, GG, QQ.
Okay. So these are the ones that I think are getting omitted. We'll see if this is gonna reload. I don't know what this is, why it's doing this. Give me a second, GG. It is funny to hear people say that. Why is it doing this? Is it lagging for me too? No, I guess it's probably just on me. Let me go ahead and just refresh this. I think she's just doing a list for this. I don't know what the fuck. Like, why is it doing this? It's not working. Let me close it and I'll reopen it. Give me a second. That might work better. It's weird how like sometimes this shit gets so laggy.
I will get
Okay,
you
there we go.
copies now. I'll get you hand copies of the jury instructions I'm going to read in that order, so you'll have copies when you leave here, okay? And I'll give you copies of the verdict form as well. And you can have those while you prepare for your closing arguments. Other than that, if you could come up to see Jamie after I leave the bench just to make sure you go through the exhibits and everybody okays the exhibits, so we don't have to do that tomorrow. And also if you can have a look at the laptop with Sammy just to make sure all your exhibits are there that are going to go back to the jury, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, one quick question
Okay.
about closing to make sure
Sure.
we don't have any issues tomorrow. Understand the jury only sees evidence
Yes.
that they've seen in the trial. If that evidence is displayed through like a PowerPoint or whatever, are headings allowed, or do you not want the jury to see any written text or anything other than just evidence?
I mean, I've seen PowerPoints in cases before in med-mals where they have their other items up there, but I think in this particular case, I'd rather just have no writing and just have your arguments orally.
That's fine. I just wanted to, make
Okay.
sure that there wasn't.
Just try to keep it clean.
Or paraphrasing
So they could
of
write it,
witnesses or anything like that.
put some sort of a
That
name
sounds
on it or something,
Fine.
right?
Everybody does anybody?
That's fine with me.
That's a good question, though. Are you going to have a
It's hard to say,
PowerPoint?
though.
Probably with evidence.
Okay.
You know.
Did you want me to have the big screen up as well for the PowerPoint?
I think so. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
We'll do that as well.
And starts at 9.
Starts at 9. Closings start at 9.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Nadelhaft has a proffer still on some
Oh,
things.
yes,
Do
okay.
you want to do that now before we?
Sure.
As does
The hell
Ms.
does that mean?
Everybody
Myers.
wants to hear your proffer.
As does Ms. Myers at the end of Mr. Nadelhoff's.
Yeah, okay. All right, they have one too. So that's all right.
7:30 again. Yeah, I gotta be up at
Use the microphone so I
7:30.
can hear you better.
I actually woke up at 7 today.
This will be shorter than the other day.
Oh, good.
I hate waking up at
Okay,
7.
This is for metadata. On May
It's early.
16th and May 17th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence photographs from May 21st, 2016 that included metadata on the photographs. Ms. Hurd testified that the metadata was included on the photos by pressing a button on her phone. The metadata demonstrated the pictures were taken on May 21st, 2016, along with the times they were taken. The exhibits were defendant's exhibits 700 through 726 and are exhibits A through AA of the proffer. Tabs N and O of the proffer are now blank as defendants 712 and 713 were admitted with the metadata on May 26, 2022. Mr. Depp objected to the metadata on the document, stating that the metadata was hearsay and there was no foundation for the hearsay. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the metadata was hearsay and that there was no foundation, and admitted the exhibits but redacted the metadata. And then separately, we have a proffer for Stephen Duders. On May 20th, 2022, Ms. Hurd moved to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Stephen Deuters, who was Mr. Depp's personal assistant. Mr. Deuters testified that he was on the Boston flight and sat in a seat facing Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. He further testified that the day after the flight, Mr. Depp told him he wanted to, quote, smooth whatever issue, end quote, existed with Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp asked Mr. Deuters to, quote, write a text, end quote, to Ms. Heard and to say, quote, whatever she needs to hear, end quote. Mr. Deuters then sent a text message to Ms. Heard about Mr. Depp stating,
just tell her whatever.
When I told him he kicked you, he cried, end quote. The testimony is contained in Exhibit A, Mr. Deuters' deposition. Ms. Heard moved to admit the text message into evidence, arguing it was not hearsay under Rule 2:803, which provides for the admission of statements of a party opponent and his agents. Ms. Heard argued Mr. Deuters was acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text, and the text message was therefore not hearsay. The text message is Exhibit B to the proffer. Mr. Depp objected to the text message as hearsay, arguing that although Mr. Deuters was Mr. Depp's employee, sending text messages to Ms. Heard was not within the scope of the employment. The court denied the motion to admit the text message in testimony, finding that Mr. Deuters was not acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text message. And I have copies to provide.
All right, fine. We can add
And it's also
to
tell her whatever she wants to hear. It doesn't imply that you're going to...
All right.
Yeah, like fighting her about the kicking thing. Like, why would you fight her? Just be like, yeah, I'm sorry.
I think he has more.
Yeah, tell her whatever she wants to hear. It means apologize for shit you didn't even do, just so you can move on.
Thank you, sir. All right. Yes.
I've done that.
Ms. Myers?
Thank you, Your Honor. On May 25th, 2022, plaintiff intended to call Dr. Kim Collins as an expert witness in forensics pathology. Defendants objected on the basis that Dr. Collins had not been designated as a defensive witness and was designated only to rebut Dr. Jordan, which was defendant's forensic pathologist who had not been put up at this trial. Dr. Collins intended to testify as to whether Ms. Heard's descriptions of violence and injuries allegedly sustained by Mr. Depp were consistent with the photographic evidence at issue in this trial. She also, for incidents where there was no photographic evidence, she would have testified as to what injuries she would have expected to see based off of the violence that Ms. Heard testified to. And finally, she would have testified as to her opinion as to the cause, or as to Mr. Depp's finger injury and what she observed, which was similar to what Dr. Gilbert testified to today.
All right, thank you. Any other proffers? Okay. All right, so just don't leave here until you check the laptop and you check all your evidence and make sure we get your checkbox on that and everybody's happy with it, okay? Anything else for the court?
Thank you.
Really?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you in the morning.
Well, she is just so glad, like, this shit is gonna be done with. Like, oh my God. Because, like, you have to look at it from, like, her perspective, right? It doesn't matter what she does. There are going to be a bunch of people who are mad at her. Like, whether she says, okay, Johnny Depp is innocent or Johnny Depp is guilty, like, they're going to look at her and they're going to have her face attached with something that makes them mad. And so now, forever, people are going to be blaming her or getting pissed off at her for the outcome of this, even though it was obviously, you know, the lawyers and everything, the facts and everything. So, yeah, obviously, like, this is a stressful situation for her. It's tiresome, and it's not really a surprise that that she's over it. Let's just say that. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Music to my ears. I love dubstep. Anyway, so yeah, this is not really a surprise. Like, I feel like, so basically what they're doing is they're just trying to, you know, stack the deck however they can, you know, change one word here or there just to try to, you know, influence things just a little bit in the other direction to try to maybe get people to see their point of view, right? That's what it is. And that's what's this here? I doubt it. What's this? Bro, she doesn't decide. I didn't say that, but people are going to look at her and say she did. Look at that. Twisted with the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You have to understand, I understand that the judge doesn't decide. Do you think that, you know, Martha and Bill that are watching the trial that have no idea about, like, any of this, and they're just big fans of Johnny, like, if Johnny doesn't fucking win, they're gonna look at the judge and be like, wow, I can't believe she did this. I can't believe wow, this is awful. Yeah, she did this. She ruined his life. That's your point. Yeah. I think you have to keep in mind in all of these cases that you are contextualizing it around people that are dumb. And there's a lot of those people, and that's all there is to it. We've back with the 15 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. A judge can decide if she feels the jury didn't take everything into account. She can overturn the jury decision. Yeah, but I feel like that's like kind of a rare thing, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know exactly thing. Same was said about the guy in the Kyle Rittenhouse case with a little white male, so he was an easy target. Well, yeah, and then also, like, there was evidence of, like, him having certain political opinions or certain opinions about guns or something like that. I remember that. But as I said, I didn't really follow it that closely because my opinion was, like, I thought Kyle was going to win, and that's pretty much what happened. So I didn't really follow it because I felt like the outcome was already decided. And so, yeah. Super rare, not going to happen. The most horrifying thing is those same people are on the jury. That could be it, right? You're absolutely fucking right. And Judge, what's this here? He won because the judge pushed his favor? Well, regardless of why he won or anything like that, that's certainly what happened. So what was the verdict now? So this is what's going to happen. For anybody who doesn't know, tomorrow is going to be the big day for closing arguments. They're going to do all of that. And then after they do all of the closing arguments, afterwards, they're going to give time for the jury to deliberate over the decision. And then after that, we get the decision, and then we get even more drama that comes right out of that. You see kind of what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what's going to happen. That's what my expectation is. Chat, what's this here? No, I'm not arguing about the Kyle thing. Who gives a fuck? Like, it's already done and it's dead and buried, right? I mean, that's it. And DUI guy on Twitter reviews jurors' reactions during the trial and updates it. Yeah, I mean, I saw that before. People have said from inside the jury seem to not believe anything like Amber or Elaine says. Some MFT plans being foiled by scammers. I'll probably look at some stuff, okay? I'll go back over and look at some of the stuff on my Reddit because obviously I haven't really had time to do that for past couple of days, and I want to go through all of that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, there is, as I said, this guy was just, oh man. That was one of my favorite ones. Amber, I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, making snide jokes. And then also her. It's just, guys, I mean, come on. Like, this is straight out of, like, a fucking, like, second camera pan at The Office. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, a mega pint. What's this here?
Mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint.
What the fuck is this? I don't know what the fuck this was. Yeah, this got filmed. What you have to understand is that was filmed on a Nokia phone from 2012. It was actually filmed on the same phone that Johnny Depp smashed. So this is after he smashed it, and it still works. And so that's how it got filmed there. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. The video was laggy. Who the fuck knows why that happened? They really thought they could get the Omega Wizard. What's this here? Let me see back over. Twisted Sister with the 25 gifted subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's your connection. Refresh. Okay.
Wiping from a phone or a computer, and there's always breadcrumbs of some fashion that the evidence was there.
Oh, it's the guy.
So what I want to find out on this particular phone is who this person has talked to. So I can look at every person this person has talked to and how their phone calls or texts or messages interact with each other.
Ryan will rip through everything and actually show exactly at what time a person created a file and whether it was on that particular device, opened it, and loaded something on there.
Be covering up evidence.
Look at that. Like, this is a straight up fucking, this is a battle station right here. Look at that. It's like at the top. What are those? Those are a bunch of awards. He's like on top of like all of his on top of all of his servers, he's just got a bunch of awards there next to him. Yeah. Oh, they're all of his Emmys. Yeah, he just puts, I mean, I don't know where, might as well put them up there, I guess. Can't run crisis. I know. Yeah. It's like these guys. I mean, so that's them. That was the guy. They really thought they could get the Omega Wizard. That was the funniest thing to me. Can't believe they tried to take a swipe at his credentials. Yeah, I graduated in 79. He was there even a thing before computer science was a degree. Yeah, it's like this guy had a degree in things before there was even a degree in them. That's what it was. Yeah, it's just crazy. The guy knows his shit. And is the Aslan of digital imagery. Yeah. Imagine a battle between the Omega Wizard and the Wizard Annihilator. I mean, I think it would just be like him. Like, the Wizard Annihilator, I think that he was probably my favorite part of all of it. Is because the guy was so belligerent and so bullish and so, like, at sometimes, like, pig-headed that he could just bully these nerds into a corner and then throw them in the fucking garbage can and then roll it down the stairs and see, be like, look, guys, he's not that great after all, huh? That's all there was to it. Yeah, I loved it. It was so fucking funny, man. It was, because they had no idea what to do. And what's this here? Bullshit? Yeah. That's a good one. Am I not the only one thinking it? Yeah, no. A lot of people saw that. Absolutely. Laura Healy should be... Oh, my fucking God. Oh, God. All right. Discussion between Asmon and Emily D. Baker. Discussion with you, open to Asmon can see us. I might do something like that right now. I mean, I'm just focused on doing this. And yeah, besides that, sure. I have no problem talking to people. I think that'll be fun. Let me see the rest of this. Lawful good, neutral good, chaotic evil. I don't think that this guy is necessarily chaotic evil. I think that I think that would be the chaotic evil would be the feminist woman. I think that she was the worst one. That was like the Dr. Hughes. She was 100% the worst one. This guy is just neutral evil. He is just a moron. He's an asshole. He doesn't really like, yeah, he's got a side in this because he's getting paid, but like, it doesn't really give a fuck about it. Like, he's there to talk about himself, the books he's written, other accomplishments that he's had over the years. He's getting paid hourly, so he's going to talk about these things a lot. And so then if you let him go, he's going to start talking about like the state of the world and, just society. And, before you know it, the day's over. It's done. And yeah, that's it. Kind of chat. Yeah, this guy was, I feel like you have to admit, this guy right here, besides this guy, but like this guy here was the most entertaining one. In my opinion, I think that he was 100% the most entertaining one. Holy fuck, man. He was great. Yeah, the modern day Joker. Yep, he just showed up. Your Honor, I am suing for $1 million. Yep, that's just about right, isn't it? Holy shit. She's cured, guys. What a proud criminal. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Gets cured whenever Johnny Depp talks about her abuse. Yeah, I saw this before, and I think it's quite accurate. I agree. Amber Heard. Damn you, Johnny. Yeah, that's about right. The amount of views they're getting is insane. Good for them. Well, a lot of people... See, the reason why people watch the commentary is because I think that there's a lot of people out there who are... They don't want to listen to some bullshit. Like, they don't want to listen to bullshit from people that either are biased or don't know what they're talking about. So people have watched my trial. Like, I'm not a lawyer about this stuff. I don't really understand it. But I can remember a lot of the situations that happened. And so it's easier for me to put it together, right? OTK, yeah, it's going to be OTK News Network pretty soon. Exactly. And we're not biased, but you are biased. I think that you're right. It's not about being biased or not being biased. It's about being open with how you feel about it. And I think it's more about authenticity more than anything. Is that people are going to think they're like, I mean, this is true. Like, this is how I feel. Like, I think that I think he's innocent, right? I think so. And that's based off of the evidence. I think that's what happened. But there you go. And I tell people that. Absolutely. Yeah, you're being honest. It's not biased. Yeah, I think so. And I think that really what people, maybe this is a better way to say it. Maybe you tell me if this is right or not. It's not that people don't dislike biases. They don't like people with biases presenting themselves as being unbiased. Like presenting themselves as like a neutral party, but they're really not. Like they're actually not a neutral party. That's it. Yeah, are you good takes? Yeah, that's what I think a lot of people dislike and everything like that. Neither is innocence, but Amber is more guilty. Yeah, sure. I think you could say that. Yeah, definitely. And it's fact, you know how it is, call it bullshit. Well, I think that a lot of people don't catch. You see, like, from a very young age, I learned that you could say things in different ways to manipulate things in your direction, right? And like, obviously my dad pretty much taught me this, and also just in general, he like, I remember one time one time my dad, like, we were supposed to go to Target, and my mom wanted him to look at, like, I don't know, shower curtains or something like that. So my dad, we're going home, and my dad realizes, wait a second, we never looked at shower curtains. And he's like, we've got to tell her that we didn't see any. And that way we didn't lie, we're not lying to her. I'm like, well, wait, what do you mean? He's like, well, we didn't see any, did we? He's like, well, no, because we didn't look at them. Yeah, but don't tell her that part. Just say we didn't see any, and we're not lying, and just telling her, we're just telling her one part of the story, and that's it. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good. Yep, that's fine. And, you know, obviously, and the best part about it was, by the way, is that he goes, yeah, we didn't see any. And you know what she says? Did you look? And he's like, no, I forgot. He's like, okay, well, yeah, no surprise. Yes, it's just the moment he tries to go in with that, she's like, did you look? Yeah, because this, how to say happily married? Yeah, they were divorced. And so you can see kind of why, right? And so your mom sorts out, well, no, because she's been dealing with him for, like, at that time, like 30 years, right? So she was like, okay, you know, he's going to try to pull this shit on me. Okay, yeah, right. And, yeah, should I like a book? Yeah. So that's what's happened multiple times. And so, yeah, I'm very used to this kind of stuff. And I also, like, I started doing it with ninja looting because I read the terms of service of Blizzard, right? I read every single word of it, and I knew it, like, by memory. And so I knew exactly how I could say things in order to not commit to actual loot rules. So that's what I would do constantly, right? Is I would be like, oh yeah, this is actually what I mean to say. And I was like 17 or so, or 18 whenever I figured this stuff out, right? And then, bro, like, that's whenever I started getting mounts, right? I mean, as soon as I started figuring that out, really? Yeah, of course. If you know, well, all this came down. So the reason why I always wanted to be a lawyer whenever I was younger, right? It wasn't for the money. Who gives a fuck about that? It was because of the, I played Magic the Gathering with my friend, Jason. And in Magic the Gathering, half of the game is the rules. And Jason knew the rules better than everybody else. And because he knew the rules better than everybody else, he could talk circles around everybody and manipulate and change and misrepresent rules in order to benefit himself in every situation that we would play. He would, you know, invent new rules for, oh, well, it's an instant spell, but it's a sorcery, so it's on this, and he'd try to fucking do this stuff, right? And so I saw this, and I was like, wow, Jason wins more games because he just makes up rules, basically, that everybody knows are bullshit, but people can't really prove it, or, like, they think he's right, then they realize later on that he's wrong. I'm like, well, if he's winning the Magic the Gathering like this, law are the rules of life, so if I want to win at life, all I have to know is know the rules, and then I can manipulate them to do what I want. And so then that's pretty much, that was the logical conclusion. It wasn't because I had some, you know, like, ethical thing I thought, you know, about justice or anything like that. No, I just wanted to know exactly what all the rules are so I could know how to abuse them. That's it. Yep. That's literally it. That's all there was to it. And what's Jason doing nowadays? He worked in the Navy on a nuclear submarine. And now he apparently... He's literally the manager for a nuclear power plant, and he just gets drunk all the time. And whenever I said this last time, people said he's Homer Simpson. Yes, it's literally Homer Simpson. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Like, that's literally what it is. It was disappointing because he didn't get a job here in Austin. So he's not living in Austin right now, which sucks because he's a friend of mine I grew up with. But he's living somewhere else with his wife, and right now at least. And he's a manager for a nuclear power plant. Drunk and in charge. I think that he drinks. Anyway, let's look at the other posts, and we'll talk about some other stuff too. Because, yeah, there was a story whenever he was his last job, somebody opened up one of his drawers and there was like a liquor bottle in it. And apparently nothing really happened. But yeah, that's what it was. And yeah. With his wife, Marge? I'm not sure about that. I'm not going to get too much into it. Anyway, we're currently witnessing a historical moment. Perfect villain story doesn't exist? Oh my fucking god. Okay, Grumpy Bear? Holy shit. Let me look at the rest of this. From
what I've lived through, from what I've survived, I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not.
I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
Such a low effort one. This one could have been 5 times funnier if you had included more examples. You know what I mean? Like, you could have included way more examples, got into way more stuff. Yeah, I don't want to fucking hear about it. That's what it was, all right? Check new on your Reddit. Amber admitted she wrote the op-ed. She's admitted that multiple times. Amber Turd's backup edited picture still valid, or report someone beat up Mike Cron the Butcher. Oh, right, the SoCal lady killer. I forgot about that. Miyazaki said his favorite boss is Radon-based. Well, yeah, you're goddamn right. It's one of the best ones. Here's the witness's ethical guidelines.
So, the last thing you talked about
oh my
was
god.
the Goldwater rule.
He's stacking Sunders.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
And this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guide. Rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes.
It's a guideline.
The code is more what you call guidelines than actual rules. Welcome aboard the Black Pearl, Mr.
Well, they should have had Keith Richards there. That would have shut him down just like that happened in the movie. Yeah, they should have. Remember that shit? Yeah. So true. Exactly. Miss Turd? I know, man. Holy fucking shit. Welcome abroad. It's just so fucking dumb. What's this, Johnny Depp's homeless shelter? Be like, oh, come on. Wait, oh, it's his homeless shelter. Oh, because all these people lived in his house. Yeah, all these people are just like fucking living off of his money, doing nothing. It's just so weird, man. It's too much. Okay, let me look at the rest of this here. TMZ Drake, okay. Yeah, of course. Why am I not surprised? And yeah, you just play into it. That's fine. All right, let's go. Working for 30 minutes. Grinding a game for 8 hours for a slightly cooler helmet. I remember whenever I would work at the IRS, and there would be people that, like, if they had to work for more than like an hour, this is just like, this is untenable. Like, we cannot live with these work conditions. We cannot deal with this. This is way too much, man. Like, we're not gonna have to work all day. Like, I'm gonna wear myself out and freak out, man. It's wait, really? Yeah. Like, I remember, so this is one of the situations that like really gave me a lot of perspective in life, right? Is that you had all of these fucking clowns, right? You had these fucking clowns sitting around complaining about their cushy job where they got to sit there and eat Cheetos and just fucking file tax forms all day. And then meanwhile, we had another job where it was sorting papers to make sure nothing was destroyed on accident, right? And so this ends up happening, and I looked and I saw the sorting, and there was a person who worked there all the time, and the person had Down syndrome, right? This is a person with literal Down syndrome. And I thought to myself, wow, they're actually having a person with Down syndrome work here, like, isn't something gonna get messed up, right? That's what I thought. It was a dumb thing to think, but that's what I thought. And then at the end of the day, everybody would come over and they would work on the same thing with that person. And the fact is, that guy with Down syndrome did a better job than everybody else. That's the facts. And I was like, it brought a new level of perspective. It did. He did a better job than they did. He's catching things because he was actually looking at what was happening. He was paying attention to it. Meanwhile, all the other people are just fucking around. Yeah, they're fucking around. They think they're above that. Yeah, my man. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It was the first time I ever saw something like that. I mean, you hear stuff like that, but you never believe what you hear. I saw it, and it was kind of crazy, man. It was. And yeah, he was on that grind. So like, yeah, there were some people like that. I never really minded. I never really minded having to work certain jobs, but you know, whenever I worked and I did the work at the IRS, I actually did enjoy that. It was okay. They're more what you call guidelines. That's what I was thinking about whenever he said it. You love to see it. Thank you, Quantum TV. Yeah, Mischief got 100,000 subs. We looked at this yesterday, but yes, again, Mischief was the content creator that Quantum TV initially tried to intimidate into not talking about him. You know what I mean? Boomers want us to work 69 hours a week. Listen, I think that there's a lot of boomers out there and people that are older that don't really understand anything about like having a job. Like my dad used to always tell me to go there and to like give the application to the manager specifically. Like I'm like, this is not how it works nowadays. It's like if somebody came up there and they did that to me, it would just fucking annoy me because they're wasting my time. I'm fucking busy. Like, and like, we're gonna process your application in the order it was received, sir. Please go home. You know, like that's what I was saying. Yeah, I hated that shit. And so, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, it was so fucking annoying, man. Yeah, giving like fucking job advice from 1975. And don't order experts from shitty wish sites. Yeah, that's just about right, huh? Let me see here. The fate of all Mokoko seeds we've collected. What? What the fuck is this? He's gonna eat it, right? Bro, I wonder what that tastes like. That's crazy. That's so cool, man. It tastes like ice cream? Bro, I would actually try that. I would 100% want to try that, man. And my girlfriend who has small boobs asking if I like big boobs. Me knowing it's a trick question. You know, like, usually, yeah, I feel like if you're around somebody that needs, like, validation like that, it's a little bit cringe, you know? Like, yeah, it's a little bit cringe. And, does this make my butt look fat? I'm like, like, I never really have had to deal with that too much. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's whatever. Let's see. Correct answers. Yeah, I'd say I like your boobs. Like that's what I would say. But again, like I also I would just, there would be cases. So like what I would do is what I would do with it is I would probably just say straight up. Like if it was a text message, I would just not reply for like an hour, and then I would just talk about something else afterwards instead. And let's see here even better. What's this here? Yo, I took this on my phone. Okay, let me see this. Mood are discussing Twitch reactions. I'll read some of the comments. I saw this video. I didn't really know what it was exactly. I watched it yesterday because there has been an ongoing conversation about React streamers. You know, I think that people have talked about that a lot. And, oh, god damn it, it doesn't fucking load again. Give me a second, okay? This is what happens whenever you don't reload your thing. Nevertheless, I was going to pull the numbers out. Reacting is something viewers wanted. It complained a while ago. He's playing Final Fantasy. Wasn't reacting enough. I was going to do you, bro. You can't satisfy everyone. Oh, yeah. No, I definitely think that React content has value. That's why people like watching it, of course. As I said before, if this becomes an ongoing conversation, I will actually put out my evidence and the reasons why I believe this. I just don't really want to because I'm doing like a million other things, right? And so like I don't want to get involved with that. And that's it. React streamers get so much shit. There's thousands of React YouTubers before they even became a thing. I think that they did get more shit. Like remember Reply Girls and like that guy Jinx, like people shit on React YouTubers as well. It's nothing special to Twitch streamers. Yeah, you have people like Keemstar that try to push a narrative of like Twitch versus YouTube, but the majority of people don't really think like that. And I don't think that's true. I think that people just don't like the type of content it is. That's all there is to it. Check out the Amazon West Verse comments. It's important. I don't know about that. Very interested in Asmon's opinion. Yeah, and I think that, again, as I've said many times, is that, like, I don't want to do something against a person's will. So if it bothers that person, I won't react to their content. I think that's fundamentally what it comes down to more than anything. But yeah, obviously people like watching React content. That's why there's a market for it. That's why people like seeing it. I think that right now, this sounds kind of odd, but there's a lot of content that gets put out there that people don't really see. So there's definitely a lot of places for people to effectively like curate that content and figure out which videos are good, which ones are bad, and just kind of talk about the ideas about it. You know, that's what it comes down to. What's wrong with React content? It's for brain dead people like me? Yeah, sure. The Quantum TV, though? Yeah, that's definitely it. The Fine Bros got castrated by Twitter? Oh, yeah. Didn't the Fine Brothers try to copyright React content? Holy shit, I forgot all about that. Is that actually what it was? Yes. Oh, wow. That is just crazy, man. Yeah, that is crazy, crazy, crazy. And again, I think it depends. And even in Mudahar's video, like, he used my videos as like, he used them as an example for and against, because he also said that my videos were much longer and they were much more transformative rather than just somebody, you know, obviously I think that it's, I feel bad for them, but like, this is just what happens, is that Pokimane and Hassan have just become the dictionary definitions of people that react and don't put in enough effort into the reaction. Whether this is true or not, I don't really know. I've watched a few of Hassan reacting to things, etc. I'm not sure about Pokimane. I don't know. But with Hassan, like, he spends, you know, a bunch of time on the stream, and obviously, you know, I think that he pauses a lot too, but I'd have to really just go ahead and double check, right? And yeah, react harder. That's basically what it is. So yeah, I try to do my best to provide commentary and, you know, add value to the video and really try to do that. But I think that this is what I was going to say. Sorry. To be honest, I was literally just talking until I could remember what I was going to say. I think you can make the same argument for video games. I actually think you can, in fact, make a stronger argument for video games, especially single-player games, that people use watching videos of video games and watching streams of video games as a market replacement for playing that game themselves, especially for single-player games. I think there are a lot of people that go out there and instead of being able to buy the game, maybe they can't afford it or whatever, they watch a streamer play the game instead, and then they watch that and they don't buy the game. And I think this is much, like, this exists also on a spectrum, right? So for something like Fortnite, this clearly doesn't exist because it's a free game. But for something like, let's say, The Last of Us, or Detroit Become Human, or like one of the other single-player games, I think those two are the best examples I can come up with off the top of my head. Watching somebody play that game can oftentimes serve as a market replacement for purchasing it yourself. So, yeah, Stanley Parable was actually another one, right? Because people saw what they believed to be most of the content, and they've already gained their entertainment from the game, and so they then have a lesser reason to purchase the game. So, I'd like to see people that are against the React content kind of address that inconsistency and talk about what they believe the difference between reacting to a video game and playing a video game and effectively reacting to it is versus watching a YouTube video. Yeah, the games that don't have replayability, exactly. And so I think that's a very important point. And it's not that necessarily anybody's really right or wrong in this circumstance. And I think in general, like, as I said, it should be up to people to decide and figure it out for themselves. And it's hard to, like, have a universal rule because every person's different, every reaction video is different, every playthrough is different, everything is different. So it's like, where do you really draw the line? And also, as an example for, like, my point, and also the reason why I think that this is kind of not necessarily double standard, because I can't say everybody thinks the exact same way, but Nintendo used to actually have a revenue sharing plan where if you wanted to create content on YouTube about Nintendo products, you had to actually share some of your revenue that you received from the video with Nintendo. So do you think that that should be the norm for all people that create video games and video game content, that they have to share a kickback to the developer of the game in the same way that a lot of people believe that they should do the same thing for React content? Or what is the difference between those two things? Because I don't think that different mediums matter, because it matters ultimately at the effect on the bottom line. And so I think there's a lot to say about it. Do you see what I'm saying? I actually think that it's a very interesting conversation. And I don't necessarily, I have, like, my opinion on it, but I haven't really researched it, and I don't have enough evidence and data to really say my opinion is 100% right. And that's why whenever I talk about a lot of these React situations is I only really talk about what I do and the effects that I've seen people tell me that I have. And that's about it, because I can't go farther than that. You can watch Final Fantasy documentary at some point, yeah. Not today, though. What's this here? Reacting and also promote? Yes. Promoting a single-player game does not always provide the same benefit as promoting a YouTube channel would. Exactly. And that's why I said these things exist inside of a spectrum. And all I'm saying is the acknowledgement that that spectrum does not begin and end inside of a YouTube video. And that's what I'm really trying to get at. You ask for permission before reacting to YouTube's content? No, and I don't think that I should have to. I don't think so. The reason why is I think that once you make something public like that, you open it up to having public criticism for it proactively. And if you want to react and maybe shut that down or turn that off, I think it depends on what the context of it is. But I think that once you release something to the public, that thing you have no longer is entirely yours. And I understand that there are some people that don't agree with that, and in some degrees, the law doesn't agree with me. But I don't care about the law, and I disagree with those people. That's the way I think it should be. That's the way I've done things, and that's the right way to do it, in my opinion. So yeah, that's all it comes down to. It becomes public domain, in my opinion. Yes. But as I've said before, if somebody doesn't want me to do that with their content or has like a general rule that they don't like that, then I would just never do that. Because as I said before, if you do something against a person's will, you then turn that person into your enemy. And I don't want to have any enemies. I don't want to do anything like that. I've always believed in the Martin Luther King quote, I beat my enemies by turning them into my friends. And I don't like to have an arch nemesis. I don't like to fight with people. I'm busy. I don't have time for this. You know, I don't want to have to like watch my back and shit like this. It's fucking annoying. And so, yeah. And about a comment section, yeah. And I think it's an ongoing conversation. And I think that really what I'll try to do more of is I'll try to actually talk more about the content creator and like what they do whenever I do watch the videos. I think that's probably the best way for me to handle it. And I think that's the smartest thing for me to do. Vaulty is your arch nemesis? Okay, yeah, well, besides him. Let me see this. I saw that. Countering the surgeon's claims regarding Johnny's finger. I'm not going to read that whole thing. I'm just not going to read it. Let's see here. Reacting to live content should require you to not show live content, but only the reaction. The way React viewers most likely have to watch the live content open again. I don't really think it should necessarily require that. No, I don't think that should be mandatory. Or it should be decided by those two, by those two individuals, in the same way that Cutie Cinderella asked that for the streamer awards. And so yeah, that's what it is. And yeah, Dark Viper argue against all of your opinions? Oh no, I know he did. I know. Dark Viper has been on a crusade against React content for years now. He hates React content. Okay. Yes, he doesn't like it. That, all right. I understand that. That does not mean that I am wrong. That just means that he has a different viewpoint on it than I do. Yeah, that's okay. He can have his viewpoint. That's all there is to it. And yeah. Listen, yeah, he does GTA 5 stuff. Let me go back over here. Today, with how Johnny described Whitney, as abused by Amber, stood up for her, you can see Whitney's disappointment and the disappointment in Johnny's face when he was watching Whitney testify for Amber. Well, I mean, of course, right? It sucks. And I think that it makes sense for this. But again, it's all conjecture. I don't really know this. I'm just guessing, right? Doubtless Amber promised her a few million if she wins the course, so she's not going to lie. Well, I mean, I think so too. Like, I mean, and it's not even maybe a promise. It's just like kind of an implication. You know what I mean? Oh, it's a pledge. Yeah, there you go. After all I did for her, only to be this spineless snake in return. I hope she can live with herself. It's her sister. I mean, she's going to defend her sister. Like, that's what's going to happen. I bet Johnny probably doesn't even he's probably not even that mad about it. He's like, he probably just feels bad for her. I honestly don't think that Johnny has any sort of like real ill will towards her. It just sucks that the situation happened, you know? Or at least that's what I think. And let's see here. React content, same thing as review, made in real time with natural reaction. It depends. I mean, you can go, listen, it's a very complex subject. I think it is. And it would take a long time to go through with everything. It's just sad how everything turned out. Yeah, it sucks, man. It definitely does. Amber Heard's team meeting the Wizard Destroyer. Oh, no. Yeah, that's just about right, man. Holy fuck. Only a wizard can defeat a witch. This guy really didn't know what he was talking about, man. Let's see this. So, yes, very legit reviews. So, a bunch of people just gave her 5-star reviews. I mean, I think that people do that all the time. Like, this is just what happens, is that these places like Yelp and these other review websites, what ends up happening with them is that they're used basically as a marketing tool. This is no longer something to educate yourself on the subject or anything like that. That has nothing to do with it. The only reason it's there is because it gives them the ability to kind of like advertise themselves. I think that's fundamentally what it is. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff, especially whenever like somebody does something bad, like somebody has a bad experience, and then them and all their friends downvote the restaurant. It makes them look bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's the hive mind. I would look at like comments and reviews from like 6 months ago or a year ago, and I think that'd give you a much better insight into, in general, kind of like how people actually feel about it, you know? And let's go back over. I'm gonna watch a few things today, and then I think we might do Vaulton today. Today is the reset, right? I can do Vaulton again today, right? I just want to double check. Watch the Star Wars? Yeah, 1 minute left. 1 minute left until what? Okay, yeah, I can. All right, yeah, I might do that today, but we're gonna watch some stuff before I get into that, okay? Memes I made. Your Honor, I don't think that's hearsay. Okay, yeah, there we go. I noticed this game, right? Have you seen this shit? Elden Ring, Moog may be the Soul series' worst LGBT representation. Has fascinating and tragic lore, but the implications of his relationship with Mikola can be harmful. Who actually read up on Moog and was like, LGBT is taking a big L on this one. Maidenless seek grace. Representation doesn't mean that you only get positive representation. No, of course not. That's the way it goes. It makes it very boring and restrictive storytelling that you can't write problematic characters of certain identities. Here's the facts. Nobody cares. All right, anyway, so let's look at this here. Fisto, my friend, are you all right? Here, let me help you defeat. I fisted hard, but He-Man, I could not fist them all? Okay. Yeah, that's maybe a little bit much. Yeah, nobody gives it. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Amber Heard just admitted that the op-ed was for Johnny Depp. Yeah, it was obvious. It was already proven. It's not that big of a surprise, etc. And what's this here? It's on his head. I'm not going to look at that. Doesn't really matter. Concrete is mostly sand, so big buildings are basically sand castles. Yeah, sure. Okay, we've had a lot of these memes to catch up with, right? But I think in general, there's always going to be somebody that goes out there and tries to like put their agenda into a video game, or tries to like inject their agenda into something or another, right? That's just the way things go. Give me a second. All right. Oh boy. Death of a game. New World. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Mr. Hyde, Sam Hyde, Mr. Hyde. I watched the recent video from Sam Hyde. It was about he was hiring somebody. It was pretty fucking funny. I'm gonna be honest, it was really fucking funny, man. So, Steam charts, yeah. Let's see here, 18K peak concurrency. So, before I play the video, let's put it into context. How is New World doing? 20,000 people are playing the game. So, there are 20,000 individuals playing the game. And on top of that, let's see here, every day it's somewhere around 20,000. And for Lost Ark, let's go ahead and look at this one here. A lot of people playing Lost Ark. That is crazy. That's a lot of people that are excited about the game. And so you see 20,000 people playing this game. It originally had a release number of, how many people are playing it on release? About 900,000 people were playing New World on release. And then things just kind of changed after that. Now, I have been a big fan of New World for many years. You guys might not know this, but I'll just go ahead and pull it up just so anybody who might doubt this whenever I'm going to watch this video. On the New World open beta, I have 11 hours. On the test realm, I have 300 hours. And on the actual game itself, I have 996 hours on New World. I love New World. I think that it's a tremendous game, but the game has a lot of problems, and I don't think anybody can deny that. So we're going to look at this video and see kind of what those problems are. I made my own review about it, and we'll see what their insight for it as well. 1300 hours wasted? Absolutely not. I enjoyed probably 1,200 of those 1,300 hours. Yeah, I actually had fun. I really enjoyed myself in New World. I like the aesthetic of the game. I love the music. I love the graphics. I like the combat on a very, very casual level. Yeah, I really enjoyed myself. I had a lot of fun. I leveled to 63 times. So basically, if I ever go to court, you guys can just use the defense that I'm mentally insane and I'll never go to jail. Let's watch the video. Death of a Game, New World. But why? There's a lot of reasons. All right, let me use a metaphor and then we're going to start the video. Playing New World was like sitting down after you had just gotten your bag of like popcorn out of the microwave and you put it in a bowl, and your mom and your dad are there, and maybe your sister and maybe a friend are all there, and you turn off the lights. It's 1999 or it's 2000, and you watch The Patriot with Mel Gibson. Think about how cozy that is. That was New World. Let's watch the video. Who's that? It's that ugly fuck.
Sometimes, despite signs of life, a game is far more dead than we realize. In moments like that, I have to be willing to stake my name on what I believe to be a certain future for the game in question. New World is a game I have a personal history with, being an alpha tester who even stepped foot into their game studios. So no matter how this comes...
Oh, really? Damn, so this guy's invested. I never got a chance to do that. I never played the alpha either. I think Tips played the alpha, but I didn't get an opportunity to.
Cross, you can trust it's from a person with a perspective on the whole thing.
Fuck yeah.
New World, developed by Amazon Game Studios and published by Amazon, is an MMORPG survival-style action game that launched back in September of 2021. New World initially would wow the internet with impressive visuals and sounds, having an impressive near million-person peak player count on Steam, before plummeting in only a few months, down 90% of its player base.
It was over 90% even, and let me just change this. Oh, look at that! Look who it is! It's old Baldy back to New World. Look at this! It's me! They're using my video in here. That's cute. I love it. And so yeah, I was the premier. It was me and Shroud that were like the premier New World Andes, and then you had like a few guys under that, but like we were the ones that kept playing. And so yeah, I mean, like that's one thing that, like I said, that like you should be able to take something that's good from every game. And I really liked in New World how you had these different crafting benches that people in the world would craft at those benches. I thought that was super cool. And I also thought it was really cool that in New World you had like the sound effects of like, you know, mining inside of a cave, and it has a different sound. Like that was really immersive. I loved it. It's lit.
Is New World unable to sustain its massive initial successes?
There he is. The other
Why
New
am I
World
featuring it on the series before it's technically dead yet, besides that not being the only requirement to make the series? Well, detectives and those new to the channel, you will have to wait to find out more, as we will uncover the biggest clues and present our evidence at the very end of the episode for the final deduction concerning the largest contributing factors for the death of a game, New World. Stay tuned to the very end of the episode to catch a hint on what the next episode might be.
He's gonna do a sponsor. Oh shit, wait, what? Yeah, he's doing a sponsor for himself. Jesus Christ, this is incredible. God damn. Bro, this gets me hyped to play New World. Like, I'm thinking about, I'm like, yeah, like, bro, bro, like, maybe I should log on to New World after this, see what's going on, right? It's like, it can say death of a game, and I'm like, yeah, dude, this is cool. I like this. Okay, here we go.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome our sponsor for this video. It's Geology.
I called it. I was just a little bit early.
Geology is a 9-time award-winning men's skincare product recognized in the Men's Health, Esquire, and Ask Men Grooming Awards, with 5,000 plus 5-star reviews. Geology creates a simple, effective skincare routine customized just for you. You just click the link provided and fill out a 30-second diagnostic quiz with, in just a few clicks, you tell them about your skin goals, and then a team of dermatologists will design a regimen just for you to be shipped directly to your door.
I actually have a skincare regimen. It's called Never Washing My Face at All. It actually works very well. If you look at my skin, it's absolutely completely immaculate. There are no blemishes at all on my skin in any way, shape, or form. I have none on my arms or anything like that. It's just totally fucking perfect. And what it is I have an earth shield that builds up. And that earth shield builds up through not showering. And I build stacks on my earth shield. And then the more that I do that, it allows me to be more resistant towards the other elements, such as the sun, wind, and these other things. Earth shield is extremely powerful. So what is this?
That's simple. This skincare routine helps you fight acne, reduce oiliness, prevent wrinkles, combat dark or puffy under eyes. As somebody with chronic dark under eyes and dry skin, I really enjoy Geology's skincare product because it helps me feel refreshed in the morning and at night. And not only feels fresh, it smells fresh too. Head to geology.com, that's geologie.com, and take the free skincare quiz to save up to 50%.
I've always thought it was a bad marketing tool to take a word that people already know how to spell and then spell it differently. Like, I always thought that's a bad marketing tool, personally. I think it's harder for people to find. And also, like, yeah, it's reflect. Oh, that's virtual exchange, right? That was one of my biggest complaints with it. That's why I didn't want to do it. That's a French spelling? It's French? Oh. Never mind.
Off on your 30-day trial.
Never mind.
Even better, join their Geology Galaxy community for more daily tips, giveaways, and more at discord.gg/geology.
Seems like a good
Thanks
idea.
again to Geology for sponsoring today's video, and back to the mystery detectives.
I think that the market for like male basically, so you know how like there's like 500 different beard oils, and like beard oils are like essential oils for men. It's like everybody has a different kind of one that they put on, right? Yeah, that's fucking shit, right? And so anyway, I think there's a huge market for guys that actually want to take care of the way they look more. So this is actually a good idea. It cures COVID?
Amazon Game Studios, which is where the story begins, was formed back in 2012.
Damn, she used to be hot.
When Amazon bought action shooter developer Double Helix 2 years later in 2014, they got a head start.
Okay.
Double Helix was founded back in 2007 and had mostly forgettable titles like Battleship and Silent Hill Homecoming, but managed something half decent with Killer Instinct back in 2013. Double Helix would form the backbone of Amazon Game Studios. Amazon had only ever sold games as a distributor, but had expressed more interest in creating their own video game developer in-house, which explained the AGS initiative. AGS, or Amazon Game Studios, initially would create mobile games and otherwise not so noteworthy titles. But that's not Amazon enough, surely. September of 2016, and Amazon would announce
a mega game. Yeah, I remember whenever this shit got announced, I was excited about it. Absolutely. Well, I think that a lot of people remember Amazon was going to make a fucking Lord of the Rings MMO. And a lot of people thought that New World was going to be kind of like the playtest for the Amazon Lord of the Rings MMO. But then they ended up pulling out of the deal because of a problem and like a communication problem or payment problem with Tencent or China. I think that's a big factor of it got canceled, which probably was a good thing because I assumed they wanted to bastardize the game in a way that would be untrue to its spirit.
It's not just one, but 3 major titles, including one we have already covered on the series, Crucible, and one that we are covering on this episode, New World. New World was set to be a sandbox survival MMO based on the colonization of the Americas with a supernatural twist. New World was described as allowing players to choose between playing as a farmer, a crafter, or an adventurer,
or all
as well
of the
as
above.
focus on building camps and towns to survive the harsh environment. Even the journalist describing the game in their article likened it to Rust, or an Ark-type MMO with colonialism thrown in there. Whatever you were likening it to, an MMORPG is one of the most complex genres, and Amazon was signing up right at the top.
Oh yeah.
Amazon being willing to jump right into the field might be super exciting, but no matter how much money they would put in, if they didn't understand how an MMORPG works, then it would be mostly for naught.
Yeah,
We've seen this happen time and time
anything.
again on the series, with big players entering the online space, only to leave with their tail between their legs.
It's hard to make a good MMO. It really is. It's hard. It's a tremendous undertaking. And I think that basically, I saw a post, because I still check the New World subreddit, and I saw a post, it was like 2 days ago, and there were people, like right now, everybody that plays New World, they're like, all right, yeah, we're playing the game. It's not that great. It is what it is, you know? But people were hoping that New World will be able to pull a No Man's Sky. That is the best case scenario, that as time goes on, New World will improve the game to the point where it's playable and enjoyable.
To no details concerning New World for the next 2 years following the announcement. As typically expected of an MMO that can sometimes have a...
Oh my god.
The next 2 years following the announcement.
Bro. What did they do to this man? What did they do to this man? That's Scott Lane, isn't it? That's got to be Scott, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's him. That's the guy. Like, I'm like 99% sure that's Scott. Yeah, so this was the guy that was the game director. Bro, having to deal with New World aged him worse than the presidency does. Holy shit. Like, that guy is stressed out, man. Like, he is completely fucking stressed out. Yeah, that's bad.
Typically expected of an MMO that can sometimes...
And the worst part is that now he looks a little bit more like I do. You know, with like the long hair and everything. He's just stressed. Feel bad for him, man. It sucks. Now, I remember like they interviewed some of the other people on the team pretty early on. It's the same thing that happened.
Have a development cycle of 5 years. Instead, one of the 3 announced titles was already being shuttered. Breakaway, which I managed to also alpha test and never let people forget about it because it was their earliest failure, them being AGS, was being shut down before it even launched back in March of 2018.
Yeah.
This apparently would now bring more focus to the other 2 titles,
Interesting
Crucible
idea.
and relevant for our story, New World.
What's New World?
June 15th, 2018 is when I personally enter the story, and while there's not always an inside scoop on the Death of a Game series, on special occasions like this, we get a view from the inside from your trusty, local neighborhood detective.
Okay.
AGS would contact a few of us streamers or YouTubers, and mostly guys who played survival games and a couple MMO players.
Dude, yeah,
and have
I was
us
in
fly
this.
out to their studios in Irvine, California.
Not that, but like
Not
the preview
only
event.
would we become alpha testers, we were some of the earliest and highest profile testers stepping foot into the test studio that, by the way, used to be a breakaway esports room for our 4-hour-long sessions that we took. That version of New World was far more raw than what people were probably used to or exposed to. You didn't have set cities, instead you had building, and you could build freeform-wise like a true survival game. There was next to no lore in the game, and there was barely any points of interest. On top of that, it utilized a criminal system where you could flag and then kill another player and take their drop stuff. At this point, I already recognized that New World's team was utilizing an outdated criminal system, and because of this, the system would probably be easily exploited.
I think that almost all of the systems that are fixated around world PvP tend and turn towards making things less enjoyable for the viewer, or sorry, for the players, the majority of players, because there's a small handful of people that their idea of fun, they are like fun vampires. And so like in order for them to have fun, somebody else has to not have fun. I was one of them.
To show this to developers by running around and PKing the other content creators on repeat, and in my feedback I also made sure to mention that it was a problem.
Yeah.
If you study other MMORPGs of the past, you should know that you can't trust players to make good decisions without building a system to facilitate such. If you
I think that he could have just stopped after he said, you can't trust players.
have a criminal system with no nuance other than being flagged or not,
Yeah.
inevitably people will abuse such a simple system.
Yeah,
It's
they'll take
frustrating because
advantage of
people
it.
think it's indicative of
He's
a
right.
PvP-focused game just being destined for failure, but in my opinion it has more to do with the fact that the criminal system itself, like other systems presented in New World sadly, by 2018 was already outdated by easily 15 years. Other things
Yeah, it
mentioned for
was.
feedback
I
for
agree
New
with that.
World by content creators were more lore and just reasons to care about the world in general. Sure, it was a
I think
sandbox.
I think that was one of the main factors of the game is like New World, like you compare New World to like, let's say Lost Ark or, I mean, Final Fantasy especially. Like in Final Fantasy, like you're getting cinematics regularly, like you're interacting with the same characters all the time. There's only like maybe 3 or 4 characters that you learn about in New World. And also like some of the voice acting for the game, there's like 3 paragraphs of text explaining what the quest is. And the voice acting is like the first sentence of the first paragraph and that's it. And like it doesn't read the rest of it to you. And then also like you just want to close it and move on. And it doesn't just continuously read the text to you afterwards. It's not good. Like if we got like cinematics and like actual quest, I think a well-designed MSQ with actual cinematics and dynamic gameplay for New World would have taken it a lot farther. And they could still do this, by the way. It's not impossible.
But there still needed to be more in that sandbox to make people care about building in said sandbox. We also echoed in unison that we enjoyed the Dark Souls combat approach that was more prevalent early on in the game, and felt like New World should lean more into that, as well as take inspiration in the dangerous world that we were discovering, which felt at the moment pretty empty and lifeless, but could have a certain Dark Souls element to it that would be pretty enjoyable. It felt like all in all it was a really productive feedback session. How much they took in the end, of course, we don't really know, but we did sit in front of pretty much the major developers on the project and sat up individually and gave our piece.
All right. That's cool. I didn't know he was
Sometime near the end of 2019, New World would shift the game to a buy-to-play business model pre-launch from a free-to-play one. There's a bit of speculation as to why this is, such as lack of faith in the product, and I don't think that it's ever been properly addressed, but AGS would allow the early backers of the game at least to get it for free.
I think that's probably a mistake. I don't know if they even should have done that. I think that like whenever you change like the business model of the game like that, like you're gonna have malders. Like absolutely, it's just business. Yeah, it's like a free-to-play game. The thing is that, in my opinion, what's the best way to play a game? Or to design it and make a game accessible to the public. I think that something like Lost Ark or Final Fantasy is the best foundation. Is you have an extensive trial, an extensive free-to-play experience, but you can choose to pay money to get the full experience. I think that's completely required nowadays because there are so many games out there that if you want your game to succeed, unless it's like a massive viral success, it's very hard for you to bring in new players because those people don't want to spend money to get in, right? It's like how many times you like, if you like go downtown or something and people will go to like different clubs or bars because there's no cover for there. That's basically what happens, right? There's a lot more people that go there. At least I can tell you, at least at 6th Street.
Nearly 2 years after I reported the issue to New World devs when testing their game, they would finally respond to the criticism and rampant PK issues in their game, January 2020, by shifting the game completely away from PvP altogether, by straight removing the criminal system.
I would also like to contextualize this, that it was within like 2 months after Phase 2 of Classic World of Warcraft came out. So I honestly believe that New World saw how much Classic WoW was just decimated by Phase 2 and how many servers started dying and everything, and they just decided, you know what, this isn't going to work with our game, because it was really kind of like a modern day experience of that. Like what happens whenever you introduce one of these old school systems to a new audience? Well, that's what happens. And so they changed their mind on it. Disagree? It was because of internal testing feedback? I don't think it's because of either one exclusively. So, sure.
Seen as a solution to some players, and while in some ways it was more of a band-aid fix. Instead of fleshing out the criminal system and attempting to add like karma to it and fix it, they just removed the whole thing. But it's not a real solution because New World was primarily built on conflict, through creating bases in places you live and operate out of and then fighting over these. That was kind of the point of New World. It lacked any real storytelling and even basic questing. It felt like the AGS team, with the PvP changes, were just taking their ball and going home. This meant that AGS a year before launch was going to drastically switch the focus of New World in the way that we haven't really seen before. From PvP sandbox to PvE theme park.
I don't really think that they were going to go for PvE theme park. I think that they were just going to go for a less PvP-centric focus of the sandbox. And it was mainly by getting rid of the hardcore PvP element of it. Because, like, yeah, I think that's what happens with a lot of games, is that those games, like the audience for those games, I think the best example of this is like Mortal Online 2. Mortal Online 2 is loved by a lot of people, but a lot of people is like 10,000 or like 20,000. So like whenever you're making a game and you're designing it for mass appeal, it's really hard to appeal to that many people if you have a genre that has like so many pitfalls in it.
Game director Scott Lane confirmed in one of the developer chats that were released. With Crucible shut down already, AGS was 2 for 3 on failed games, with New World not even launched yet but already suffering from immense issues. A lot was riding on New World being a success, which was originally set to launch May 2020, but then delayed significantly following the PvP changes and the feedback received from testers all the way to spring 2021.
Which makes sense.
AGS would express a desire to add more features and content, including more middle and in-game experiences, because there just weren't any.
I think that's where that's where New World really fell off. It was the middle game experiences. If you guys quit the game, I could probably prove this in here. If you guys quit the game before you hit level 60, or actually, let's say you quit New World, what level were you whenever you quit? I think there are going to be so many people that are going to say 25 to 55. Probably 20 to 50. And yes, and like you're going to have like that hot spot at like level 30 fucking, like 30, level 36. Oh, you level 30 fucking 6. How many more fucking boars do I have to kill? How many times do I have to turn in 35 iron ingots? You know, it's just too many times. And that's what happened, right? Like the 1 to 20 experience of New World, like the levels 1 to 20, in my opinion, was S tier. I thought it was tremendous. It was amazing. It was so fucking good. And then 20 to 40 was not. And then 40 to 60 was like, oh, if you already did 20 to 40, you're going to do 40 to 60 probably, you know? Like, that's it.
Don't typically need them as much because the players can flesh that content out themselves.
Right.
This would give New World roughly a year to shift their game to a more PvE-centric MMO, which arguably wouldn't be enough time. To elaborate, another large non-ignorable issue with switching to a PvE-centric typical MMO in-game content model design style, that's a mouthful, is that it's one that's not particularly long-lasting. Think of in-game raids and dungeons. After you've completed them a few times, you don't really have a reason
This is one of the hardest raids in the game. I know there's some people that don't play WoW. This fight was fucking crazy. Like, you had, like, a boss, there's, like, 4 ads. Ads kept healing each other. You need, like, rotations on all 4 of the ads. And, you know, like, basically, like, it was just really complicated. And then, like, the boss would stun you. He would, like, enrage. It was crazy, bro. And so, like, what people opted to do was just get, like, all world buffs and AoE everything down. And usually the boss kills would take about 30 seconds.
Redo them. The shelf life on that sort of content is very short, and thus it's a bit of a perishable good. Think of the sandbox MMO as more of non-perishable goods, because the players can constantly create their own content, thus it's long-lasting. New World
I think that's a good point, that sandbox MMOs have more and like better long-lasting content, but I think that also they have to be extremely well designed. And also another big factor with a lot of sandbox type games like Rust especially, is that Rust has resets. Rust, you just have a massive reset. It's a server wipe, and that's it. Everybody starts over from zero. And I think that's a big factor of having these types of games, is that you never let people really fully reach that pinnacle and sit there for too long. V Rising, yeah, I don't know enough about that game yet, so I'm not sure.
Suddenly shifting from a sandbox-style game to a more theme park-style game wasn't exactly an easy switch.
Yeah.
Theme park content is quite competitive and extremely expensive, but my hypothesis on it is that it's not sustainable due to design. It's very hard to do sustainably with the constant drive for more content and bigger and better content. In fact,
I disagree with that. I actually think that theme park MMOs are in general better. I think that you should have a theme park MMO with sandbox elements. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Or you should have a sandbox MMO with theme park elements. I think that going full 100% towards one or another is not the best way to handle a game. Like, you have games like Lost Ark. I think Lost Ark does a great job at this, at having cascading difficulties of PvE encounters. And so did Classic World of Warcraft and Burning Crusade. And I think that being able to do that is not impossible. I think that, in fact, New World showed that they're able to do that with making the new dungeon that they did. And in my opinion, I'll say this again, I know people might be mad, I think that Tempest Keep, whatever the fuck it is, I forgot what it's called, Tempest Heart, in New World, the new dungeon, is probably one of the best designed visual dungeons I've ever seen in any video game. Like, from a purely visual perspective, I think that it's one of the best ones I've ever seen.
The only developers who have done it realistically are pretty much the biggest developers
Blizzard,
in
Square
the
Enix,
space.
yeah.
Because they can afford it. New World was going to struggle to just walk into an entirely new, different game direction and compete with the likes of Square Enix, ZeniMax Online, ArenaNet, and even Jagex.
It's hard to do.
After taking a year off to refocus the game, the start of 2021 wasn't any kinder to Amazon Game Studios, as the company would be plagued with reports of severe dysfunction within the studio amidst the shift in design. Surely New World had immense pressure on it, with 2 of the 3 gaming efforts of AGS already being major failures, and outlets like Bloomberg questioning if they could even make a good game in the first place. While
there was also like a lot of talk that like Amazon Game Studio, the way that they handled developing games and making games was they would just continuously, hire people that were game designers and game developers and then tell them what to do without letting those people do what they wanted to do. This is what I heard, and this is literally hearsay, but that's certainly what I heard.
Amazon is pouring $500 million into video game development. Not only are there calls of dysfunction, there's also accusations of toxic bro culture concerning Amazon Game Studios too. It felt like Amazon's desire to skip through the process a bit by buying its way through, they had seemingly picked wrongly in their leadership. For starters, they didn't even pick a leader with gaming experience. You heard that right. Mike Frazzini, the leader of the games division at the time, hadn't even made a game before. According to a Bloomberg report, Frazzini would reportedly frustrate developers with basic takes and had trouble differentiating between gameplay and concept footage. But that's not the worst of it. Sure, upper leadership guy without hands-on experience and being out of touch isn't the craziest thing. Head of games department or not, right? I think the worst of it is when you start to peek into the portfolios and experience of the other experienced game developers tasked on Amazon's new MMORPG New World.
Okay.
Let's start with the game director featured quite prominently, Scott Lane. Scott was a producer who worked on wrestling games, shooters, and a few top RPGs. Not online RPGs or MMOs in sight, though. Well, that's fine, he's a producer.
I'm gonna forgive that because one of the things that he worked on there was Gauntlet. Even though that was the last Gauntlet game they ever made. I loved Gauntlet, Gauntlet Legends, Gauntlet Dark Legacy, remember that? The old Gauntlet with the arcade machine? It was lit. They need to make a new one.
About the actual developers, right? Well, the design lead worked on Killer Instinct and Silent Hill Homecoming. The combat lead had a similar history because, well, Amazon acquired Double Helix, and these are Double Helix developers.
Right.
Well, that's fine. If they have someone experienced as a game systems leader, they could just teach the other developers how the systems work. Gears of War? And the dude's primarily an artist? For a systems designer? At this point, I started to just dig deeper out of curiosity, and a deep growing sadness sinking within.
And what's that?
The UX lead was a Madden developer. The world lead was about the only guy with MMO experience. Just too bad it was a failed MMO, Defiance.
I actually don't care about this because a lot of the people that made WoW were people that just fucking hated EverQuest. They're like, oh, this game sucks, I'll make my own game. It's like Ian was an attorney, Ghostcrawler was a marine biologist, I mean, a lot of these guys, like, yeah, I don't, like, yes, it's like, it's one of those things that you can look back in. You can look back on something like this in retrospect and say that it was a mistake, but I don't think that it fundamentally was at the time that it happened.
The narrative leader? No other credits. Even the AI lead has a lacking position, with a developer who was previously a character designer.
No.
Now, my intention is not to announce all of these developers are just incapable of offering good perspectives, or they suck, or whatever else. My point is that why would you pump this much money into video game development for one of the most ambitious games in game development, and then hire essentially nobody with actual MMO experience? It's like if I was some billionaire who entered into the phone business, but I never actually used or was familiar with industry standards in phones.
Yeah.
You can probably assume no matter how much money I would pour into it, my phone wouldn't be competitive for a number of reasons, no matter
That's
how
a good
many
point.
flip phone companies I would acquire. And when I encountered common problems, I wouldn't know how to deal with them due to just having no experience.
I think that what he mentioned earlier is actually a really big reason why there was a problem, is that the person that was really in charge of it didn't understand what was going on. It's like a lot of you guys have probably had this happen. Have you had somebody that works, with you, and this is like the person who's like mainly in charge, and they have no fucking idea what they're doing, and it just basically puts a wrench in everything because they just don't fucking know what's going on. And then also, like, it creates a lot of dissonance in the team, right? Because then this person is, like, frustrated with the team is, like, resenting this person. It's like a bad management style in general.
Alright, we can just ditch the crappy phone analogy. The point is here is that New World was being helmed by guys with no MMO experience. Yep. That's absolutely ludicrous to me on its own, because Amazon can just pay themselves out of that problem quite easily.
That's true.
But on top of that, I don't even know how many MMOs these devs were even playing or had played. That might sound like I'm just making a bold claim and just going a little bit too far, but
No, I don't think that is at all. I actually think this is a very good point that he's bringing up, because all the people that, I listed, like Ghostcrawler, like Ian and everything like that, these people are people that, like, fucking no-lifed MMOs. And not only did they no-life MMOs, but you look at people like Yoshi P, who still plays MMOs all the time, right? He's still playing these games. And so, like, whenever he's playing Final Fantasy, he's playing it in the context of his knowledge of Ultima Online. He's playing it in the context of his knowledge of World of Warcraft. So he's not looking at it as, like, just a it's like, let me think of a way to describe it, right? He has, like, a broader scope of how he can analyze what's in his game, because he has more of a foundation to compare it to other games with as well. See what I'm saying? Like, and so, like, it's like the more games that you play, especially around your genre and even outside of your genre as well, the more that you can take that and then turn it around into knowledge that makes your game better. And I think that's one of the big reasons why Final Fantasy is successful, is because it has somebody like him who understands MMOs very, very well. And I think it's also a foundational reason on why people are excited about Ashes of Creation, is because Stephen Sharif was a huge MMO player with Lineage and with Arcade especially.
Basing it off of a few things. For starters, I've spoken to devs, and I spoke to one that worked at SOE, and he stated that it's fairly common on MMOs for people making decisions to have no MMO experience, let alone development experience. Secondly, when I was at the AGS office, I noticed that when I made certain, in my opinion, industry standard or well-received feature remarks, and the industry, and, referenced them, the devs seemed to be quite impressed. While I take my testing job quite seriously, and of course I think highly of myself, contract pay or not, many of the things I was offering as advice and ideas for AGS were just lifted from some of my favorite MMOs, like ArcAge, and Star Wars Galaxies, and Warhammer, and even other survival games like Rust and Conan Exiles.
That's smart. That's what you should do. Like, I've always said this. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just make a wheel that spins faster, or it spins better, or it's more reliable. Like, take what other people have done and then build on that. It's like whenever somebody streams, it's like, I don't know, should I use a webcam or not? Like, I don't know, should I play music on my stream or not? Should I interact with my chat or not? It's like, shut up. Just watch the people that are successful, look what they do that, and then do your own thing on top of that. It's almost like in Path of Exile. You guys ever do this? You ever play PoE? And like, you got people that try to, I'm going to make my own build. And, I've watched Quinn stream. We all know how that goes. And so what you do, really, what you're supposed to do whenever you make a build, this is what smart players do, or actually this is what I do, and is you follow a build guide, and then you diverge from that build guide at the point where you fully understand what the initial build guide was and what the goals of the build were. So, like, that's what you're supposed to do. Like, I tell people, if you're going to play PoE, follow a build guide, and then diverge from that whenever you feel comfortable to do so. That's a smart way to do it.
I could be reading too
Just
much
watch
into
Mapple.
that, but I think that the story of New World is one of a bunch of likely talented developers who think or thought they could make an MMORPG without actually learning how, or going through the process on a smaller scale. Whether that's the fault of leadership and trusting in the wrong people, or the developers taking on something just too grand. Who knows?
I think that a big factor of it, too, was the New World focused a lot on intangibles, and I think that its focus on intangibles made the game unenjoyable for a lot of players, such as like being out in the world, having a sense of danger out in the world, and like these ideas that sound good whenever you're in a focus group, but whenever the player actually engages with this idea, they're frustrated about it. Like, that's kind of where I see it.
New World would face another delay in February of 2021. This
was a good decision, by the way. This was a tremendously good decision, because whenever this happened, New World was clearly not ready. Like, people had played it. I remember watching it. It was not fucking ready. They should have done this. I'm always in support of delays if the developer feels like it's necessary. I felt that way with Shadowlands. I felt that way with I was going to say Warcraft 3 Reforged. But I felt that way with a New World, and I think that in general delays make a game is better. And I think that the reason why is that, like, nowadays, you guys have seen this many times, right? Where a game comes out and it has like a few fucked up bugs, and then everybody thinks the game is awful because of those bugs, or it's not that good. So first impressions with gaming now matter so much, especially with like viral media. So if you have a game and it's really bad, do you guys remember Annie getting banned for milking the cow? Who remembers Annie getting banned for milking the cow? Yes, everybody remembers that, right? DSP milked the cow and nothing happened. Or he milked the hog, excuse me. Nothing happened. Annie does it, she gets fucking banned. And guess what? Everybody remembers that, and it's a meme about the game not being that great. You know, that's the whole fucking point. Oh, Annie's in chat. Hi, Annie. Yeah, there it is. And so these memes are memes, but at the same time, people view it as a negative.
To August in the fall. Instead, AGS would utilize this time to close beta test New World, which isn't a bad idea. The reason we have to cover delays as a negative thing is New World was set to launch a year before.
Holy shit.
It's one thing to have a delay or two, but by the point the game is nearing years off its initial targeted launch date, which just screams that it wasn't very realistic to begin with. Closed beta in the summer was supposed to highlight what New World had in store, with their shift to a more PvE-centric theme park-style game, and all of that. What it showcased was simplistic questing that seemed to take all of 30 minutes to write and come up with, where you must go here, interact with the same objects over and over again, or do the PvP variant where you run here and then stand there for 2 minutes. I wasn't very impressed with the changes, as there would be no reason effectively to even flag for PvP anymore, and the game's lackluster PvE wasn't going to help matters either. When I said that,
this was like, I went so hard on this beta. Like, I got level 60 on the beta, and I remember, like, I was talking about all the problems the game has, and this is something I will never fucking forget. But I was talking about the problems the game had at endgame, and I had all these 38-year-old, gray-bearded, wearing their hat dads sitting there fishing at Windsward telling me that I'm fucking wrong. And I said, guess what, Ted? Guess what, Bill? Guess what, Herbert? You're going to get level 60 eventually, and it's going to suck. And then nobody wanted to listen. They said, oh, wow, Asmongold's capitalizing on drama again. Typical Baldy. Well, get the fuck out of here. That's not what it was at all. Like, and then I said I did the same thing at launch, and then people are shitting on me for it. And then later on, everybody's like, wait a minute. Hold up. Oh. It's because I know life the game. I've had everybody else. Gotcha Andes, yeah. And they got.
New World and
That's
closed beta
right.
actually had lackluster PvE. What I mean is just literally. I actually enjoyed the gameplay loop itself and had a good time. I thought it was quite fun to play when the guns still shot projectiles especially. The problem is that outside of that gameplay loop, there wasn't much redeeming concerning the PvE in New World to begin with. It was below the industry standard for the time and below standards even set by MMOs back in the early 2000s.
It's like a very simple question for this. Is a Mythic Plus dungeon a better experience than running Genesis? I think that the answer to that is yes. I think that it is a resounding yes. Is doing an extreme trial in Final Fantasy a better experience than doing one of the bosses in New World, like the Siren Queen or something like that? I think that, once again, the answer is a resounding yes. And that's what the problem was. So, like, whenever you have PvE trials, you know, like PvE dungeons, cooperative content, it has to exist at a high level. And I think a good example of this is Lost Ark. Is that Lost Ark has plenty of PvE content, and it was not developed, 10 years ago. It was developed semi-recently, and it's actually quite good. But it stands alone and for itself. And the New World content doesn't do that.
Next to no main story, very little individual story, and the quests were nearly 22 years old feeling. Say what you will about titles like TSW, SWTOR, ESO, and Final Fantasy XIV, but they upped the level of expectation for story and PvE content in MMOs and MMORPGs.
A lot.
New World seemed to be a regression and seems...
I actually think that he should have mentioned World of Warcraft a lot more, is because in World of Warcraft, I don't think that people are as much in love with the story as they are in love with the world. People love Azeroth, they love being in Azeroth. Yes, they have their favorite characters, etc., but the world itself is what's compelling. And it's the individual little stories maybe they like or don't like, but it's not like in Final Fantasy where there's like one... and I know that there's other narratives in the game, right? I'm not trying to say this, but there is one general MSQ that you do, whereas in WoW, people have like a very strong attachment to like certain parts of the game because it's such a nostalgic game for a lot of people. So World of Warcraft, I think, would fall into this category as well, except it's not necessarily it's not necessarily the same thing.
The fail in comparison in everything
like
but visuals in the action combat offering. Meanwhile, throughout the closed beta on the nicest graphics cards, New World was literally bricking them, which is an absolute...
That's not... No, I think that's not true. So the graphics cards that were being bricked were actually the EVGA graphics cards that were made, and it was found that actually it was a defective thing about the graphics cards themselves and not actually New World as a game.
Absolutely horrible look, and to me screams not being properly optimized. As the August launch date would creep closer and closer, another delay would hit New World, this time a shorter month-long delay to focus on the game polish.
I remember that.
When New World did launch though, could we trust it was really ready after all of these delays?
I think that New World... That's so weird, I'm gonna wait for this. I think that New World was ready for release at the Gypsum patch. If they had released New World at the Gypsum patch, I think that it would have retained twice as many players.
New World would launch globally September 28th, 2021. After some time, New World would launch globally...
You fucking wrote an article about this and you only got to level 18! You don't know what you're talking about! CG Mag Online! You don't know what you mean! You had no idea!
September 28th, 2021, after some time being delayed. Finally, AGS's final horseman was unveiled and set to try to wow the Twitch and MMORPG audience. According to Bezos and what I was told by AGS, the expectation for New World would be that it would remain a top 10 viewed title on Twitch. It was able to accomplish that temporarily, at least, even managing to impressively sell a few dozen million copies, according to Steam Spy.
Of course, yeah, New World on release was great. And I do think that, and I will still stick to this, New World is worth the $40. I think that if you like MMOs that are like New World, you can buy this game and get your money's worth if you value your time at $1 an hour. I do, I think so. I do. With the state that it's in now and everything, I've always been a big advocate to say that you know, video games like this. Like, yes, obviously it's not the same value you're going to get from, like, let's say something like Vampire Survivors or Hades or maybe V Rising now or Valheim. But I think it is a good game, and you'll get the amount of time out of it that's, at least for me, right? I think that people that are like me will get their money's worth out of this game.
On Steam, it was able to peak at just under 1 million players peak,
There's a lot
and
of
half
people.
a million average concurrently, making the top 10 most played list. New World on aggregate review website Metacritic would score a 70 out of 100.
Context, they had drops. So, like, Shroud and like, fucking Extra Life, or the fuck, and a few other people had drops, and they had, like, omega inflated viewership. The same as, like, I had, like, a bunch of inflated viewership whenever I was doing Lost Ark because of drops. But you can also say that the game has a lot of people watching for drops because it has a lot of people playing. Because if you have drops for a game that nobody cares about, the drops won't have any impact. But yes, it did have drops, so that does muddy the waters a little bit.
From 35 different critics, with a
Extra Life has
slightly
crazy
poorer
inflation.
review
He's a
score
view
from
bottom.
users at 5.5 out of 10, which isn't half bad at all and certainly salvageable, especially with that amount of players playing the game.
Yeah.
PC Gamer, who gave New World a 60 out of 100, would state in closing that concerning the game, New World's engaging crafting and faction rivalries are held back by abysmal PvE and a boring world. IGN, who would score the game the same, 6 out of 10, in their review would claim, New World is a very pretty survival MMORPG hybrid that saves its best moments for the endgame, but you have to be willing to grind like hell to get to them.
No, I would actually disagree with that. I think that the best experience for New World is at the very beginning of the game. And I think the end game experience is not very good. I think that the best way for me to describe the end game experience for New World, especially with the expeditions, which are the dungeons in New World, is it's like you buy a multi-million-dollar mansion and then you fill it up with furniture from Goodwill. And that's basically what happens, is that you have, like, this amazing art, you have this incredible world that it exists in, and then it's like, okay, there's two, remember the big boys that got the skeletons? They're like this? Okay, well, guess what? There's two of them, and they got a lot of health. And then they're going to go like this, and then sometimes they spin around. And then you kill them, and you've got two more after that. And then there's the other guy, and he's like this. And it's the spear guy. And you got to kill him, too. And then he spins around, he throws the spear. It's too much. Like, I think that New World Expeditions would immediately improve if they took out over half the trash. And they made the boss fights, they reduced the boss health by, like, 30% or so. And they gave each boss 3 new mechanics. I think that the game would immediately improve.
Personally, I wouldn't trust a critical review on an MMORPG, as they typically don't even play anywhere close to the amount of hours you would need to play to form a
my man, true and real
opinion, but they also just historically are quite poor.
Yes,
Playing New World at launch felt actually worse than the previous installments in my eyes, because the combat and animations now felt a bit snappier and more typical MMO feeling, less Dark Souls-like, which is kind of what we all initially wanted and asked for.
I like that he wanted that, and I think that's interesting, but the fact is that, as far as I remember, they increased the effective iframes that you received from dodging and moving away from things in order to account for lag. Because the biggest complaint with Dark Souls PvP isn't even really that it's unbalanced, it's that it's super laggy. And that's probably what they did, is I think they just increased the amount of iframes that you had. So even if you were playing with latency, it wasn't that big of a deal, because you'd still be able to dodge whenever you thought that you had something. So, or whenever you thought that you were out of something. So I don't think that's the main reason. I think the reason why New World also felt worse at launch is that they went back on their initial tagging system. Because you used to be able to tag mobs in New World. Any damage was a complete credit for a kill. And then New World considered this a problem because of the way that people abused it, farming high-level corruptions in the preview event. So they redid their tagging system, and they made it based off of contribution, which ended up frustrating a lot of people, especially people that played support and tank roles, because they just couldn't DPS enough. So I think that was another big factor that was annoying to pretty much everybody.
This would also create some undesired effects, such as the ability to make your character skate by quickly changing directions mid-movement. The reason that combat felt worse to me, though, really had to do with the fact that they shifted to hit scan over projectiles for performance issues. This made shooting a gun feel far less consistent with the setting and less easy to aim. Now, I'm a big proponent of hit scan in maybe a super competitive game, but when you're shooting a gun that actually has a projectile that actually takes time to travel there, why not just use the projectile? In my opinion, it really ruined the tempo of the gunplay in New World, which was some of the best, I think, in an MMORPG period. Still, despite these...
I don't really have a strong opinion on that. I think the gun being hit scan, like if you look at a musket, how fast does a musket shoot a bullet? The truth is, I don't really know, but I think for all intents and purposes, it's probably pretty close to hit scan in the eyes of the people that are seeing the shots. Not pretty slow, really. Pretty fucking fast. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it would be hit scan to like the naked eye, basically. So it's very slow, one every few minutes. No, I didn't say the reload rate. Yeah, you're right. I don't know, I could be wrong about that, but I don't think hit scan for musket is that bad. Personally, I don't think it's a big deal.
Issues, New World had quite a strong start out of the gate. But as I always urge, and have urged historically, caution with rocket-like launches. An MMORPG is built on longevity, so the game doing well the first month is important to get some eyes on it, and to get some money in the developers' pockets so they can afford things, but it's not as important as doing well in a year. New World's last-minute shift to PvE-centric MMO wasn't going to hold up well compared to titles like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, and Elder Scrolls Online. So while it might grab the initial player base, I was hesitant in thinking it would keep them for very long due to lacking the name recognition and the story focus as the other titles previously mentioned.
I think also another big factor was just the reality that doing the questing in the game was repetitive and boring, and so most people dropped out before 60. Like, it's actually not some kind of like grandiose thing. It's just that people didn't want to do the same quest over and over, so they quit playing the game. Yeeted and deleted.
Within a month, those dreamy player counts were in a sharp decline, being reported on by even Forbes, down 62% to 357,000 players peak. AGS was even trying to give away copies for free in some people's eyes as a way to just keep the player counts up. Besides reasons already covered, why was New World losing population so quickly? Well, simply put, the grind...
It's actually because I was negative about it on my stream. I think some people might not know this, but it's my fault this game died. I caused this to happen.
Fourth, didn't feel worth it for most players. There wasn't enough endgame, and once you got to the endgame anyway, it just wasn't good enough. Not compared to competitors. And AGS was sadly going to be incentivized from a progression standpoint to just slow progression from launch onward, which doesn't sound too crazy if that progression wasn't the same copy-paste quests and chests and some points of interest scattered about. The worst part is they didn't even have the guts to do this publicly. They chose to stealthily nerf progression during their first major update instead.
What was this? Regain trust, nerfing. What did they nerf? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So they increased the amount of people. Basically, the mobs in the area would spawn because I called it an easy game. I banned you on Zachar. Yeah, I probably did. Anyway, so yeah, exploit early, exploit often. Because what everybody would do is they would just group up and just fucking deathball through Merkgard, which is like the highest level zone in the game, and pretty much complete everything really easily. So New World thought this was a problem, and they decided to patch it. Now, I'll give you my own personal opinion. I thought soloing chest runs in Merkgard, and also in the mines, I actually found that really fun. Because I liked being able to like outsmart the AI of the NPCs, how to like position myself in the right way, make sure that I move in certain positions. Like, I actually really enjoyed that, and I unironically thought chest runs were fun whenever I did them solo.
AGS trying to address
and then, by the way, what they did to solve the problem of me having fun is they were like, oh, well, there's 3 snipers there. Okay, well, now there's 7 snipers all around the fucking... There's like 7 randomly guys sitting there like this with their fucking musket. And the moment that you either breathe in their direction, it's a fucking firing squad. It was crazy. Sequisha felt the same? Yeah, dude.
PvP issues I and many others, I am sure, outlined early on after launch, seemed just a too little too late thing. We already knew that people wouldn't PvP because there just wasn't a reason to, and we could have predicted this not because of a crystal ball, but because of paying attention to other MMOs that have launched and studying their systems and audience reception to such. But New World felt like an MMORPG created just in a vacuum, with absolutely no market research done. And you can't just fix that with a few content patches. With the population down yet again, this time by December 2021 to 145,000 peak players, AGS was forced to merge some of their servers in New World already.
To be fair, this is something that they had already planned on initially, and you can tell that they had planned on this initially because they created servers under two different distinctions. They had the server and then the server cluster. So they had planned on having the servers be combined later on. This was something that they had planned on, and it was evidenced by that.
They would then merge again later in the same month, and while merges aren't proof that the game is going to be shuttered, they aren't really a good sign so early on. New World unmistakably was at a low player count. Some servers were down to just a few mere 100 players, even after the merges.
Dude, I remember it is so depressing to log on to your server and to remember like how many people were like there in town goofing around, and there's people just moving around and asking to buy like I'm looking for a cooldown for this, and then you log back in after like 2 months and like everybody's gone, like the server's dead. Like it's actually really depressing and sad. And I remember whenever it happened to Olympus, I transferred over to Pluto, and before I did I felt kind of shitty about it. It just sucked, man.
2 more months, the population would dip to 67,000 players by February of 2022. A month later, and the former studio head of Amazon Game Studios, Mike Frazzini, would leave the company, citing a desire to spend more time with his family.
Good for him.
Now, Mike Frazzini was a bit of a lightning rod of Amazon Game Studios, but rightfully so, as the head of the studio having no prior game experience. Largely, gaming for Amazon has been an abrupt failure. They're able to get initial successes, like with New World and Lost Ark, but within a few months, their populations drop down significantly.
I think that Lost Ark has been a resounding success. I think that it's been a resounding success even whenever you take, like, let's assume that half of the players, let's assume 60% of the players are bots. If 60% of the players are bots, that still means that it's hitting numbers of 150 to 200,000 players concurrently every single day, which at some days is within the top 10 of Steam charts. I think that's really good. I do. I actually think it's really good. I think Lost Ark has done very well. Not an Amazon game?
New World would announce their first big content update in the end of March, set for sometime soon in the summer. The changes are set to bring a new weapon, more story quests, and content to the game. But the problem with the content update, besides it being a rather lean offering, is that, well, what I discussed earlier regarding perishable versus non-perishable goods. Because AGS pivoted New World towards a more perishable style of content, which isn't necessarily bad.
I'll tell you what the problem with it was real quick, is that every single NPC that you had just saw there, like the woman there, was just from Dynasty Shipyard. The Spriggan was from 10 different places in the game. The other mobs were from 2 other places in the game. The mob that you just saw last frame was just the Abomination retooled with a different head. They're all the same exact mob. That's what the problem with it was. More than anything, it was fucking boring.
It's not sustainable by design. They were inherently going to be very reliant on
the same mob. Again, that guy right there. Same fucking mob you encounter at level 20 corruption portals in the brand new dungeon.
Content updates to succeed.
Oh wow,
this
a
would put
tentacle.
New World
Never
in a
seen one of
difficult
those.
position. As population has continued to shrink down now to 34,000 players peak, over 90% of the population dropped at this point, and as less players play the game, AGS will likely have to put less money and time into the updates, which kind of creates that self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
New World is on the ropes, and even if you're
It's
a
like
fan, you can't deny that losing over 90% of the population from launch isn't good. And with lean
It's true,
content
it's not
offerings
good.
on the horizon,
I
there's
agree.
not much to be optimistic about the future of New World either. And I'm ready to put my name on it. I don't trust the developers much to salvage the product either, when most of the game's updates thus far are just focusing on fixing the game that they launched. They haven't even had time to actually add something really new or innovative in the game because they're too busy fixing half-baked systems. Systems I frankly speaking don't have much faith of them delivering on. With too much of the sand out of New World for it to exist on its own, with slow or meager content updates, I believe it's on a further path towards its demise.
I don't know. I'm not sure because it's like, yeah, maybe, but they continue trying to bring out new stuff, etc. 3v3, yeah, they've got 3v3. They're trying to make the game better. And this has been like something I've pushed a lot with New World, is that I think that the New World developers should be commended because they actually go out of their way to try to continue developing the game. It's not like the game came out, people didn't like it, and they just gave up. They went back to the drawing board. They've had monthly updates with the players. They have tried to, and recently they have responded to a lot of longer player concerns. And I think that, if you want me to be honest, I think that that's reflected in the numbers of the game. The numbers of the game generally, like, they stopped going down. Now, they were already really low, and so that's a bad thing, but they stopped going down. And I think that's impressive. That's a good thing.
That's the Music Detective's final deduction time. Let's take the gathered clues and evidence and outline the largest contributing factors behind the death of a game, New World. AGS lacked proper MMO experience and developers.
Seems
180
that
to their game design during closed beta. Content design and offering has no longevity and it isn't competitive. Offers nothing innovative nor otherworldly worthy of the Amazon name. Hobbled too early to a launch.
Yeah.
Displayed a severe lack of market and competitor research. It feels like
That's
it was
true.
just made in a vacuum.
That's very true.
Now, the whole being made in a vacuum thing is honestly pretty bad, but the worst part about New World to me is the sheer scale of the failure. Hundreds of millions potentially, and yet the lack of
Jesus.
market research is just appalling once you put it into perspective. How can you put that much money into an industry and not even hire the experts in what you're creating? Why not take the Eastern developer approach like Yoshi P or Yuji Naka did? Choose a few prominent online RPGs and just play the hell out of them as a team and study them.
Well, I think that the thing is, if you have to tell somebody they should play games that are next to the games that they're going to make, you probably don't want that person on the team to begin with. Because you want somebody who has an intrinsic interest in it and not somebody who's just there because it's like, I guess this is my job now. Yeah, you need somebody who's doing this before they were getting paid.
If you don't have MMO experience, like they didn't, at least be open to experiencing it.
That's true.
But when are developers and bigwigs going to realize that video game developers isn't the same as an MMORPG video game developer? MMORPGs are the most complex genre for a reason. They actually simulate worlds. They have world persistence, massive amounts of players playing them and playing them simultaneously, and do things on a massive scale. This is far more complex than just a game with a guild system or a friends list.
I think that with MMORPGs, one thing that New World, I think, lacked is something that I don't know if he's going to use the word for it, but like, I think the word that I would use is vision. Is that the vision for New World was simultaneously not there and also misguided. So like the vision of like having people out in the world doing things together, right? That kind of stuff. That's what was really missing, is that there wasn't like a unifying vision that people got behind. The way that, Yoshi P, vision with the game. Gold River, vision with Lost Ark. World of Warcraft, Metson, whether it's fucking Ian or whoever, vision with the game. And that's what matters.
When Amazon comes into the space ignoring the rules and lessons learned by other MMORPGs, it's a painful but important lesson that no matter how big and powerful you are, you can't skip Go. You can't skip the process without...
Well, it's important to keep in mind, like, AGS doesn't have the resources that Amazon has. AGS is just a subsidiary of Amazon. It's not like AGS is $1 trillion company. Amazon is.
paying your due diligence. And if you can't hire experienced MMO developers, as they can kind of be unicorns,
Then try
at
to make
least
them.
hire some developers who passionately play MMOs, or consult with people who do, and actually listen. Thanks for watching, guys.
It was a good video.
Our fight has just begun.
Oh no. Godfall. Oh Jesus. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the Godfall video. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be a real God fail. Yeah, I played it for a little bit. It was gave me a headache to play the game. I thought this video was actually really well done. I've never watched these guys' videos before. Nerd Slayer Studios. Do they do more of these like death of the game videos? I've never seen this before. Yeah, they do. It's Death of a Game, Hood Outlaws, Mortal Online. Oh my God. So they actually spend a lot of time on these. I haven't seen this at all. They're really good. Yeah, I might actually watch some more of them. But I thought this video was good. I thought it was well designed. I think that, of course, like, as somebody who put 1,000 hours in a New World, I was always thinking about, what about this thing? Remember they changed that one fucking thing, they messed that thing up, right? But like, I think that as a general video, this pretty much encapsulated all of the main problems the game had. I think they should have focused, the only thing that I would have added in this is more of a focus on the bugs of the game. Because there were so many bugs that New World had, it devalued its integrity a lot. And whenever you talk about MMOs, I think the integrity of the world is also very important, and that's something that didn't really exist with New World. So that's the only thing that I wish they had talked about more. Yeah, Dupe World, exactly. There's the video right there if you guys want to give it a like, subscribe, or watch more of their videos. I thought that one was really, really good. I liked it a lot, man. As soon as the game I play gets made into one of his videos, I feel despair. I mean... I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll log on to New World later on tonight and see what's going on, you know, and just see what's up. It's just sad too. And then also, like, yeah, he didn't bring up the fact that like New World was, I think, the first time that they really showed the new what's it called? The new engine they had. It was called Lumberyard, and I think that's another big factor that had to do with it as well. So we're gonna look at also. There's a video. This is a shorter video, and then I'm gonna probably do Vaulton. This is a video very interesting. It's a video made by an individual, somebody that we know, and it's about gambling streams, and we're gonna watch this. You guys ready? You guys ready? We're gonna watch this. I saw like just a little bit of it, and I thought, you know what? I'm actually gonna watch this on stream. Gamblers should be embarrassed. All right, let's see it.
Have you seen Asmongold?
I also want to let you guys know, like, while I'm not really the biggest fan of gambling streams, Train and I have been friends for years, so if you talk shit on my boy, I'm gonna ban you.
Stream about streamers streaming gambling on Twitch need to stop. Well, I don't fully disagree with him. The problem is, I don't know how you would do what I think should be done. Like, some large streamers have reached out to me about trying to, like, you know, start up. I won't say anything because, you know, it's private between us. But, you know, I always hit them with the same copy paste. If you genuinely love gambling, like, if you're gonna, you know, be in it to risk your own money, when that means, you know, you obviously get paid, but you're risking that and everything before you earn from the sponsorship as well, then yeah, I'll connect you. But if you're just in it for the bag, you're not looking to actually get into it for the gambling, and you're just looking to get your fans hooked for the bag, like, I'm not gonna have anything to do with it. And that's kind of...
A captain always goes down with his ship. And if you're not willing to ride your ship and your bank account down to the bottom of the fucking sea with the rest of your crew, he's not going to help you do it to your crew and let you fucking paddle off in a life raft. Or actually, in this case, a brand new fucking yacht.
Kind of the place with Asmongold that like I will come in and agree with. The way I built my platform is I do what I want. I do what I enjoy.
That's
Obviously,
smart. That's
if
what
I
you
want to
should
do things that, you know, aren't as responsible, then I need to shed the kind of truth of what the reality of it is, and that's what I do.
Don't get it twisted.
But I do think there needs to be a little bit more oversight. The problem is it lands into the same category as what I was preaching 3 years ago when it came to like sexualized content and stuff, right? Unless you get to see the deals directly, you can't really say, I mean, like you can, but like on an official scale, you can't really say what's required to like add that oversight. But I do wish it was just more gambling, which would mean like here's the thing, like if the gambling section, if it consisted of more like actual gambling, then a lot of these streamers wouldn't want to come in. I have a feeling that 90%, maybe even more, 99% of the streamers that want to come in or are in, they're not gambling. They probably have a safe fucking deal. They do their Discord stuff, get their affiliate.
This is one thing people might not know about with gambling streams, but there's some people that get these deals, and Train's probably going to talk about this, and they're not playing with dollars. They're playing with Monopoly money. That's it. That's what they're actually doing. And so you got to keep that in mind. What, a Weasley? Yeah, it's some Weasley shit, isn't it?
Numbers high, and they make more money from the viewers losing than they do from even getting paid, right? So at that point, the only way you're going to do that is if you sell a false reality, right? When you put on a show, right? You save bonuses, you save good hits, you don't show very many loot losses. It's not that they're not losing. It's not that they're extremely lucky. It's not that, you know, they're actually hitting these crazy things back to back to back. It's that that's what they're showing. So in my opinion, if
this is a concern that I think Train had with Rosh, is that he was unhappy because he thought Rosh was gambling off stream to like stack up free spins or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the nuances was to it, but like this is clearly what happens, right? Yeah, that's effectively what it was, and like it's unfortunate that kind of stuff can happen, but I think also like you're gonna have viewer discretion that's involved as well. Like these people are gonna have to see it for themselves, and if they don't understand it, then they're just going to get taken advantage of one way or another. And it obviously looks better for the company that's running the gambling scheme to have the person who's gambling with them win money. Because every single time that somebody wins money, that's some guy that makes an account on the website to start gambling.
was a way to eliminate the false advertising, right? The selling of a false reality to get people hooked so they can make money off affiliates safely without risking their own money. If there was a way to eliminate that, then I don't think there's any issue with going live and gambling, like actually gambling, right? As long as you're, you know, responsible. But that's really all I got to say. But that's,
I think you can make an argument that it's okay if everybody is there and it's like an age verified account, right? Like 18 plus accounts, etc. Problem is, like, I mean, all of us had that with porn sites, right? Whenever we were kids, and like we didn't really give a shit about that. So like the problem is, like, should adults be able, like, I think that you should be able to watch gambling if you're an adult. If you, like, it's either that or gambling should be illegal. I don't think that you should make it to where like you can't watch gambling, but it's still legal. That's weird. But it has to be age verified.
I guess that's just the story of human beings' lives, you know? The crazy part is, like, if you like really dive deep into the psychology behind everything, not even just gambling, but like the microtransactions of video games. Like, if you dive deep down into these things, like every streamer that's high-roading is completely contradicting themselves. Not to mention,
that's why I stopped talking about it a lot, is because I feel like it's like, where do you draw the line? Because like Lost Ark is gambling to an extent, to the extent that it's banned in certain countries. World of Warcraft is gambling to an extent, to the extent that you're able to buy things with WoW tokens, and then the things that you buy with the WoW tokens don't have guaranteed outcomes. And it's like other games, like we're going to play Diablo Immortal, and like Diablo Immortal is going to have like loot boxes. There's like loot boxes in like Lost Ark and in let's see, in Overwatch, right? So it's like, where do you draw the line? It's very hard to, and it's like, at the same time, like they're all, I think like one thing that a lot of us can kind of agree on, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that these are all shades of gray. Like none of them are completely pure or clean. They're all shades of gray. It's just people are arguing about which shade of gray is good versus bad.
Streamers that high road and virtue signal, they're all talk, no action. Like there's no actual action that follows their virtuous heart that they claim to have, right? Like it's all fucking talk. It's all just for attention and fucking clout. Because
I think that he's right about this, and I think that there are a lot of virtue signalers and people that talk about it just simply because they want to get impressions for being against the thing or being for the thing that other people are for, and then simultaneously they'll find excuses for what they do and why that's okay. And I think Train, Train's given out a lot of money. He's helped a lot of people out. I even know two of those people, like right off the top of my head, like personally, that Train's helped out with money that he's gotten from gambling as well, right? And like one thing that he can say is that he actually has tried to help people out. He's given people money and tried to give back in a legitimate way.
Is like action speaks louder than words to me, and if you look like deep into like their actions, they're contradictory in the same fashion that they preach gambling is wrong, right? Like it's the same. I would have to go deep into it to explain fully, but if you catch the drift of it, you'll understand. But yeah, I think the problem with gambling right now is people doing it the wrong reasons, and that's about it. If that got eliminated, then I don't think there was any issue. So I guess I'd have to meet Asmongold. I'd have to meet his argument at the halfway point. Gambling has been on Twitch since before Twitch was only a gaming website back in Justin.
It's like, there for a lot of people, I would say like, yeah, they're gambling for the money. For Train, it's really kind of hard for me to say that Train is just gambling for the money, because before Slots was on Twitch, Train would do like 20-hour bender streams of opening CSGO boxes. Like he was gambling before there was gambling. Like, and like, again, like this shit all... Like, I'm not talking about like, oh, this is my opinion. No, this is what I remember. This is what happened. Yeah, he likes it. Yeah, he's into it, man. He's an addicted person in general. He is. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. And so it's important to keep that in mind. It's like you do have people that are trying to take it for money. And it's like, so you think about it, right? Is it worse to do it for money? Because like you're just doing it for the most like cynical reason possible, and you probably at that point, because you don't even enjoy it yourself, maybe even have doubts about its like it's the quality of it, or like the goodness of it, and you just let this happen and you just promote it to like your viewers. I don't know. I think that it is kind of worse, but again, these are all shades of gray.
TV. I've been watching that shit back in the day with poker streams. They better not remove my gambling. They won't remove the gambling. In my opinion, it's a slippery slope.
Well, poker is not. I would argue that poker is not gambling. I don't think that poker is gambling. I think slots and roulette and like lotteries, things like this, that is what gambling really is. So here's blackjack is also, I would say, not gambling, but it's a lot closer to it than poker. So in my mind, this is where I draw the distinction between gambling and a game that money is on the line for. The difference to me is whenever you have a control over the outcome. So in slots, you don't have a control over the outcome in slots. You don't have a control over the outcome in a lottery. You don't have control over the outcome in something like roulette. Whereas in poker, good players win more often. Even in blackjack, I'd say good players maybe win 55% of the time instead of 49% of the time, or 40% of the time. You're still wagering money, though. That is not the same thing to me. Yeah, that's not the same thing to me. I think that you can wager money on any game. Yeah, you can wager money on any game. Like, that's it. Yeah, wagering on a game is gambling, bro. So you guys don't think there's a difference between like playing slots where you have no control over the outcome of the game and playing poker where you can win and know how to play and do things to influence the outcome of the game? You think that's the same thing? Like, I don't think that's the same thing at all. I think they're completely different. I'm completely fine with poker and blackjack and all that stuff. I think it's totally okay. Yeah, I don't think they're the same at all.
Do. That's why they can't. They could touch it up a little bit, right? They've already done a good job with the code thing, right? Obviously, there's loopholes the same way there's loopholes with sexualization.
You wouldn't could consider Lost Ark gambling under that logic? I don't consider Lost Ark gambling at all. I find that the types of gambling that are the most harmful, and again, these are all shades of gray, I don't consider it gambling at all, because there's never a point in time where you can stand to get your money back in Lost Ark. I think that's a very big difference. Every dollar that you spend in Lost Ark, there is never an expectation to ever receive that dollar back.
And OnlyFans. So it's going to be hard to perfect it, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Aston Villa or Man City this weekend, brother, you shouldn't be betting. And you never know, anything could be possible. What prompted the sports betting recently? I don't know. I think I just started going through a lot of bad losses. So I tried it out. Maybe, I don't know how long ago it was, 2 months ago, my first time ever. And I just started kind of doing some research and just getting into it a little bit. But yeah. How can a platform differentiate between the real stuff and the fake? Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, I guess you can't accuse somebody, even though, like, if it's obvious, you can't really say anything until you know. It's kind of like my arguments, you know, earlier, like 3 years ago, right? Even though, like, you know, if there's a girl, like, you know, or a guy sucking on a popsicle in a very sexually aggressive way, right? Even though we know, right? We know what's happening. Like, in today's time, if we say, it's clear what you're doing, right? He or she can literally act offended, say, no, you're sicko. And
I'll be fair. I said that the ASMR category is a dick-sucking simulator. I'll go on the record and say that. That's what it is. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
you'll be the one that gets canceled, right? For being a fucking sexist pig.
Great.
So that's why, like, companies don't touch those waters. They don't like going in unless they have definitive proof, because the person can just deny it. And if you end up being a figure that happens to, how do I word this? If you happen to be somebody that fits into 2022's must protect era, then whoever comes at you, unless they have definitive proof, is just fucked. I don't understand why people don't get the concept that you can choose who to watch, and if you don't like gambling, then don't watch the streamer. Because I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. For me, I feel like for the most part, I've been pretty consistent. I'm sure I've had moments of shakiness, but for the most part, I've built my platform for a more mature audience, always. Any hater that wants to deny that, any dumbass that wants to deny that is just digging a fucking hole for themselves, right? And I think naturally, even if I didn't, I think just how I am, how I look, how I sound, my personality, I think it gravitates toward the older audience regardless.
I would agree with that.
But for other streamers, there is like a problem, in my opinion, and that problem is greed. And I'm not talking about greed in terms of money. I'm talking about greed in terms of clout. I just think if you want to do content like this, you have to, something's got to give, which means you have to kind of mold what you do toward the gambling stuff, right? But I don't think
I do think that, like, if you're gonna gamble and you're gonna do this, you should just be like, yeah, I'm gambling, and you shouldn't gamble, it's bad. That's all there is to it. Like, I don't like the justifications for it. And this is what I've said many times, right? If you're gonna do something bad or whatever, like, do the bad thing and then don't justify it or make excuses for it or something like that. Just embrace it. It is what it is.
Can, you know, do the 12-year-old stuff and the gambling stuff and want the best of both worlds. I think there needs to be like a line drawn, and that's just kind of my opinion on it. But yeah, I don't know. There just needs to be something, you know, that just something that's got to give, I guess.
Let me ask you guys that. Do you guys think that creators that have a younger audience or an audience that trends younger demographically, do you think they have a more of a responsibility to not promote certain types of like sponsorships and things like gambling? If the answer is yes. It's like, the thing is, like, a lot of people would say yes, but for some people, there's like 1 or 2 million reasons to say no. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is.
If you compare the statistics to alcohol is 10 times more destructive, and nobody says anything when streamers are sponsored by it. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are normalized that are very fucking contradictory and weird. And in my latest YouTube video,
I think that alcohol sponsors are, it's like alcohol, I feel like, has just been normalized. It's like this weird thing how people have convinced themselves that like alcohol is somehow like acceptable. And this is not really as true anymore. But like whenever I was in like high school, for example, like it was normalized that alcohol was okay and weed was bad. Which is like, I don't agree with that, right? They both have like negative impacts on you. It's both about personal responsibility. And it's like, I don't want somebody flying an airplane that's on any of this.
My editor released,
the opposite. It is
I
now.
think I have like a segment in there. I think it's the latest one.
Is
No,
it
it's not the
actually
latest video. It's the third latest video.
Yeah.
They will take all your money. That's what it's called. Like, I talk about how sports betting is completely normalized, right? Like, you don't see anybody shit talking sports betting, or like if somebody picks up a poker sponsorship and on the poker site there's gambling and slots and other things.
I think that's also a big factor is, if somebody does take up a poker sponsorship for a place that has poker on it, and then as soon as you go to the the website, they have slots and these other gambling things right next to it. It's like, are you really sponsored for poker, or are you sponsored for this other thing, right? It's kind of like, hey, if you want to follow my social media, check out my link tree, and it's like at the very top with like sparkles and arrows and like a neon sign that has like a girl, a pinup girl. It has a picture of it says OnlyFans, and then under that it's like Fansly, and then Patreon, and then like you scroll down like 5 more, it's like Twitter. You know what I mean? I mean, it's obvious what we're doing here. I'm not complaining. As I said, I in the past 7 years, I don't think I've dated any girl that didn't do OnlyFans. So, yeah.
There's like certain things that there's loopholes that like are smacking the public right in the face that claim that slots are bad. It's like, I've done both. And in my opinion, slots are more transparent than sports betting. Slots tell you straight up. They tell you. I mean, even if that RTP is out of 10 billion, even just accounting the best case scenario of that 96%, it's telling you it's going to scam you. It's going to take your money. There is no hope. So the issue isn't in the slot lying. It's in some of the creators selling the false reality that they always hit. Now, for sports betting, it's been so fucking normalized to the point where it's widely, I mean, even when I was younger, my first time touching sports betting was literally like 2 months ago, ever. Jesus. But even when I was younger, like my cousins and shit were into
bro, like there's so, like it's completely normalized. It's like, I've got like, 50, like I'm in Texas, right? So how many times have I heard I've got 100 on the Cowboys? I've heard that a lot. I really, like, as somebody who grew up in Texas, let me tell you something. I hear a whole lot about people got money on the Cowboys, man. Like, that's what it is. Tony Romo gonna take it home for us this time for sure. That's a minus $200. Yeah, it is, man. Oh my God. It's like, it's always the dudes that have like the jersey on with like the jorts, the jean shorts that go below their knee, and it's to like right here, and it's like they're faded jeans where like it's white on like the front and then like blue on the side, like exactly. The Tony Romo jersey. That's, well, like, oh my God, I love seeing them, right? Because it's just, it is what it is. And the painted face, well, that's for the games. I'm just talking about going to the supermarket, going to the grocery store.
That sports betting shit, like not even like real sports, like fantasy shit. That shit is so deeply intertwined, or whatever the fuck. It's deeply engraved or deeply just in American culture, and no one gives a fuck. But, and I explained in the video, like you could.
Well, I would go even farther than trained, and I would say that gambling is very well ingrained into the culture fundamentally. And I think that the people that don't like gambling are actually a small minority. They are very loud because they believe that they are morally right. So they're being very loud about this. But I actually think that they're a very small minority. And if you go off of what Ludwig said, I don't know what the study was that he was quoting, so I can't say this is a for certain thing. But he said that 80% of Americans were okay with gambling. And if you want me to be honest, or 80% of Americans have gambled in the past, like, however many years, right? I think that many people are completely okay with it. Yeah, and also, like, what we're talking about on Twitch, right, is a global audience. And a global audience might not be as okay with it, depending on where you poll them. But even there, I think a lot of people are okay with it.
Literally bet on a team that's 1.06 odds, the best team in the world in that sport. Put $1 million on it, and somehow the motherfuckers lose to the worst team in the fucking division, and 0, and you lose. Not to mention, there is, like, think about it. The same argument that these high roaders give to us about slots, I don't know why they don't use it for sports betting. In order for these guys to be paying as much as they do, clearly they're making, right? There can't be more winners than there are losers. Ingrained.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ingrained. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's all bad. So the issue isn't,
He's
in my
right.
opinion, I mean, you could argue both ways, but the issue to me isn't the actual gambling. It's the person gambling, I think. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, it's 100% true. I think that what he's saying is that, and I would argue that, as I said, a lot of people go down to Las Vegas in America. Like, it's very common, bachelor parties, or, you're going to go out with the boys for the weekend and, go down to Las Vegas and do some gambling, right? I don't feel like gambling is taboo in America at all. I really don't think so. Like, anytime I go to the convenience store, I see people buying lottery tickets. They're everywhere. It's very, very common. So I actually don't think that sports betting or slots is taboo at all.
With it, it is what it is. I mean, it goes even deeper than that. Like, if you kind of like went into the psychology of some of these people that are like loud against like the gambling, you look at their own actions. Like, these are people that I'm not really sure anymore. Are they arguing because they genuinely are these good people with good hearts that see it as bad, or are they arguing because they can't take it because they built something that doesn't allow them to take it? Because, like, it seems to me that these people sell out to everything, even things that aren't about them. I mean, if you ask Devin Nash, even when money was tight, I didn't take sponsorships that I didn't like play. Maybe one or two when I was learning and, growing up as a streamer. I denied millions of dollars that were easy. It was easy money.
I've done the same thing. I do the same thing. I don't really take a lot of sponsorships unless it's a game that I actually think is a good game, or, I think it's okay, or it's a lot of money, right? And like, I can use the money to do something crazy with it. But just like in general, I don't like doing that, and I think it's evident, right? If you look at like how many sponsored streams I've done, right? Genshin, well, I want to play the game. Yeah, I want to try the game out, like straight up. I would have already played Genshin Impact if I wasn't going to do it probably for a sponsor, right? Same with V Rising. Yeah, that's the actual reason. And having a beer is not taboo. What's this here? Being an alcoholic is frowned upon. Gambling once or twice a year is accepted. Gambling every day is a problem. I think that you're right about that. I actually agree with you. But I think that people just in general, it's not that the act in itself is taboo. There's gotcha as well. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying, right? Is like a lot of these things do exist on a spectrum. And there are people out there who probably would take a gambling sponsorship if they could, but they feel like their audience wouldn't let them do it. And I don't agree with that. I think that anybody can do it and it'll be totally fine. It's not that big of a deal. You'll have some people that get pissed off. It's better to filter those people out anyway, and it doesn't really make a big difference at the end of the day. But I do think that there are a lot of other people who are worried about that, right? They're afraid of getting hate. They're afraid of losing their audience, etc. And the numbers and the research and the data shows that that is not true. Like, that's just simply not what's going to happen.
Put it on the screen, but like, I didn't want it because it didn't align with me or my brand, right? It feels like these people will take whatever, right? Even if it's not aligned with their brand,
Yes, and Mixie said it in the most cynical and pessimistic way. I'm going to read out what he said. Better to filter people out who hold you accountable to your actions. Absolutely. That's right. That's literally what I'm saying. You guys have to understand that I will have the most cynical, the most negative, the most pessimistic view on things, and everybody will be mad about it, but nobody will be able to prove me wrong. I think that I'm fucking right, and I have the fucking numbers to prove it. With the gambling sponsorships, I have the fucking numbers to prove it.
It means selling out a couple of their viewers, right? And then they share none of it, not a single fucking penny. And if they do, they monetize them sharing it on 6 different platforms to make what they gave back times 10. So it's like, I can't understand, like, something seems inconsistent. How could their talk against this stuff be this holy, great, good person thing, yet their actions don't reflect anything that they claim to be through talk? So that makes me think, why are they actually doing this? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense to me on any fucking goddamn, like, does that mean what they're saying is wrong? Not necessarily. What I'm talking about is, why they're saying it. I'm not really sure if it's to do, there seems like they're forming a lot of virtue signal clout points. I don't think it's that black and white, but yeah.
Well, I think that a lot of people stand to gain, because whenever somebody talks about Train or like XQC or somebody else like taking a gambling sponsorship, whenever you criticize them, what you are doing as well is you are advertising yourself as a moral or an ethical alternative to that streamer. You're saying, hey, this person sucks, and the implication is that you don't. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? And like, there is very much a zero-sum argument going on here. And yeah, clout goblins and like all that stuff, right? And even when you're anonymous, no, absolutely not. I'm purely talking about content creators. And I'm also not saying that every single person is doing it for that reason. I'm not saying that at all, but I am saying that it's a factor.
Yeah, I think gambling overall, like there needs to be some sort of oversight in terms of like, are you actually gambling because you enjoy it, or are you gambling for the bag and to get other people hooked? Like there needs to be that line splitting those two things, and there needs to be something that controls that. And if you can find a way to do that, then I think it'll be a lot more, you know, it'll be more responsible at least. That's my opinion.
Let me go back and talk about this a little bit more, okay? And then I want to do Vaulton. Let's see. Give me a second, pause this. Here the state controls gambling. We can't even do Twitch points. I can open CSGO cases. Social security password and MID keeps track of your spending versus income. Yeah, I think there's a lot to say about this. And as I said, I mean, people have been like really opinionated about this. And so, you know, I've been trying to keep up with all this stuff. Could this be solved by forcing streamers to reveal their contracts or something similar? I don't think that you should be able to do that. I don't think that you should be able to force a streamer to reveal their contract. I find that to be a violation of privacy. And I think people's privacy as an individual is very, very, very important. So yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Gambling's legal in Alabama, so they use bingo halls as undercover slots. Bro, people love to gamble. Like, that's what it is. They love gambling. That's just what they do. And let me make sure you guys see that. Yeah, this is a video by Train. Obviously, I wish Train would make more YouTube videos. I like watching them. Obviously, like, he and I would just sit around and talk about shit for fucking hours, dude. Like, I remember I would go live at 8 a.m. or 8 to 9. And, like, I would wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning because Train would still be awake with, like, Zach and, like, a few other guys. Like, maybe S-Fan had stayed up that late that night. And we would play PUBG. And, like, I would wake up and, like, game with them on their stream. And then I'd go live. So, yeah, it's been a long, long fucking time, man. A long, long fucking time. And let's see here. How was the trial day? It was good. It was definitely good. There's a bunch of slot places in South Texas. Not sure if they're entirely legal. There are some gambling places near me as well, and I'm not sure if they're entirely legal either, because they're not called a gambling place. What about whenever you do, you must advertise gambling, you must put a gambling hotline help number and put a disclaimer? Well, I don't really think that would help, and I think the evidence that that wouldn't help is the evidence that people still die from smoking every year, and that's been a what's it called? A requirement that smoking has to say on the box. It's like, think about this. People literally, they buy a box of fucking cigarettes, and they're like, they read it. Oh, this'll kill you. Yeah, can I get 3? What is this? How does this happen? I don't know, but there it is. Smoking deaths have gone down a lot. You're right. You actually are right that smoking deaths have gone down a lot, and smoking is not as popular as it used to be. Why is that? Because you don't see as much in movies. You don't have things like flavored cigarettes that are marketed explicitly towards children or implicitly towards children. It was proven to be a causal, and then they removed it. These types of things, yes. Now you have vaping and other things, right? But I think that you can agree that vaping is not as bad as smoking, right? It's like they're both bad, but like one of them's not as bad. That's what I would say. People can kill you if you eat too much of them. That yellow dye? No, they won't. Actually, I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. How about that? It isn't popularized anymore. Yeah, I think that's a big factor. But you've got people, the thing is, like, you've got people like Drake. I think Drake is the best example as like a barometer for how people really feel about gambling. Drake is like one of the biggest celebrities in the music world. And he is gambling. He uses steak, right? He talks about steak on his Instagram. Not the kind you eat, not the good kind, but the other kind. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does. What's this here? Doesn't vaping damage something with DNA and RNA? Yeah, smoking anything is not good for you. That's my understanding. Yeah, so he does advertise that. And Drake has a traditionally an American audience, right? I would say, like, most people that watch Drake, listen to Drake, these are people that are living in America, and also maybe some people that are living maybe South America, maybe a little bit in like Europe, etc. But he's mainly an American artist. Well, actually, to be fair, isn't he a Canadian artist? But regardless, he's able to do that, and that's it. Like, nobody's complaining. Like, I've never even heard a single controversy. I've never heard anybody talk, even for a second, about the fact that Drake does that. Isn't that interesting? Drake is a shitbag. He groomed people. I don't care. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't need to have... Literally nobody cares about your judgment on Drake. That's not part of the conversation. This is, objection non-responsive. This is not it, man. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of what it is. And I might actually... I'd really like to actually look up some data on this, because I love having a graph and being able to rub some fucking person's face in the graph and telling them, fuck you, I'm right, you're wrong, fuck you, and I can show you exactly how you're wrong, you know? And like, I love doing that, man. It feels so good. And so I might actually have to research this a little bit and get some information myself about this, because I'd want to see what it is. Let me go ahead and look at some comments while we get Lost Ark booted up. So in about 45 minutes or so, the game will start. Well said, I agree. As a poker ambassador, I also somewhat relate. What you do is absolutely not morally wrong in any way in my eyes. People cynically doing it is what the issue is. I think that there's a difference. It's all a spectrum. Bro, this dude's got a Christmas tree up. Yeah, it's from 3 years ago. Gambling meta has been around longer than the Among Us meta. That's true. The gambling meta, I think, actually has outlasted everything. And it will outlast everybody. Because even in 100 years, it will still be gambling, I believe. I don't think it's going to go away. I think that there are just like certain kind of, I don't really know like what you can really call it. Like a, it's like if you deal with numbers enough, you're going to run into zeros. Right? Like whether you're adding, subtracting, dividing numbers, if you're dealing with numbers, you will have zeros involved in the numbers. This is kind of what happens with gambling, right? It doesn't matter that all you're doing is rearranging the human psychology. And I think that gambling is just core to the human psychology. I believe so. It's a compulsion. Yes, I think so to a degree. It absolutely is. Absolutely. You mean gambling? Yes, we'll end up with zero. I've said this before, okay? And this has been my biggest fucking argument, and I believe it's my best fucking argument for slots, is that it doesn't matter how much money you start with whenever you start playing slots. If you play it long enough, the amount you're going to end with is $0. That's what it is. So yes, I think that's what it is. That's a fact. Nobody wants to forget about. Nobody wants to think about that. But that's the way the math works, and that's the way it goes. No, it's negative. How could you possibly go negative? Because you can't spend money that you don't have. Like debt? Okay, are we... That takes my quote that I think is really good, and it adds in some fucking extra paragraph at the bottom that was like a disclaimer. Like, I don't want to read that. Like, everybody knows what I'm saying, okay? Everybody fucking gets it. Everybody knows that it is what it is, all right? Let's see here. -1 kidney. Yeah, there you fucking go. All right, let's see. In Japan, way back, they outlawed normal Western card gambling, so they started playing Funda, and that didn't look like gambling. Well, doesn't Japan have like a bad like pachinko problem or something like that? I saw a video about this on YouTube. I saw like the thumbnail for it, but I never actually watched it myself. Yeah, they do. Yeah, so it's just another type of gambling. What I'm saying is that like gambling manifests itself in all cultures, because I think that it's something core to the human condition. And I think that the reason a lot of people gamble, not everybody, but the reason a lot of people gamble, especially the ones that lose a lot of money, is because of ego. They believe that they're special. They think they're the one that's going to make a bunch of money. They're the one that can do this. And that's what I think it is, more than anything else. Did you make a hammer? I did make a hammer, boy. But right now, we're going to do some fucking vaulting. Gentlemen, I'm going to be honest. Last time I tried to do this, we had what I would consider a bad time. We had a tremendous bad time. Today will be different. Today, we're going to bring in some Omega Wizards and some great players. And it's going to be no problem whatsoever. So we're going to try this out. You can have a plus 25 weapon now. If I get the box out of today's thing, I will level up my weapon to 25. Probably not today because it'll take probably hours and I'll have to like go through transactions for it and everything because I'll obviously have to pay to win to buy the stuff. But I will do it. Sure, why not? Let's see here. And let me go back and put this up. Okay, Ask Zeals, yeah. And Abyss Raid, Legion Raid. There he is. There's the big dick himself. All right. Fine party. Create lobby. Asmongold. Ultimate. Vaulton. Wizards. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and do gate 1 here. Minimum item level. Should I go with 1490? What do you guys think? I do 1500? We should go with a whale raid? Okay, let's do it. Can I do a whale raid for this? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait up, guys. Not all at once, okay? Not all at once. Not all at once. Wait, you're 1492? How the fuck did that happen? Oh my god. What the fuck? 3 days? Okay, we've got 2 people, all right? So we've got ourselves a great, really, a great little thing we've got going on here. One-shot destroyer build win soon. Okay, so I've come to the conclusion that doing it at 1490 is not going to happen. So we're going to change it down to 1450, okay? So let's see if there's anybody... Was he in the last raid or not? Zmong? I don't remember him at all. Was he? I'm trying to remember, like, everybody's name and shit. Like, it's just been such a long time, it's hard for me to remember. Okay, let's take this this Bardo. And we need, on top of that... Oh, we'll get Loy, of course. Let's see. Who else do we want to pick? 1470? Oh, you really think I should be doing that? Like, 1470. That's a lot, man. Let's see if we can get a Paladin. Can we get a Paladin as well? We'll get... How do you guys feel about 2 Sorceresses? You guys think that's a good idea or not? I don't know. Like, it's another Deathblade. I'd like to have, like, different classes, you know? Do a 1470. Okay, let me think about this right now. Okay, let's pick up... I think Striker's pretty good. We'll invite the guy who's a Striker. And that's another Barb. We don't need another Barbarian. And let me go ahead and just close everybody out just so I can be caught up because there's just so many people that have tried to join. Okay, I really need a Paladin. Like, more than anything, I need a fucking Paladin. So can we get a Paladin for this quickly? I don't know if we have anybody here or not. This guy's... Oh, that's another Berserker. We don't need another Berserker. Clavier. I feel like somebody who is enough of a fucking whale to already have a Glavier, I think that we should take them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, that's super fucking, that's like actually whale shit. 1482 Glavier rejected. Okay, all right. Let's invite the highest item level Glavier that we can, okay? Okay, let's see. 1452. And we've got a, let's see. Come on. Where's the other ones? We're going to take the highest item level after like 2 minutes, okay, guys? Actually, just 1 minute. I don't want to waste that much fucking time on this shit. Okay, it looks like we don't really have anybody here. All right, so we've got to pick between these 2 guys. Let's go ahead and look at their buffs here. Gems are decent. Okay, all right, you're getting invited. That was this guy, right? Yeah, you've got fucking 5 level 3 engravings. So you're invited into the raid. And we need a Paladin. We need a Paladin. And also, what else do you guys think we should get? Besides a Paladin. 5x3? Yeah, this guy's obvious fucking... Like, he's an individual. Let's just say that. What about this guy? Yeah, only 4. Get a Gun Lancer? Oh, yeah. Let's get a Gun Lancer too, guys. Yeah, do we have a Gun Lancer for this? Make sure I just close out some of this stuff. Oh, let me do this. Let's pull it up to the top. and that way more people can join. Okay, where's a gun? We're looking for a gun lancer and or a paladin, okay? Gun lancer and or actually and a paladin. The fuck? Why is nobody joining my raid? Guys, nobody's joining my raid. Get a destroyer? I'd like to have a I don't know if destroyer would really be good. I don't know how it works, to be honest. I know gun lancer's good. Dude, there's like... Okay, is that a paladin? No, it's a shadow hunter. I always get myself confused on that. Okay. What the fuck? They don't want to wait? Maybe. Like, should I take it down even farther? I mean, I could, I guess. I mean, I could do 1445, maybe? Like, I'm just not getting... Okay, there we go. Sweaty boy. There, perfect. All right, Sean boy, let's go. You're in. Okay, we need one paladin. Gentlemen. Man, wouldn't it be cool if I had a friend that played a paladin that would play this game? Wouldn't that be so cool? Oh, this guy... Oh, he just joined and left. Okay, we still need somebody else then. There. Big boy. God. Fuck! I didn't mean to invite you. I'm sorry, Goku. Alright, let's see here. We need another paladin. Who's too far? Yeah, wouldn't that just be crazy? Alright, we've got Jeff in here. Let's invite Jeff, and we'll invite the Sky Souls. Okay, let's see here. We are still needing a paladin. So we'll go ahead and just keep trying to get a paladin, and we should be good to go. Guys, come on. No games. I don't want to see any more games. This is not a game. This is not a game. I need a paladin here who's ready to play the game. Actually, well, not... It's not what I meant. Not... Play the game like it's not a game. I need a paladin. Okay, come on. 1445. Let's just do that. 1445. And change settings and pull up. All right, let's see it. Come on, there's got to be somebody. Oh, thank God. Bro, can I add you? Like, how do I add you to my friends list? Like, this guy is an actual legend. Okay, yeah, Seago, we've got it. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I wish I could add this guy. He's on another server. That's what sucks. Yeah, this is the master counter. Okay, guys. It's time. Hard gate 1. What? My bad. That's fine. All right, let's go. Did you beat Vaulton? I mean, I don't even think I can say yes to that. Because yes, the boss died. But I still lost. Even though the boss died, I still lost. I don't feel like I won that fight. I killed Descaluda? Bro, that's the hardest fight, man. I don't know how people were able to beat him. Like, because he's a bird, he'll fly all over the place. He's got this green shit. How's that even gonna happen? No, lost more Rich. That's actually true. So, Rich, I'll tell you guys a little story while we're moving up and doing the trash, right? So, Rich tries to do this little fucking... You know, Rich grew up in Atlantic City, right? So, he's trying to pull a little bit of this shady shit on me, right? And so, he pulled the oldest trick in the book. Is that he knew that I was gonna bid up the box for the bones from Vaulton. So, what did he do? Well, it's real simple. He bid me up, and he tried to bid up to 140,000 to try to finesse me out of my own fucking money to try to get more money out of me. So you know what I did? I let him sit on it. I let him just fucking sit on it. And you know what? You're gonna do that? You're gonna play these fucking games? You're gonna lose. So Rich paid out 140,000. He paid every single person in the raid to carry him, which to be fair, I thought was okay because he was dead the whole fight. But you know what? We got 20K out of the last fight, and I made my new destroyer geared by Rich. Let me just go ahead and handle the fucking sidereal. And everybody just go to the bottom at, I think it's 35 and 15 bars. Is it 35 and 15? Is that right, guys? It's 35 and 15. It's 30 and 15. Okay, thanks, guys. I forgot. So, yeah, watch out at 30 and 15. Okay, let's go. I forgot what this guy does. Okay. Good job. Remember, guys, big dick. Always big dick. Why is he purple? Oh, who cares? It doesn't matter. Okay, let's go. Yeah, so whenever he goes to 15 bars, everybody's got to run to the bottom at like 31, too. Okay. Oh, and whenever the balls happen, you run to the edge as well. Okay. Bottom here. Bottom. Down here. Yeah, good job. Okay. Back on him. Okay. And we've got Lucas as well. Make sure to kill him. Okay. Big dick damage, guys. Gentlemen, what did I say? Big dick damage. That was a really bad fucking shockwave. Just go ahead and wait for this. Oh my, bro, that timing was so bad, bro. Like, are you kidding me? That's so stupid, man. Damage is low, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I hate that fucking ability. Okay. Make sure also I'm gonna need a lot of healing, okay? Keep that in mind, because I don't do any mechanics, so you guys just have to kind of get used to that. It's just the way things are. Okay. I thought I could get out of that. Apparently not. Okay, he's at 40, so keep in mind at 30, that's whenever we go to the bottom, and I have to handle all of this. Okay. Keep up on him. Keep big dicking him. Keep big dicking him. Oh, I guess I should have used my my awakening ability, huh? Yeah, it was probably a good idea. I probably should do that. Okay. Keep it up, guys. Keep it up. You guys are doing amazing. Oh, I should be hitting him. That's my bad. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The reason why I wasn't paying attention is because I'm an idiot. So just keep having fun, guys. Remember, at 30, that's whenever you guys need to go and go down to the bottom of the map, okay? Big money. Big money. There we go. And, all right, he's gone. Okay. Watch out. He's a tornado. Gotta get a heal there. Okay, let's go. He's a real tricky dick, okay? Just keep that in mind. At 31, I need you guys to go down to the bottom. And I'll take the balls up to the top. And then as soon as I do it, which one do I do? I do CX, right? Yeah, CX. Okay. Run down to the bottom as soon as he hits 31. Go. Go now. Go now. Go now. Keep pushing him. Wait.
Take this.
Okay. Now, break it, break it, break it. Good job. Okay. Guys. Big dick. Good job. I'm proud of you guys. If you want something done right, do it yourself. That's the mechanic that's a bit of a cock in the ass, but good players know how to handle it. Okay, we're gonna slow down on DPS. Just if you're gonna use your awakening again or something like that, just save it for now, because we need to wait until our sidereal ball. Wait till the bar is 100% for him to go to 50. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's apparently not very easy to do. Okay. Get out of that. Good job, guys. Nobody got hit. Okay, there we go. Okay, he doesn't actually take bonus damage. This guy does. Alright, so again, guys, we're waiting for this to happen. And save your stuff for now. Guys, I said 15. It's 15 bars, okay? You don't need to go and do that now. You're doing it at 15 bars. We might be able to stagger him before then. I don't know. Okay. 22. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. No, I have to use heals. Hey, Bardo, we need to have some heals. Okay, you know, I need to get big heals on me, okay? Especially me. All right, stop DPS. Or slow down. Just start autoing. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Just recover. Slow down until the bar fills. Okay. Almost ready, okay, guys? Good job. Okay, after this, you guys can push him. Actually, maybe not quite yet. I don't know. Like, it's pretty close. Should be fine. Okay, yeah, this should be okay. Okay, fight him down here. Don't go up to the top. Okay, here we go. All right, get ready. Get down there. Go, dragon, get down there. Get down there. Get down there. Get down there. Let me do this. Get to the bottom. Okay. All right, do it again. Again, another one. All right, good job. Big dick, boys. Big dick, let's go. Wait, he's not... Wait, did I just waste my Awakener? Wait, guys, I think I just wasted my Awakener. Okay, good. We get a battle res on Ryu, too. Yep, let's get a battle res on him. Get him back up. We're going to be okay. Ah, dick ass. Okay. Wait over here. Let's kill this guy. Come on. This is the easy part of the fight, okay? So I don't want to see any dicking around. There we go. There we go. There we go. Remember, you only want to use your awakening spells when he's taking 25% less damage, okay? That's the way the game works. Okay. There we go. Really good job there. All right. Just get right out of those as much as you guys can, okay? I know he's doing a bunch of abilities. Just don't worry about him. And also, like, if you guys are dead right now, you're not supposed to be dead right now. So just make sure that you don't die on Vulcan, because that'd be pretty bad. I don't know what this is, but I'm just going to get out of it. Okay. There we go. That's broken. Okay. Stay focused, guys. Stay focused. 6 bars. Guys, with Vulcan, you can get got really easily, so we really need to have this, like, kind of under control in terms of, like, the getting and the getting got thing. Okay, there we go. Did at least a little bit of damage there. That helps me out. 3 bars left. Great job. Okay. Oh, he's right here. I see him. Okay, let's get him. 2 bars left. Let's go, boys. What's this? Oh, it's like a stagger bar or something. I didn't even know what that was. I still don't really know what it was, to be honest. I have no idea. All right, he's dead. Good job, guys. Great work. Let's see what I got. Res up the people that are dead, and we'll go ahead and go to the next one. Good job. I got MVP. Okay. All right, yeah, let's get everybody ready, and we're going to proceed. I think everybody... Actually, I'll just look at everything later. Not going to worry about it right now. Let's go. Continue the dungeon. Yes, let's do it. Ryu and Dragoons is... Pay attention, boys. You guys can't fuck this up. Make sure that you have, who wants to do the corrosive bomb? Yeah, who wants to do the corrosive bomb, guys? We need 1 person to do that, and everybody else does, whirlwind bombs. You? Nope. Who wants to do it? I don't have them. I don't want to do them. I will. Dragoons, you understand that requires you to be alive? I just want to make sure that you understand the nature of your undertaking. You understand this requires you to be alive in the fight. I'm going to, he says yes. All right. This guy could afford 5 level 3 engravings. I think if anything, he'll know what to do. We need everybody else to use their bomb. So is there anybody who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing? This is my first time. Fuck. Okay. All right. So, first phase, he's gonna basically spin around. You don't want to be next to him. Whenever he puts a big circle around him, he's gonna do a whirlwind. Also, whenever he puts a circle inside of him, he's going to do like a melee combo. The main thing you need to do at the very beginning is that you have to make sure that Valton charges into the pillars. And whenever Valton charges into the pillars, Seago, do you want to be lead? So I don't have to worry about using fucking all the sidereals. Do you want to be lead again or not? Atoned, he did it last time with you? Am I being troll old? Okay. Well, listen, just throw the bombs on him. I can lead? Okay, thank God. Okay. Seago, your lead. Yeah, Seago's going to carry us. So, guys, again, the way we're going to do this, phase 1, we use the bombs on him and break the shield. Also, it's not just bombs. It's destruction and weak point spells, which I think are the same thing. So make sure that you're able to use those spells on Valton whenever he's stunned after using his charge ability in phase 1. At 130 bars, Seago is going to use like an anvil, right? Use destruction first charge. Yeah, there you go. He's going to use like a fucking anvil, right? And that anvil, also, I'm going to swap over. Give me 1 second. Seago, can you put... like, I don't know, like, maybe can you put Sky Souls in my party so he can put more shields on me? So I can avoid more mechanics? Yeah, replace it with, like, Loy or Honed. Because I don't know if I'll be able to avoid all the mechanics. Okay, well, I'll just do it. That sounds good. Wait, number of parties can be limited to maximum people? Wait, what the fuck? What? It doesn't let me do it. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're good. All right, we're ready. Actually, I'm gonna swap Loy out with Honed. So Honed is melee, so he'll spend more time in melee. All right, Seago, you've got Raid Commander. Okay. So, phase 3, or phase 2, just make sure that you're standing on, inside of the anvil, okay? And then also, just don't get knocked off the map. That's basically the main thing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it done. Just try to one-shot this, get it out of the way. It was an easy fight. All right. Okay. Break that shield, boys. Break that shield, boys. Come on. There it is. Good job. Great job. All right, again. Another one. Get over to one of these pillars. Get over to one of these pillars. Come on. There it is. Remember, more Destructos. More Destructos. Let's go. All right, whenever he goes up in the air, you know what that's going to do, right? Well, you're going to find out. It's going to do like this thing. All right, don't run on top of each other. Don't get hit by this shit. Good job. Nobody got hit. Do it again. Okay. Get ready. Okay. Destructo. Big dick. Big dick. Yes. You love it. All right, do it again. Okay, he's just standing there in the middle. He doesn't even care. Good job. All right. Remember, we're going to be using ball forward at 130 lines. Okay, guys? Ball forward. There it is. Good. Big damage. Okay, there it is. As soon as he does his second ability, you can attack him, okay? There it is, okay. Really crazy ult right there. I did 4 million with that ult. That is the power of pay to win, gentlemen. Let's go. All right. Get out of the middle. 4 mil. Hey. Hey. It is what it is, right? Okay. And remember, guys, I'm going to need a lot of healing because I'm not going to do any mechanics. Okay. Behind. He does the triple here, okay? Whenever he does the back, then he's going to do the other one. Okay, avoid this. Good job. Ryu, you got to pay attention to that, man. All right, let's go. Okay. You can't tank that. Let's go. Okay, he's gonna do this again. Big dick on him, okay? Remember, guys, big dick on him. Okay, here we go. He's about to break, I think, one of the things down pretty soon. He's gonna go in, and then he's gonna go out. Okay? Good job. Good job. Who was that? Sky Souls? You're a fucking legend. Excellent skill. Remember, I never avoid mechanics. Mechanics avoid me. Get out. There it is. Good job. Okay, he's going to break the thing down, so be ready for that whenever he jumps up, okay? He's going to go up in the air in just a minute. There it is. All right. Get ready. Go to the other side. Okay, now nobody should be standing in front DPSing him, okay? Nobody do that. All right, get behind this. Good boys only, okay? Face it away. Face it away. Just run out. Just be good boys. Just be good boys, okay? I don't want to see any bullshit. Get them over to the edge. Okay, pick up the balls. Pick up the balls. Get those balls. Get that interrupt out. Get that interrupt out. Good job. Just get away from him. All right, good. Yeah, just get away from him. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Don't be behind him, okay? This is fine. Just get him off this middle area, okay? All right, good job. Okay, get ready for this. Got him. Nice job. Good job, Dragoons. That was you. Okay, don't worry about it, guys. These mechanics are rigged anyway. I wasn't trying to parry him. I was just doing DPS. Okay, there we go. Oh, I forgot about this part. Okay, get out of that. This is transition. Let's go. Okay, this is the counterattack time, okay? This is the part where other people in the raid do the mechanics properly, so I don't have to. All right, let's go. Okay, this is whenever he does Bull Rush. That's not the name of the spell. I just call it that. Okay, there's going to be a red line. Then we go back to him. Get back in. Get back in. Okay, after this, he's going to go to the middle. He's going to break the next one down. The next time he leaves this area... Oh, yeah, right. It's because he's going to be breaking down the other side of the stage, okay? So just keep that in mind. Okay, that's 3 attacks simultaneously. There we go. Okay, we got to just watch out for that. Just get out of the way. It's not a big deal. Okay. He's going to be going up in the air at any minute now, okay? Jesus Christ. I'm really messing this up. Like, I don't know how I got hit by that. I think that was fucking stupid. Okay. Like, I think that was really fucking stupid. Okay, he's going up in the air? No, wait, what the fuck is he doing? I thought he's supposed to go up in the air by now. Okay, here it is. Come on, move away. Other side, other side, other side. Come on. Roll, 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 Dragoonsies. Man, bro. Okay, good. Good job, Ryu. Hey, keep it up, man. Keep it up. You're doing really great. Okay, really good job on that movement there. Get behind him, right underneath and behind him. Okay, we fucked that up. Remember, guys, you need to keep healing me inside of this. Oh, we're going to be using it again. Keep in mind, Seago at 15, okay? At 15. I'm not going to worry about that. It's not a big deal. Okay. Behind him. Good job. Excellent skill. Okay. Just get out of these red boys, okay? They'll still do a good bit of damage to you. So just try to get out of the red boys. Okay. Just get out of this stuff as much as possible. Really great job, Seago. Great work. Okay. Let's get out of that. Okay. All right. Gentlemen, is it big dicking time? I think it is. Let's go. Massive big dick. 5 million? Holy shit. I'm out of control. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're fine. Jesus, my damage is high. Okay. That's not good. I think we might have lost somebody there. No, we did not, by some fucking miracle. Just keep those parries out. Literally, all you guys need to do is parry, and I will carry the fight. Let's go. Good players only. Let's go. Parry. Stop. Get behind him. Get behind him, Sky. Get behind him. Okay, good. All right, Loy's dead. That's okay. It's a rigged game anyway. Loy, it was a get. This might hit me. Yeah, it did. Okay, yeah, the game's rigged against me anyway. All right, that's 4 attacks. Give me 4 here. Right, 3, okay. Never mind. Remember, use Son whenever we can, okay? Or, sorry, use Thyrane. Use Thyrane. It doesn't matter. We can still kill him. Just keep those parries up, okay, guys? Just keep those parries up. We can big dick him. We can big dick him with Thyrane. Behind, behind. Good job. Remember, this is the easiest game in the world, okay? I think I might be out of potions here. Okay. Yeah, I am. Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's the way it goes. All right, give me lead. Give me lead. Okay, I'm gonna have to solo it myself. Fuck. Okay, let's go. Okay, you're gonna do it? That's fine. Okay. Control Z. Okay, let's go. Finish him. Finish him. 11 bars. How much time do I have? I'll do what I can, okay? Yeah, I'll do what I can. Okay. How much time do I have? I have 1 minute. That was a mistake. I wasn't used to that. Okay, he's enraged. This is very not good. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to play for time. And then also... Okay, I can't do that one. Oh, I didn't know he did that. Oh, fuck. I thought he did that. I thought he did the T. Fuck, man. Oh my god, man. Like, it's just, that's so annoying. Like, it's so dumb. Oh, sorry, I forgot I had that up. That was a really great try, guys. Ryu, just try to pay attention, watch the edge. It's just that last phase gets pretty rough. Great pull. Yeah, if we had 2 Thyranes there, I think we would have been okay. But the truth is, the reason why we didn't have 2 Thyranes there, I'm going to be real, it's because we killed the boss too fast. We should have had 2 Thyranes there, and we would have killed the boss. So that's the way it goes. Nice try. Yeah, it's okay. Walk back to grab the back zone. Don't worry about it. Everybody did great. Let's do it again. Get your food buffs. Here's Balthor. Yeah, you're right, actually. I guess I was stressed because that was going to happen. I feel like I probably could have killed him there. That was stupid. I shouldn't have used that spell. Yeah, I could have killed him there. All I needed to do really was just keep kiting, and it was my fault. Pass lead to Seago. It's okay. I'll just do it this time. Actually, I'll pass lead whenever I can. Good. That was a close one, but we got it. Remember, get those destructies. Get those destructy boys. Let's go. There we go. It's in. That would have been really cool if I sold them there. It just didn't happen. All right, let's go. Watch the balls. Pay attention to the balls, okay? Good job, Sky Souls. Keep it up. Okay, Ryu. Just use a potion, man. It's not a big deal. Mistakes happen. Okay. Big Dick, 10 billion damage. Okay. Am I gonna make this? That was close. All right.
Dare you hurt my little brother? I'll have to teach you a lesson.
Okay, let's do it. All right. Next one. Big damage here, guys. Big damage. Listen, one thing we did good was damage. One thing we did bad was die. So just do the same damage and don't die, and that means we win. Let's go. Also, remember, whenever he does that ability, the back of him, or sorry, the back of him will be more, will have like more space open. Good job, Dragoonsies. I'm mad at myself because I feel like I could have beat him solo. I think I could have done it. Okay, he's gonna do this thing again. Watch out, Lloyd. Don't be in the middle there. Good job on those avoids, guys. Okay, nobody try to do any greed bullshit. Let's just get behind the pillars, play the game right. Let's go. All right.
Don't get fancy here. I actually thought that might hit me. Okay. Keep it up, guys. Keep it up. We got him knocked down. Remember, we want to do a lot of damage. I haven't mentioned that for a while, but I want to reiterate that is still important. Okay, just get in the middle. Wait to know where to go. Good job. All right, let's go. Don't run in on him yet. There we go. Good job. Okay, keep it up, guys. Okay. Keep it up. Don't. Good. I'm gonna need some heals, by the way. I had to run out for that one, guys. Guys, I don't want to have to do these mechanics, okay? Like, I was gonna say I don't spend $15 a month, but then I realized I'm playing Lost Ark. I don't spend $15,000 a month to do mechanics, okay? Come on. This is the part where you guys don't fucking die. He's gonna do the balls, okay? This is where we counter him. Let's go. After this, guys, I want you guys to be really, really on point with this stuff, okay? By the way, if I didn't chain those two abilities together in just the right way, I'd be dead. In. It's okay. That one's really hard to avoid. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that one, it's what you'd call a real cock. Okay. That was stupid. Why did I do that? Okay, break those guys out. Great job. Sorry, I'm like kind of choking right now. I'm just thinking about something. Okay, that was stupid. That was also stupid. I was imagining that going differently in my head. Turn him around. Really good job on that movement. Really, really good job. Get over to the other side, over to the other side. Why? It's fine, it's fine. Just run, Hose mama. Hose mama, let's go. Hose mama. Good job. Okay. Get behind here. Don't fuck around. Don't fuck around. Over to the other side. There it is. All right. Boy, watch out. That was very. It was really close, wasn't it? Sure was. Watch out. Watch out. Just don't be in. Don't be in this. Just don't be in this. It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. How many do we have? Oh, we're fine. Yep, we're fine. That was an unpleasant situation. Okay. Just get ready for big dicking time, okay? Just do this last part right. Okay, get ready. Get ready. Listen, Seago, I'm gonna need you to do interrupts, okay? Let's go. All right, big damage, guys, big damage. Okay, make sure to get those parries out, boys. Get those parries out. Really good job on that parry. Huge damage. Let's go. Other side. Okay. This is where we big dick, okay? Nobody should be dying right now. Literally nobody should be dying right now. Corners. Corners, there it is. Not ideal, but that's the way it goes. I should be dead, alright. I should 100% be dead there, but I'm not. Okay. We'll Thyrane as soon as we can, okay? I'm dead. I didn't know that happened. To be honest with you, I actually didn't know that happened. Alright, Sky Soul's your lead. Your lead, let's go. Just use Thyrane. Use Thyrane as soon as it's up. Sky Soul's, just use Thyrane as soon as it's up. Good job. Good job, bro. Good job, bro. This is the easiest game of your life. There we go. Honed. Good job. Excellent scale. Now, 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 now. Long dick. Four fucking bars. Honed. Honed. Come on. Get him. Get him. 3, 2. Around. It's okay. It's okay, Sky. Just finish him off. Sky. Bro, this is you. Bro, this is you. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna re-roll to a gun lancer, man. Holy shit, that was good. Wow. Nice fucking job, bro. Nice fucking job. Holy shit. Wow. 2 pulls, that's so hot. Yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Yeah, you're goddamn fucking right. Yeah, he got... Alright, so... I'm gonna try to bid on this. I might get my weapon here. I'm gonna bid on this. I'm gonna try and get some money. Nobody wants this? I guess I'll bid on it. 50 gold, that's fine. Dragoons is... Okay, he wants it, that's fine. Okay, let's see if we get the box. I'll take bonus reward in a minute. I might as well just take it right now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Alright. I'm gonna bid 50 gold. I'm gonna bid 55. I'm gonna bid 66 gold. I'm gonna bid 72 gold. I'm gonna bid 88 gold. I'm gonna bid 103 gold. I'm gonna bid 1,000. Okay, I'm gonna bid 133 gold. Boy, I'm gonna bid that one. Okay, I'm gonna bid 3,000 gold. I'll bid 4,000 gold. All right, bid this. I bid 5,000 gold. Bid. Loy wants this. Loy, how much do you want this? Oh, I got it! Holy shit, I fucking got it! Holy shit, sold out. There it is. I got it. Got it. Alright, there it is. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I won it. Holy shit. Alright, guys. Now we get to have the fun part. 15k. Our box sold for 5k. Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean? You mean like 155k, right? Our box got sold for 1. All right, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Rich paid for that. That's okay. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, you guys ready to see my items? See what I'm gonna get? Wow. Hey. Hey, whoa. What the fuck, bro? That is pretty good. Wow. Okay. All right, great. Wow. A 333. That's pretty good, guys. Dude, this is my lucky day. Expertise with supercharge? Oh my god. That one's actually really good. I'll facet that one myself. This is unironically really good. Okay, swiftness, fortitude, master's acity. Yeah, that's a big dick stone. I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. Let's see. Yo, yesterday, last night, I got a Grudge Cursed Doll box or a stone. Let me see if I sold it. I did. See, auction elegant stone. That's gonna be 7 grand. I made 7 grand off that shit. Okay, what's this here? Crit swiftness. Oh, bitch! Do you guys think that's gonna sell for anything? Sure will. Argos down. I'm just gonna fuck around with this. Maybe we do Argos in a bit. Nah, it's not gonna sell for shit. Yeah, you're right. Specialization. Is this good? I feel like it's not. Like, nobody uses preemptive strike. Guys, that's not. This isn't bad, is it? That was good? Wait, this one was good? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. That stone might be good. Okay, let me see real quick. Search, stone. Damn, bro. Big money. Oh, man. Wow. That's some big money. Let's see how much this one sells for. This is only a 400 gold stone, but I mean, that's decent, right? It's whatever. The necklace? You mean this one? The crit specialization? Bro, I don't think so. Bro, it's 3-3. Like, it's 3. Who's gonna buy this? Like, I'll take it out right now, okay? This one's bad, right? What do y'all think? Is this a badass piece of shit? What do y'all think? What is this? No, it's not good. Yeah, it's bad. All right, get rid of that. Wow, bro. Ooh, endurance. That's the one I wanted. Put in the garbage. Expertises. Max MP increase and spirit absorption. This looks like garbage. Yep. All right. And let's see here. Did you get the box? Keen blunt weapon +5. But it has to have domination. Is this like maybe good for like destroyer? Like, I don't know. No, it's not. All right. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so that one's garbage. Damn, bro. So wait a second. Let me get this straight. I did this whole raid, and I mean, this is like what, 100 fucking gold? Like, who cares? I might just put this up for 100. I mean, I might as well, right? Yeah, I'm gonna just add that shit. How come you're not playing shoulder charge? Because it doesn't do as much damage. That's why. Okay, Saria. Give me Saria. Fuck you. Okay, and so I basically wait. Oh, I can't vendor all this? Wait a second. What the fuck? You guys said this one was good, right? Was this one right here? That was good? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you guys said that one. And I guess I'll get rid of that and get rid of this too. Yeah, it's the second one. Okay, all right. Let me dismantle these. Okay, good. Alrighty. Good job, guys. Really, really good job. I'm fucking super impressed. I didn't expect this to happen. Like, I didn't think we were going to get it this fast. I thought we were going to get God even faster. But luckily, we didn't. You want me to cut the stone? Does y'all want me to cut the stone? Okay. Alright, give me a minute. I gotta do something very important here. Okay, so what am I doing here? I guess I should go over to Let's go to Vern. You can craft a plus 25 weapon now. All right, let's see how this goes. Gentlemen, it's fucking time. Alrighty. And let's see here. What are we doing? I'm looking to check. Sorry, I'm just trying to orient myself. Okay. Big money. And big money. And look at that, dude. 7,000 fucking dollars. There it is. That's whenever I sold that stone. I sold a stone for 7.5, man. That was crazy. It's my actual mail. Okay, 155, 138, 57. There it is, boys. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, let's see this. What's this here? Okay, I read all this. Hey guys, if anybody wants to, let's say you're bored, you don't know really what to do, you're like, man, like what's going on? One thing I'd suggest to relieve your boredom is to mail me a bunch of your money. No? Okay. All right. I mean, it's worth the try. All right, so let's go over here and we'll go buy the box, okay? Or buy the weapon. Okay, great. I got 5 out of that. Wait, I spent all that money just to get 5? The fuck? What? I'm gonna make the weapon. Everybody agrees you all want me to make the weapon, right? I just want to be certain that the weapon is what you want me to create. Okay, gold shop. We'll need that soon, but not yet. And I think this is where the Legion weapons are, right?
The king,
Legion gear crafter. Okay, there we go. All right, so we need. Is it this one here? Which one? Which one do I get? Nightmare. Okay, let's see here. Nightmare flower. When a class that possesses magic powers. Okay, let's see here. Let me go back and double check here. Okay, it's a flat damage buff. That there is. You guys are like 100% certain this is what I should use, right? Because like. Like I just don't know. That's 17% crit. That seems really good. Ask Seals. Oh man, Max Roll says Nightmare. Okay. Give me a second. Let me just think what I should do. All right, so. Okay. Let me see if I can call him. Let me see if I can call him. Okay. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh.
What are you up to? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much. I just did Vaulton, and I'm gonna be honest. My chat is telling me to buy a certain sword, and I see that this one has 17% crit, and I know crit's good. So like, what fucking sword should I buy?
You should trust your chat a little bit more.
I should
Nightmare.
I should actually go for Nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
How much do these boxes usually sell for?
My group this week was 38K. Depends if you bring the Oilers.
Thank God. Thank God. Okay. All right.
Yeah. You did well. You did well.
I thought people were telling me that they were buying them for like 1K and stuff. Okay, all right. So I buy this sword. All right, good. And let's see here. It's a Nightmare Flower sword, right? It's not like some other Nightmare.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Okay. So I only got 34 quality. Should I recraft it?
Oh no, don't recraft. Ooh, tripod.
But it's a 34 quality. I know, that's a good one. That's a crazy good one. Tempest Slash on quick prep.
Wow, 4. Level 4.
I might actually, yeah, I'm probably gonna use that. I'm gonna swap my shit around. That's actually crazy good. Holy shit. So what should I do? Like you can increase the quality on this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me go back and double check this. Quality upgrade. Okay, so... Oh, it's the rocks?
There's a rock vendor that you could buy.
How much money is that?
There's 2 options. One goes up, but it's like a discount. You could buy up to 10 at a discounted rate every week.
Okay.
And there's the other rock where it's 1,000 gold per piece, unlimited supply. So it's a gold sink.
So like $400. If I want to buy a lot of them.
Like if you want to go for 100 quality, yeah, you need to ask chat for like about 4 million gold.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I can do that. Yeah, that'll be okay. All right, good. Well, I'm going to start gambling, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, good luck, dude.
Thank you, man. Thank you. See you.
Thank you. See you.
Okay. Shout out to Zeals, who actually fucking knew what was going on, man. Yeah, thank you, Zeals. I appreciate it. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit. Speed down. I know, I looked it up. To be honest, I refreshed Twitch, and I was like, I don't want to call this guy out of fucking nowhere, right? I refreshed Twitch. He's got my stream open, and I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to call him. He knows it's about to happen. Like, that's straight up what I did. So let's go over here. I'll upgrade that shit later on. I'm not going to worry about it right now. So how do I upgrade it? I should... I should tripod this, right? Let me tripod this. Okay, inventory for my sword. Okay, let's see here. Save in inventory. Okay, good. There we go. Alrighty, and let's see here. Transfer it. Wrong one. No, I don't want to transfer it. No, I don't want to. So let me explain why I don't want to. So Tempest slash Quick Prep +4 is actually an incredibly good buff. And let's see here. It actually caused me to, I want to redo this. And yeah, like this is a tremendous buff. You can save it. Oh, you think I should save? Wait, what? You transferred the wrong sword? No, I didn't. I'm going to be transferring the Chosen Greatsword into the Nightmare Flower Greatsword. Might have to call Zeals again. You guys keep this shit up. Okay, +20, Nightmare Flower Greatsword. Alrighty, gentlemen. It's time. Okay. I'm just so nervous right now. I'm doing everything right, aren't I? I already saved the tripods. I already saved them. I already saved the tripods. Yes, I'm doing it right. Okay, good. You did not save the +4. That's not how it works. All right, let's go. You saved the wrong sword? No, I did not. Okay. There it is. $1 million silver? Y'all ready? You guys ready for this one? All right, here we go. Give me 1 second. Okay, I've got everything I need. One tapping. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's not a big deal, guys. I knew I was going to lose the first one. It's all about the second one, okay? It's all about the second one. It's going to be the 2-tap, all right? Let's go. You didn't use the juice? Wait, yeah, I did. You did the 3%? Oh, that one doesn't count then. This is my first one. Okay, here we go. First one. First one. Let's go. 6.3%. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I knew I was going to lose that one. Doesn't matter. That's okay. All right. 6.6%, guys. This is going to be it. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. That was just a warm-up. All right? I don't want to hear about it. I'm not going to worry about it. Use the fused leap stones? Okay, I'll use the fused ones after this. Here we go. Right? So, how do I use the fused leapstone? How do I use them? Oh, is it? Oh, it's special honing. Okay, I see. Oh, I need 40 of them. Holy shit. All right, let's go. First try +2. Let's go. Let's see it. You guys ready? 3% chance. It's all right. It's all right. I'm not going to worry about it. Not worth it? Too bad. Already happened. I feel it. I really do. I fucking feel it. I feel like it's gonna happen. I feel like 100% this is gonna happen. 4th time's the charm. Yeah, I really do. 6.9%. I mean, like, guys, this is really... I mean, I really feel like today, like, this is my day. Here we go. Please, just give it to me. Just give me the fucking upgrade. It's okay. I knew that was going to happen. All right, I'm going to buy more solar blessings. I'm going to buy more solar blessings. It's not a big deal. They're probably cheap anyway. Okay, so, wow, they're... Oh, my God. Okay, all right. Let's buy 150. Okay, and we'll buy some solar protections. We'll buy 50 of these. And we'll buy solar graces as well. We'll buy 100 of these. Okay, let's do it. Oh, I got some money back. Oh, I mean, I pretty much didn't even spend any money there, guys. Like, I just... Yeah, it's pretty much like I didn't spend any money. Okay, let's go. 20 to 21. I I really do. Like, I'm not joking around. Like, I can hear the sound playing in my mind. I can hear it. That's why I'm not stopping. Like, I can hear the sound playing in my mind. Like, I know for a fact that I can win this one. Yeah, same. Like, I fucking hear it, bro. I hear it in my brain. Let's go. Come on. Give me 21. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I knew I was going to fail that one. 7.8%. Easy. It's a 50-50 chance. It either happens or it doesn't, guys. That's fine. That's fine. I knew that was going to happen. I'm not worried about it. All right, let's do it again. Yeah, I'm not even stressed. Like, I knew I was going to mess that one up. It's okay. Give me a minute. Oh my god, this is gonna fucking... Bro, like, how many of these am I going to fucking mess up? Like, oh, bro. Oh my god, this is fucking piece of shit. All right, let's go. Let's do it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, it's only 21% pity energy. There's no way I'm going to hit 100%. I just heard the sound. Come on. Please don't fucking make me lose this shit. Alright, here we go. That's fine. I knew I was going to fail that one. It's not a big deal. Yep, I knew I was going to fail that one. I don't care. I don't care about that one. Okay. It's fine. I knew I was going to fail it. It's not a big deal. Here we go. 8.4. It's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, it's not fine. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Like, oh my god. Alright, it's okay. I'm at 28%. There's no way I'll fail it again. Please, you have like a 9% chance. Like, it's 8% chance is pretty fucking high, guys. Like, I'll be able to get it right here. It's not a big deal. Let's go. Come on. I'll get the next one. It's okay. I'll get the next one. Okay, 9% chance. There is no fucking way I fail a 9% chance. I'm at 32% Artesian's energy. Let's go. Next one for sure. I need more basic Aurea fusion materials. Where are they? Basic Aurea fusion materials. Okay, we're gonna buy 300 of these. Okay. Here we go. Come on. Come on. There we go. Great. All right. Now we're back at it. Noah, thank you very much for the subs. Fuck. I need to buy more solar blessings. No, I don't, because I'm going to get it right here. Come on. Come on. I need to buy more solar I need to buy more solar blessings. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Sky sent me 1,000 gold to make the haters mad. Also for the plus 25. I'm a grill. Thank you very much for that 1,000 gold. Or sorry, 10,000 gold. Thank you so much. Relieving my boredom. Love you, man. Your stream. Here you go. All right. So now I don't feel as bad. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Are there any more gold traders? If there are any more gold traders in the chat, please, please let me know. Please, yeah, if there's any gold that people want to send me, just please let me know. Here we go. %. I'm going to go in raw. I'm not going to use any buffs. I'm not going to use any buffs at all. No buffs. Okay. I'm almost at 50% pity timer. Only use the big ones this time? Okay. All right, I'll do that. I'll only use the big ones. 7%. There's no way I can keep failing this. There's no way. Like, I don't believe it. Yes, dude! Yes! Fuck yes, dude. There it is. See, I knew I was gonna get it. I knew I would get it, boys. It's just that easy. There it fucking is. All right. Look at that, guys. Wow. Yes, dude. There it fucking is. No fucking way. It's right there in front of you. Look at that. Holy fucking shit, man. Goddamn. I gained 3,000 power out of that. Holy fuck. That's a lot. Wow. Okay, let's see. Oh, fuck. It's a 2% chance? Wait, why doesn't it sparkle? Oh, right. Bro, that looks badass. Holy shit, that looks really fucking cool. God damn, bro, look at that. That's big. The purple equals win? Yeah, I don't even know if I want to upgrade it again now. Holy fuck, that's cool. Give me a second, all right? All right, I'm gonna buy. I'm not gonna do a lot, right? I'm not gonna do a lot. I'm not like, cause I don't want to like get into like the whole thing where like I'm not gonna do a lot of them. Like I don't want to. Here, that is a really, really good looking sword, boys. That right there, that's a winner's sword. Upgrade the quality? I will. Holy fuck. Oh, ooh, I got a chest of 50 crystals. 1492. With the big dick. Nightmare Flower Greatsword. Give me a second. All right. I don't want to do a lot of these, okay? I actually don't want to because I don't have a lot of resources. I'm gonna do like maybe. I want to do 3 and that's it. I will only do 3. I actually mean this. I will only do 3. Okay. 2%. I could get it. Like, you guys know this, right? Like, I could actually get it right now. I will one-tap this one. I actually could get it. It's a 50% chance. Here we go. Good luck. Thank you. Oh my god, look at that. Okay. I'm nervous. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Remember, I do. Wait, I can only use 1 solar protection for this? Wait, am I reading this right? Oh, it's a weighted value. I see. It's a weighted value. Only use green? Okay. Okay, I will only use green, boys. There we go. Save blue? Okay. Alright, let's do it. I could get this. It's okay. It's Totally fine. Okay. This is my last one. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for this? Third time's the charm. That's right, it is. Here we go. I'll do one more. I'll do one more. I'll do one more. All right. I might as well just do one more. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, it's really not. Like, I might as well just do one more. All right, one more. 2:30. I'll get it right here. Don't worry about it. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Big dick. Let's go. Come on, please. All right, one more. That's it. This is actually it. This actually is it. I'm not going to do any more after this. I'm unironically not going to do any more after this. This is it. That's it. I'm not going to do any more. Yeah, this shit's rigged. Like, this is really, this is some real bullshit. Like, this is, actually is just rigged. Let me go over right now, and I'm gonna see if I can, I'm gonna cut this stone. It's rigged. One more, it's gonna hit. The next one could be it. You really think so? You really think so? Like, maybe I just do, like, one more, right? Like, maybe just, like, one more? Fuck you, I'm not gonna do another one. No, I'm not going to do another one, alright? It's fine. I'll get everything upgraded. It's going to be okay. Just one more. Stop. If you guys want me to do one more, send me the fucking materials. Yeah, I need more Destructo stones anyway. I'm running out. Yeah. Then pay me to do it. Yeah, come on. One more, you pussy. Shut up. Shut up. Wait, where's the stone cutter? Oh. Oh, I ran over there for no reason. I'm an idiot. Okay, let me go back over there. I'll cut the stone, all right, guys? Give me a second. What's the 500k gold for? You're not 25 yet? What are you doing? I need to get, like, a lot of money. Like, I'm thinking I need probably, like, 30,000 silver, or 30 million, excuse me, 30 million silver. And then after I get 30 million silver, then I'll need to get, like, probably about 1 million destruction stones. It's gonna be a lot. Check mail. Okay, I will after this. Give me 1 second.
Hello, adventurer.
All right, here we go. All right, everything's okay. Here we go. All right. Okay. This can still be a 9-10-0 stone. You think I hit red? You think I should hit red this early? Good idea. Great idea, guys. Okay. All right, let's hit red. Yep, there it is. 55 blue. All right, let's go. This is it. This is my stone right here. We making crack rocks in here. Let's do it. Red again. I'm gonna go grudge. Grudge again. Attack power. I think this one's gonna hit. It's not. All right, good. This is a 9-9-0 stone. We're gonna do Master's Tenacity. Yeah, we cooking this bitch up right here. Let's go. All right. Is the next one gonna hit or not? I don't know if I should go red or not. What do you guys think? You guys really think it's gonna hit? It's gonna hit? Okay. Y'all not lying to me, are you? Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Now I think we go red 100, right? We go red 100. All right. All right. Playing the odds, I'm playing the game. I think I hit red again. I think we go red again right now. Because I think it might hit, but it might not hit. But I can afford to have it hit this early. I'm going to hit red right now. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Okay. We're still in the game. We are still in the game. We're still in the game. It's okay. All right, so we're going to go back to blue. We're going to go Master's Tenacity. I should have gone with red, huh? All right, let's go. As soon as I go down, I want to go to... I think I'm going to hit 35%. I knew it. I knew it. I knew I would hit it. I knew I would hit it. Okay, here we go. God fucking damn it! All right. It's not bad. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. You know it's bad. You know it's bad, man. Like, it... Oh my God. Bro, it's bad. Asmon on 1500? Let me see. The fuck? The fuck? Holy shit, you have a 24 helmet? Bro, you're free to play, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's free to play, guys. He's got Lost Wind Cliff as well? God damn. Look at this. Holy shit. Join Vindicate, best guild on server. I've already got my own guild. This is really, really crazy. Holy fucking shit, man. Level 91 roster? Yeah, because he's out. Bro, he doesn't have time to do his roster because he's doing Una's tasks on all these other characters. That's why. I don't know. Why are people doubting this guy? I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously, like, just trying to do what he needs to do. Wait, what? You can fail this? So that's like another level of gambling? No shit, that's another level of gambling. Oh my God. Wait, where did 50,000 gold go? Wait, 60,000 gold. What happened?
Please. Grant me this dub. Give me this dub. Please. Guys, we had a great stream today, okay? Let me tell you something. Great stream. Lots of fun. Huge laughs all around. Primarily at my expense. But you know what? We had to go to check mail. Alright, let me check my mail. Give me a second. Thanks to the streams. 1 gold. Thank you. 1 more. Thank you. Appreciate that. This is my last 100 gold and you withdrew the donation. Okay. Alright. So, thank God I checked that. Okay, guys, thank you all very much for watching. I really fucking appreciate it. We had a great time today. I really fucking appreciate it. We've had crazy streams popping off, biggest dicks, all the best stuff, guys. So thank you all so much for watching. I really, really do appreciate it. I will be back online tomorrow in the very, 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 very early morning. And you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? We're going to do the final things. And McConnell and I might go back and do Elden Ring tomorrow. There's a good chance we might do Elden Ring tomorrow. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to be. But that's what I want to do. And we're going to try this out. Now, I don't know how it's going to be. I have no idea. We're going to figure it out. We're going to go from there. When's the next video going up on YouTube? Real soon. V Rising. If I get a sponsorship for it, I'll do it. If I don't, I'll do it anyway. I want to play the game on stream. So, 50k gold and you join Vindicated? I don't want to join your guild. Like, why don't you give me 50,000 gold and then I'll stay in my guild? Do you want to do that? I think that sounds good, right? Yeah, like, that's, I don't know, that seems good to me. Yeah, that's good. Okay, great. So, thank you guys all so much for watching. I appreciate it. You said Final Fantasy 14 after trial. The trial's not technically over, and we'll try to do that very soon, okay? Like, I'm thinking the Elden Ring co-op thing, I could probably just start doing Final Fantasy before I even finish that, and we could just do Elden Ring afterwards. Like, yeah, I mean, that's no big deal. Like, I would be down to do that too. Like, it doesn't really make a difference. Like, I can play 2 games in one day. It's not a big deal. Thank you guys so much for watching today. I really appreciate it. Please follow my Twitter. Twitter.com/Asmongold. 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 Also, I wanted to say that a lot of you guys want me to cover and talk about different stories and stuff like that. If there is ever a place that you guys want me to find information or see what you're looking at, you want me to react to something, please post it on my Reddit. And if there's something on my Reddit, I usually scroll down at the beginning of the day and I'll go through and look at all this stuff, okay? So if there's something you want me to look at, go on ahead, all right? Yeah, I'll link it there. It's fine. Final Fantasy sucks. No, it doesn't. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, boys. You can do Elden Ring when the mod comes out. That's the plan. The mod comes out tomorrow. That's it. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And follow my stream. Follow my Twitter. Post the stuff on Reddit you want me to look at. Obviously, I have my own things that I'm going to talk about as well. So either way, we'll figure it out. Gentlemen, we had a very good time. And until next time, boys, I'm going to run some ads. Peace! Is it good? Yeah, it's good. All right, great. I'm just going to chill for a little bit and fucking think about the fact that, man. Stone of Chaos, huh? So how much... Would it take a lot of money to get the thing like upgraded or something? Like, I don't know. Will it take it? Like, yeah. What's this? Like, how? It takes a lot, bro. I should have re-rolled it. I should have fucking re-rolled it. I should have saved the Yeah, I think I should have re-rolled it. Like, it was. Zeal said 4 million gold. Re-rolling is more expensive? No, it's not. So basically, re-rolling is only more expensive because it's 1,500 gold, right? Like, just trust me. Like, it's more expensive unless you get a high roll than it's not. So I'll just do a roll and get a high roll, and then I won't need to worry about it. Yeah, that's it.
It's 0.89, so it's around 100 clicks. That's crazy. It's literally the same roll. No, it's weighted.
Who's greater?
Guys, I know I'm right. I know I'm right. So yeah, I don't see the thing I'm supposed to get. I feel good though. Like, I mean, at least I've got this weapon. 21k Nightmare Flower Greatsword. Holy shit. Look at that. There's a vendor. Oh, really? Where is it? That's a Chaos Shard. Abyss Trade. I need a lot of people to mail me gold.
Say the barrier disappeared.
I do. Whoa, who's this? Oh, I know who that is. Those are two real players. Yeah, it's near the honing vendor. I'll figure it out. Lazy P on Terra Online video. Yeah, the game's dying, right? They're shutting the servers down.
What should I have?
Quality on roll and reroll will always be around 25. Nah, bro, I'll roll like a 70 or an 80. Like, the thing is, like, you gotta remember with me is, like, I know how to click the shiny button. Other people don't know how to do it. I've been subbed to Trainwrecks for 5 years. I know how to get a bonus. I know how it works. I know how to do it. I don't want to hear from anybody that I don't. You get Gladiator yet in WoW? Bro, I haven't played WoW in like 2 weeks. I haven't even logged on. I logged on. Dylan texted me. He's like, bro, can you send me gold? And I'm like, yeah. And so I had to buy gold for Dylan. I didn't buy gold, but I sent him gold. I'll have to buy more gold myself. Did you play New World recently? No, I might log on to New World. I want to knock out some of these chores and shit first. I just want to get this fucking ghost ship thing out of the way. Let me go do that. Would you ever try out Monster Hunter? Completionist stuff go there? Oh, in New World? Bro, I'm actually like, I'm in a good spot with New World. There's not a lot of completionist stuff to do. I played Destroyer yet? Not to any sort of like a real way. You ever gonna get all Shadowlands mounts in the next expansion? I will. I'm just like focusing on something else right now. Like, the thing is with like the WoW mounts is like I'll get into like a I don't know really what you want to call it, like a frenzy where like I'll want to do change skin because it hides the glow. Okay, yeah, I'll change the skin. Maybe I will, I don't know. Alright, we'll invite a few other dudes, get this shit done. You gonna play Wrath? Bro, Wrath what? I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course. Of course I'll play Wrath. Why would I not play Wrath? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Because I was a troll goodbye. No, I always, I'll run ads at the end of my stream because it's literally just free money for me. It's that simple. Treehouse Lost Ark review. I know you talked highly of the game. Any official review? The thing is, like, man, like, I feel like if I do a review of Lost Ark, like, people will just mauled over it because I did pay-to-win stuff. So, like, nobody's really going to take my opinion that seriously because they're just going to be dumb about that. So it's like I think that I can, for example, like, I think I understand, like, the concerns that players have, and I don't think that I need to play the game without, I don't think I need to not pay to win and be free to play to understand that it's bad. I disagree with that. I need to get my tripod set up too. You can get a review from a pay-to-win perspective. Lost Ark's already pissed at me. I think that they're mad because I say that I say what's real. You know, like, that's why they're mad. I call the game out for what it is and what it's not. And I'm fair. I'm completely fair. And that's it. Who's mad? Ho's mad. Who to play? I want to invest money in the game. I have 3 alts. 475. Oh, that's easy, dude. There you go. You can't pay to win Legion raids. I mean, you can. You can absolutely pay to win Legion raids. You can get somebody to play your account. You know, I know for Vaulton, you can easily pay to win the game. What are y'all doing? But quit attacking. It's not even attackable. Just buy, yeah, you buy a carry, man. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Big damage. Yeah, I gotta get these tripods set up real quick. Yeah, I feel like my damage has gone up a pretty good amount. Yeah, what do you guys think? Yeah, it's better. I'll buy some more of those stones. I just have to buy gold. I think I'm just, like, I'm not going to go for, like, 100 quality. I just want to get, like, 90%, you know, like 90, 95%, and that's it. I think that's fair. Because it's probably, like, one of those things where... Where's the boss? It's one of those things where, like, getting the last 5% costs, like, 95% of the money. I mean, I don't really know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm just guessing based off of, like, the way other games work. That's more than 1 million gold. That's fine. You just spend 1 million gold. The way I look at it is it's all stream content for me. So... It's not a big deal. I don't view it as like a waste of money or anything because like people like watching it. So like, would I do this normally? No, not really. Like I'd probably, like what I would do is I would do like my upgrades like once a week and that would be about it. Just let your viewers donate gold for 100% sword. Yeah. Oh, he's doing this dick sucker shit. God, I hate this dick sucker shit. I hate this fucking ability so much, man. People always die here. I think they added this ability into the game just to make people buy Phoenix stones. Like, there's actually, like, there's no other reason for it to be in the game. It's like, they're like, man, people keep getting too many Phoenix stones, like, we're just gonna fucking, or Phoenix plumes, or Phoenix downs, I don't know. There it is, big bit. I just need to get more resources and do like a massive honing session and get to plus 25 weapon. But the problem is like, I need, like, there's a lot of the viewers are being like stingy and they're not mailing me all their gold. And so that means I have to take their subs and I have to turn their subs into money and then I have to turn that into gold. Which is like, it's a lot of work for me to do. It is. It's pretty fucked up, to be honest. Get away. Man, fuck this stupid game. Just like I said, you know? Fucking bullshit ass game, dude. kill his ass right here. God damn it, man. When's it gonna crit? Okay, where's my stuff? Where's my loot? Oh, great. I got nothing. What's this? Wow, 1 gold. Just what I fucking wanted. Okay, let's get out of here. Event vendor reset. Really? Oh shit, I gotta run that ad again. Oh. Do you genuinely like the game though? Yeah, of course I do. Why would I not like the game? I'll be right back. I'm back. Another 10 million silver? That's no big deal. That's only 100,000 gold. Watching SCC was 2 million yesterday, that's nothing, yeah. What's up? I'm good. We good. That's a big fucking boat. God damn, how you have a big boat like that shit? God damn. Stoner Gill, welcome. I buy this shit out every time. Try and get to the next level. Okay. Let's dock. Oh, no. I missed a signature. Mm-hmm. Other than that, that's all I do. Did you miss Vaulton? Yep. You want to buy one of this shit? Yeah, I guess I might as well buy this. Okay. Alright, let's do the cards. This is lit. Got the cards? I got the cards. Hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. Mm-mm. This game's stupid. No, last time I go this session? Yeah. I think I did pretty well, to be honest. If I get Saria, I can upgrade it again. Nope, that's not Saria. One more. What it be? It ain't shit. That's what it be. Okay. Free pirate coins, that's good. Just open this shit right now. Have you tried the Guardian Challenge raids? No, I gotta do that. The vault might 30 minutes. I wouldn't look at like the way I fucking do that shit and say like that's the way it's supposed to be. Because like, here's the thing, right? So, okay, we've already done vaulting before, so it's like, of course we're gonna get him. It's not impressive, but I don't think I'm like a god because we kill Vaulton. But we already beat him before, like he's already done. You have grudge now? No, I don't. You know, the cash flow, don't know how hard it is. It's not that bad. It's just like you do the fight and you know what to do, then you do it right and you never die. Well, you die sometimes, right? Mistakes happen, but not that much. We do Helma when it releases? Yeah, of course. I'll probably make a group and just try to get better at it, and that way we can beat it and like get the immortal achievement. I mean, just do it, you beat it. In my group, one tap to no effort. Yeah. Yeah, it's just because people know what to do. They just do the exact same thing they did last time, and then it's fine. It's not that hard. Like, glad it didn't take 6+ hours this week? Yeah. There's like ants downstairs. I don't know what the fuck that is. Like, I gotta figure out, like, to pay like a fucking assistant to pay people like exterminators and shit to get this stuff taken care of, because like I'm just so busy. I got a lot of stuff going on in my life and I'm not really able to do it. Okay. Yeah, bro, yeah, it's just like, it's a problem, and like, I just don't really have the time to invest into it. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. Like, it's not even that I don't want to do it, Which is true, I don't want to do it, but like, it's just, I just don't have time. Busy doing what? Well, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but I do stream. And besides streaming, what else do I do? I think the main thing is like, really? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I watch, you know, like I have to deal with the OTK stuff, right? Like that takes a certain amount of time each day. Not a tremendous amount of time, but it takes time. And then, like, there's time I want for myself, of course, right? So it's like I have like a very, very minimal amount of like free time. It's like, do I really want to spend it doing this? The answer to that is no. So I just got to figure out some other way to handle it. Deal with mods? Yeah, exactly. Why didn't you go to Korea? Why the fuck would I want to go to Korea? Like, the stream, it's nothing wrong with Korea. I think Korea is great, but I don't want to go there. It'd take forever. You have to be on the airplane for like a whole day. I don't like being on an airplane for a whole minute. I fucking hate airplanes. God damn, finally. When's he gonna die? There we go. Korea, which state is that? Yeah. Smilegate interview with honing materials? Yeah. You ever been on an airplane? Yeah, I've been on an airplane a lot. I've been on a lot of airplanes before. I just don't like it. You hate airplanes because you're lucky enough to die on one? Me too. No, a car's more dangerous than an airplane. Statistically, you're much more likely to die from a car than an airplane. And even like per, like, I mean, it's just a, like, that's like, it's like not, that doesn't really happen. Like, why the fuck would I think I'm gonna, no, bro, like, that's not it. Man, just die, bitch. I'm flying first class. I've never flown first class before in my life. I think maybe one day I'll try it. Maybe that'll make it to where it's more, more deal withable. You know, but the truth is, like, I just don't really do that kind of stuff. It's just not my style. Okay. There it is. Good. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Fly first class for a suit and a briefcase. Yeah, I don't know. Death of car is usually quick though. It takes a while to plunge in the ground from 30,000 feet. I don't know, man. Like, if you get killed by an airplane, that's just the way it goes, man. It's bad RNG. Like, I mean, that's what happens. That's life. Okay. GG. Yeah, you get got. I mean, that's the way it goes. Yeah, it's just bad RNG. Like, fuck. Ever try skydiving? Why the fuck would I want to try skydiving? That's like saying that you want to get... That's like saying you want to die from an airplane. It's like, it's not enough for you to fucking... It's like, it's not enough. Like, it's not enough to use an airplane. Like, why the fuck would I want to do skydiving? Like, I can't think of anything that's less enjoy. Like, I do shit to calm down and to chill out, you know? Like, I'm not gonna fucking... Man, why do they have to use this map? Fuck this map. Somebody better put down a fucking flare. It's not gonna be me, but somebody better do it. Chill out while playing Elden Ring. Elden Ring is way more relaxing than skydiving. Get out of your comfort zone? Why would I want to get out of my comfort zone? That's why I like, why would I want to not be comfortable? What does that make any sense to me? Yeah, why would I do that? You learn new stuff? What am I going to learn about skydiving? Jumping on an airplane, you sit at your computer? Yeah. You haven't died too fast, need a little adrenaline? Bro, like, I used to do shit whenever I was younger that got me more than enough fucking adrenaline. Like, I don't need any extra adrenaline. Near-death experience? How about I just drive around without a seatbelt? How about that? Make driving a little bit more exciting. Like, yeah, it's just a little adrenaline. No, I know you're joking. I'm just saying. Choose by hiring an assistant? I don't know. I've thought about it. Cock ass. This guy actually brought this idiot in my group says like, did you guys bring destruction bombs? Like, who the fuck are you? I think I'm gonna use a resource? No, I'm not gonna use a resource. Fucking loser. I've got a plus 21 weapon. What? I gotta run back. Let's go. Gotta go back. It's plus 21 weapon gameplay? It seems that way, man. The other day you mentioned potentially getting a hair transplant. Was this a joke or real? It is real. Video submissions for interviews? I don't know. Like, I'll figure it out. But yeah, I just got to get somebody to help me deal with like all this other stuff in my life that I just don't really have time for. Like, that's honestly the truth. Like, I got a lot of shit going on and I don't really have time to deal with all of it. Let's go, let's go. Hire a manager, hire a maid. Yeah. Fuck, bro. Fuck, bro. I hate this game. I actually hate doing this boss. I'm kind of fried, to be honest. So that's just usually what happens. Guardian raids suck. I don't think they suck. I think having to do them every day sucks. Also, I think another thing that sucks is the fact that I can't see my health bar. Like, I don't even know what I'm fucking... Like, how close am I or anything. Like, it's just annoying. These are normalized gear, so it doesn't matter. I know gear is not a factor. I don't know. Please just die. 5 million. Just die. Anyway, fix a VOD on live streamer. It works for most live streamers. No. He turns red at 35%. Well, he's red now. What the fuck? Shit, bro. Your favorite Lost Ark having damage meters? No, because then everybody just be talking about how much their class sucks. I don't think that's the solution. I am in favor. I think that Guardian raids should show the health of the Guardian. I think it's really stupid that they don't. It adds nothing to the game. It's just annoying. Somehow health meters and others don't in any event. Yeah, it's like just show people what the health bar is. Like this doesn't. Like, why? Okay, let's see what I got. You'd hate hell raids then? Yeah, I heard that. That they don't have health bars either. But it's just, it's just not, it's not fun, I think. It's just fucking annoying. I'm sure some people don't mind it, and I'm happy for them. But I do. I don't like it. I think it just makes the game worse. All right. Are any of these good? Let me just check for myself. That's a nope. That's a nope. All right. Okay. 100. Jesus. And it's bad. Fuck, bro. Oh my god, I hate this game. Oh, I hate this game so much. That's the way it goes, man. Okay, get the Astray ship? Yeah, I need to do that. Okay. Oh. Alrighty, boys. Let's see. I got pretty much everything else set up. Good to go. Yeah, tomorrow morning we're gonna do the stuff. You guys know the stuff. That's it, man. No for bad since release. Shout out a single good accessory drop. I got pretty lucky with some of the other ones, but I just haven't gotten lucky with this. I guess that's just the way it goes. Una chest opening? Yeah, I guess I'll do that real quick. That's a good idea. Sound like you, I hit a plus 20 weapon finally. I'll just do vault and get my new sword. Fuck yeah, dude. There you go.
Everywhere I look is so cool.
Get barreled for your ship to cancel out slow movement? Why the fuck would I do that? Like, you think I'm gonna spend even a second thinking about the ghost ship? I just do it for like 10 minutes every week. The hell am I gonna waste my time on that shit for? Alright. It's not too bad. Yeah, I made a little bit of money. That's 1,000 gold. Alright. Let's see here. I got all this set up. I need to I'll probably just get this now. Let me just get this now. So I don't have to think about it. Okay. What about this? Don't really give a shit about that. Alright, gentlemen. Thank you all very much for watching today. I had a lot of fun. I'm going to be back online tomorrow in the very early morning. I'll see y'all later. Peace!